don't suffer, no be small. But say I get sense. Poverty no good at all. Now it make I join this business. For one night, no be it's once again. Everybody be there. If anybody follow Mugu, my brother, I go chopper. National airport, National stadium, President, my sister, brother, we be Mugu, I be the master. Oh, man, I go chop your dollar, I go take your money. For one time in the Betty, we did move. I be the master. The refinery, alligator. The contract, now you wife. But you won't pay me some more money, make I bring ya. We did move. I be the master. I say, I don't see them fire. That's why when they run enter my therapy, I will show them fire. National airport, National stadium, President, my sister, brother, you be the I be the master. Finally, the contract that you wife, but you won't pay me some more money than I bring up. I be the master. I be the master. You know, when I came here earlier for the sound check, I didn't check the sound because I didn't have any interest in checking any sound.
And there it is right there. So there it is right there. When he came here earlier for a sound check. I'm not quite sure. Anyway, let me just leave that. I was going to mock him, but I said I'm not quite sure. Like, so. Anyway, good day to you. Good to be in your company. And how are you? Good day to you. Good to be in your company. And how are you? Hope you've had a gloriously wonderful day. Cascading into, I am excited actually. Do you know why I'm excited? Of course, I'm excited to be in your company. That's number one. But I'm excited, especially, there's two things that excite me. So the Formula One season starts, so that excites me. Lewis Hamilton, my guy, is number 8 on the grid. But how does it play out in that? It's going to be the most competitive yet Formula One season that we've had yet in years. And I'm hopeful that Lewis wins his 8th title. I would love to see that. So I'm excited for the start of Formula One, but I am completely, just tickled pink. I think that's a white phraseology anyway, because a black man cannot be tickled pink. But I'm just consumed with excitement. My team, Newcastle, they are in the finals of a particular cup. But hold on, give me 1 microsecond. Hold on. Let me play a bit of music. Let me just attend to something. Oh, all right. Sorry about that. So there was I rabbiting on, and then suddenly I could see my little girl's face poke through the glass. She was meant to be fast asleep, so I had to take her back to bed. So that was what that happened. That was what happened there. But Good day to you, good to be in your company, and how are you? And over, good day to you, good to be in your company, and how are you? I hope you've had a gloriously wonderful day, cascading into yet another session with your friendly neighborhood or your laughing man where man went to mow. We do as we always do, we gather, talk matters Nigerian. We gather, talk matters Nigerian, and by the way, there may well be some news. I may have a very, very important guest for you on Sunday. Not that, of course, this is already Sunday. So Sunday coming. So I may have a very, very important guest for you on Sunday. One of the biggest names yet that we've ever had yet. So I've spoken to him too. I spoke to him earlier on again today. We'll speak to him some more. Once he gives me the categorical go-ahead, then I'll make the announcement. But I may well have an exciting guest for you on Sunday. So I may have a guest for you on Sunday, but your guest today is myself, your favorite guest, of course, one man. So all that protocol remains the same. Click on the like button just as soon as you hear me invite you to do so. Click on the like button. Click on that. Not all right. Just like and subscribe if you would. It's just ridiculous, isn't it? I wonder if it's the same people watching us or some people are obstinately refusing to click on like and subscribe. I don't know quite what's going on there. They gather here every single day just out of malicious viewership. That's what we have on this platform, malicious viewership. So there, just let me just abandon that. No point in me asking you to like and subscribe because we don't see anything reflecting that anybody is responding to that. If you want to come and join on the screen, hyperlink says StreamYard. If you don't, then don't. It doesn't really matter. So like, share, subscribe, all of that. If you will do, if you don't. So all that, let's just get into it. Let's just get into it. We're going to cascade. Where we are landing on is going to be the kerfuffle that this young lady has caused on social media. So that's where we're landing on, and you'll be surprised what's actually happened. But before we get to that, we go through then what else has been happening in the news. Chief Olusegun Osoba returns to APC. So this is it now. This is we're in that season now of alignment, realignment. The next 3 months will shape the structures of what happens in 2027. So within the next, March now marks the end of the first quarter of the year. So then you have April, May, June. So by the end of June, all of the political grids would have been manned. And then we know how things play out in 2027. So by the end of June, all of the political grids would have been manned. And unlike 2023, when we had a three-pronged thrust, in 2027, we're going to have a four-pronged thrust. So we'll see how that takes shape, but it's starting to flesh itself out now. So political alignments and realignments, Chief Olusegun Osoba returns to APC. So where did they even go in the first instance? Curiously, is actually returning from the SDP back to the APC. So that's just how these things are working out. Chief Olusegun Osoba, the leader of the Social Democratic Party, on Sunday. So the leader does that even say, the SDP is actually a southwestern party. It's a Tinubu party. Tinubu ran. I think when Tinubu was senator, it was actually senator out of that political party. I'm talking about Bola Tinubu, not Remi Tinubu. When Tinubu was senator, it was actually senator under that political party. And when APC wanted to abandon him in 2015, is it 2015? In 2023, when APC wanted to abandon Tinubu in 2023, he said he was going to run under the ticket, under the banner of SDP. So Tinubu has been bankrolling that party for going on 3 decades now. So quite what EL-RUFAI is doing there is a real mystery. So it's part of this smokes and mirrors that is the Nigerian political space. Chief Olusegun Osoba, I'm in my or your frame of mind today. I was going to say OSOBA. Chief Olusegun Osoba returns to APC. Good to see you, Lato Rich. Chief Olusegun Osoba, the leader of the Social Democratic Party SDP, on Sunday returned to the All Progressive Congress APC. So I never even I know that the chairman of that party is Alhaji Shehu Gaban. And their candidate, of course, was Prince Adewale Adebayo, but I never knew that he's probably a chieftain of some sort, certainly not the frontal leader, because the chairman of that party is, unless that's changed, is Alhaji Shehu Gaban. Chief Olusegun Osoba, the leader of the Social Democratic Party, SDP, on Sunday, returned to the All Progressive Congress APC. Governor Rauf Aregbesola of Osun State announced the return whilst briefing journalists after a closed-door meeting of leaders of the APC at the residence of Osoba in Ikoyi, Lagos. So, because I thought Rauf Aregbesola himself had left the APC, so it's all getting convoluted. There'll be a whole, anybody that tells you that they can read or interpret what is going on now is just lying to you. Because even the political space does not know what is going on now. People are moving their ambitions to where they feel it will best be satiated. And as this thing as the movement starts to go back and forth, then the thing will take shape organically. But there's no grand structure there's nothing grand. There's no orchestration that is playing out. It's just people moving around, and as that movement around continues, then it starts to take shape organically. But there's no structure to it. Chief Olusegun Osoba, the leader of the Social Democratic Party, on Sunday returned to the All Progressive Congress APC. Governor Rauf Aregbesola of Osun State announced. When is this coming out? I hope this is not an old news. So I beg your pardon. Let me just drop that. Somebody sent this to me actually. This was April 2016. So just ignore any and everything that I've just said. Somebody sent that to me. I should have double checked it. Osoba, I don't know. When they said it was the leader of the SDP, that should have told us enough. Let's move on swiftly from there and to this one, more contemporaneous. 2027, EL-RUFAI urges Atiku Obi Amechi to join SD. But everything I said is still up to Osoba joining the APC. Everything else that I said is still very much correct. The alignment and realignment is going to happen organically until it starts to take some sort of a shape and it starts to form into some sort of predictability. But the opening salvo, of course, is EL-RUFAI moving to the SDP. EL-RUFAI urges Atiku Obi Amechi to join SDP. So, well, we'll see just who joins actually. So if we'll see which other big name joins. So EL-RUFAI makes the move. We see Hamza Mustafa, whatever, the former aide to Sani Abacha, he joined as well, but he's more a big part player in politics. So we'll see what other big names join EL-RUFAI in the SDP, and then that tells you then that a strategy might be in play. But at the moment, EL-RUFAI stands essentially just as a lone wolf. EL-RUFAI urges Atiku Obi Amechi to join SDP. The former Kaduna State Governor Nasir El-Rufai has urged former Vice President Atiku Abubakar and the Labour Party presidential candidate in the 2023 elections, Peter Obi, to join the Social Democratic Party SDP before the next general election. El-Rufai dumped the All Progressive Congress APC for SDP on Monday over the party's leaders' disregard for its founding principles and values. Before he left the party, the former criticized the APC and President Bola Tinubu's administration for fostering bad leadership in the country. In an interview published on BBC Hausa on Saturday, El-Rufai ruled out a merger. So, on what authority is El-Rufai ruling out a merger? Because he's not the voice of the SDP. The voices of the SDP are Alhaji Shehu Gaban, who is the chairman of the party, Prince Adewale Adebayo, who is the topmost functionary of that party, and Prince Oluagunloye, Dr. Oluagunloye, who is also a topmost functional. So those are the voices of the party. So he's not in a position to speak on any political movement of that party that is just joined 2 days ago. In an interview published on BBC Hausa on Saturday, El-RUFAI ruled out a merger and appealed to the former Minister of Interior, Rauf Aregbesola, his transportation counterpart, Rotimi Amechi. So it's essentially a congregation, a basket of the deplorables, what's her name? As Hillary Clinton told us the last time. I think I actually got that clip because I feel we'll be needing to play it a little bit. So a basket of the deplorables is essentially what El-RUFAI is looking to assemble. All right, let's actually take that from the top again. This time we'll go through it at speed. The link in the comment section, by the way, anybody that wants the conversation, please upon. El-RUFAI urges Atiku Obi Amechi to join the SDP. The former Kaduna State Governor, Nasir El-RUFAI, has urged former Vice President Atiku Abubakar and the Labour Party presidential candidate in the 2023 elections, Peter Obi, to join the Social Democratic Party SDP before the next general election. El-RUFAI dumped the All Progressive Congress APC for SDP on Monday over the party's leaders' disregard for its founding principles and values. Before he left the party, the former criticized the APC and President Bola Tinubu's administration for fostering bad leadership in the country. In an interview published by BBC Hausa on Saturday, El-RUFAI ruled out a merger and appealed to the former Minister of Interior, Rauf Aregbesola, his transportation counterpart Rotimi Amechi, and others to join the SDP to defeat President Tinubu in 2027. On the next election, the former Minister of the Federal Capital Territory, FCT, said the decision to vie for the president does not lie with him, but with his party and the people. So this is stanza 2. So the first stanza was El-RUFAI moving to the party. So he's now hinting now that he wants the presidential ticket. So there's no equivocation there. And even Prince Adewale Adebayo is on red alert. So there's no ambiguity in what's being said in this paragraph. Listen very carefully because you have to unpick to understand. You know, you listen to not what people are saying, but what's being said. They have to be out. That's the art of listening and understanding, not to what people are saying, but to what is being said. So to that, this paragraph, on the next election, the former Minister of the Federal Capital Territory, FCT, and by the way, El-RUFAI was a former minister of the FCT, so that's what's being referenced there. On the next election, the former Minister of the Federal Capital Territory, FCT, said the decision to vie for the president does not lie with him, but with his party and the people. So that is to tell you then that he's interested. El-RUFAI said he supported President Tinubu in the 2023 election because of his performance as Lagos State Governor. So people who are saying that Tinubu did not create Lagos, even his most fervent critic is telling you that he did. He said, "My wishes and prayers are Atiku Abubakar, Peter Obi, Rotimi Amechi, Rauf, and all opposition leaders to come and join SDP, not to do a merger or to register a new political party. We know what Tinubu did in Lagos. We are all aware. But we said if he can do the same as he did that makes Lagos great, we said, okay, let's support him." For the 2027, that sounds almost like a campaign for Tinubu, you know. A lot of people still insist that El-RUFAI remains a Tinubu secret agent. He said, "My wishes and prayers are Atiku Abubakar, Peter Obi, Rotimi Amechi, Rauf, and all opposition leaders to come and join the SDP, not to do a merger or to register a new political party. We know what Tinubu did in Lagos. We are all aware. But we said if he can do the same as he did in Lagos, that makes Lagos great, we said, okay, let's support him. For the 2027 election, it is not for me to decide, it is the party and the people that will decide. Even when I was contesting for governor, it was the people that met and convinced Buhari, and he called me and asked me to contest. So that is him essentially throwing his heart in the ring. There's no, it's not even ambiguous, is it? It's a frontal sort of mission statement. So that's El-RUFAI right there now telling us exactly what his real intentions are, what his real ambitions are. So his real intentions and his real ambitions, and it gets very dirty after that. El-RUFAI, we knew about Tinubu's Chicago certificate issues and still supported him, yet he failed Nigeria. So there it is right there. We're back to the Agbado politics. They are going to, it's sounding like a rinse and repeat of 2023, which will be a real disappointment if that is the path they decide to follow. Former Kaduna State Governor Nasir El-RUFAI has revealed that before the 2023 presidential election, political leaders were aware of the controversy surrounding President Bola Tinubu's academic records in Chicago, United States, but still supported him. He noted that their hope was that Tinubu will replicate his achievements in Lagos at the national level. Speaking in an interview with BBC Hausa, El-RUFAI, who had been highly critical of the All Progressive Congress and the Tinubu government after his defection to the SDP, admitted that he and other political figures supported Tinubu despite knowing about the controversy, believing he had the capacity to lead Nigeria effectively. What pains me is that the government we supported and had confidence in would do well. What pains me is that the government we supported and had confidence in would do well because we saw what Tinubu did in Lagos despite his challenges. We all knew about his issues in Chicago, but we thought if he could replicate his work in Lagos for Nigeria, let's support him. However, he has failed. So there he is right there. Very, very quickly, he'll go to the drugs and whatever. So that's that. I wonder who sent me this OSOBA or something. That person is a real mischief maker. They just, people say all the things we discuss here, people send them in, and I take it on blind trust, because I stream every day, so I don't have the time to go into in-depth research as to, so maybe I should be doing that more. I'm a bit off put actually. Whoever sent me that OSOBA crosses to APC, consider yourself told off. Let's go on from that to this. Trump proposes sweeping travel ban for 41 countries. So this is it now. I think we're back to where we were with Donald Trump, aren't we? United States President Donald Trump is considering imposing sweeping travel restrictions on citizens from dozens of countries as part of a new ban, according to sources familiar with the matter and an internal memo seen by Reuters. A U.S. official speaking anonymously, I'm only really reading this so that we learn. Yes, Mongo Park, I see you. I'm only really reading you this so that we land on the list. I think we all know the question we want to see answered, so we get the answer to that question when we read the list. But before we read the list, let's see what's led him to that. So before we read the list of countries that are about to be restricted from America, let's see how the decision came about. United States President Donald Trump is considering imposing sweeping travel restrictions on citizens from dozens of countries as part of a new ban, according to sources familiar with the matter and an internal memo seen by Reuters. A U.S. official, sorry, let's see who's that. I beg your pardon. Let me just see. Oh, so sorry. Okay, so sorry. Let me carry on. I think it's the person that sent it to me. That. Oh, all right. Again, this time at speed. U.S. President Donald Trump is considering imposing sweeping travel restrictions on citizens from dozens of countries as part of a new ban, according to sources familiar with the matter and an internal memo seen by Reuters. A U.S. official speaking anonymously noted that the list is subject to change and has not yet been approved by the administration, including U.S. Secretary of State Marco Rubio. The New York Times first reported on the list of affected countries. On January the 20th, Trump issued an executive order requiring heightened security screening for foreigners seeking entry into the United States. The order instructed cabinet members to submit by March the 21st a list of countries for partial or full travel suspensions due to inadequate vetting processes. The directive aligns with Trump's broader immigration crackdown, which he initiated at the beginning of his second term. So let's just I think after this paragraph we get to the list. The directive aligns with Trump's broader immigration crackdown, which he initiated at the beginning of his second term. In an October 2023 speech, he previewed plans to restrict travel from Gaza, Libya, Somalia, Syria, Yemen, and other regions deemed security threats. The U.S. State Department did not immediately respond to Reuters' request for a comment. According to the memo, the proposed travel restrictions would affect 41 countries divided into 3 categories. Full visa suspension. So we are getting into the countries now. So full visa suspensions, 10 countries: Afghanistan, Iran, Syria, Cuba, North Korea, Libya, Somalia, Sudan, Venezuela, and Yemen. So those one completely, under no circumstances are people from those countries coming into the United States. This is according to this memo leaked. A full visa suspension, 10 countries: Afghanistan, Iran, Syria, Cuba, North Korea, Libya, Somalia, Sudan, Venezuela, and Yemen. So partial suspension on tourist, students, and some immigrant visas, 5 countries: Eritrea, Haiti, Laos, Myanmar, and South Sudan. Potential partial suspension if security concerns are not addressed. So this is the third category now, 26 countries. So Algeria, so I'm going to read through because of course I know we are all waiting to see if the question we all have is answered. Algeria, Angola, Belarus, Burkina Faso, Burundi, Cameroon, Central African Republic, Chad, Comoros, Democratic Republic of Congo, Djibouti, Egypt, Equatorial Guinea, Gabon, Gambia, Guinea-Bissau, Lebanon, Madagascar, Mali, Mauritania, Niger, Pakistan, Senegal, Tanzania, and Turkmenistan. So there's no Nigeria on the travel ban that Donald Trump is proposing. Very much to the chagrin of the obedience, I'm sure they would love to see it, and they would love to see him. They would love to see us on that list. So we go on from that to this. Tinubu failed to replicate what he did in Lagos. This is EL-RUFAI still, just bleating whatever it is that he is bleating. We go on from and so now let's now go to the main hub of it. So the storyline wraps around this youth Corper who is lamenting how let me do it this way. So the next storyline now wraps around this youth Corper who is lamenting her woes in life. So we pick it up from here. This is the video this girl put out on TikTok that blew up the whole of the internet space and essentially has put her in a bit of trouble.
I really feel so overwhelmed, and I feel like if a lot of Nigerians come out and start speaking on what we are actually going through, then maybe changes will be made in the government. Don't you guys think? And this video, I just want to say to our president, I don't know if there have been any other president that is terrible, but you are such a terrible president. It is so hard. So I'm coming from the supermarket where I went to get foodstuffs, and everything has gone up again. It's just like every single week prices increase. I want to know, what is the government doing about this increments? Is there going to be a particular time where prices will stop going up? Is there going to be a particular time where things are going to go back? Guys, why am I going to get a crate of egg and they're telling me it is 6.5? It doesn't make any sense that egg will cost 6.5. Like, I literally can remember when egg used to cost 800. And I'm so overwhelmed.
Look at this ridiculous Ajebota girl. Wait, did we not hear who was it? Was it man of prestige telling us that the price of that same item in the United States had gone up by 400% just from Donald Trump? This is a global inflation, my dear. So it's not what just on this matter now. I was just going through the list. They've put up my broadband, something has gone up by 7%. The water bill has gone up by about 10%. The council tax has gone up by about 7 to 12%. Everything, right? The water bill has gone up by about 15%, all within the space of 3-4 months. So it's nothing new or peculiar. I'll go to the United States, they'll tell you the same story. So I'm not quite sure where. Anyway, I don't think she's ever tackled real life before. I think that's what we're hearing.
There have been any other president that is terrible, but you are such a terrible president. It is so hard. So I'm coming from the supermarket where I went to get foodstuffs, and everything has gone up again. It's just like every single week prices increase. I want to know, what is the government doing about this increment? Is there going to be a particular time where prices will stop going up? Is there going to be a particular time where things are going to go back? Guys, why am I going to get a crate of egg and they're telling me it is 6.5? It doesn't make any sense that egg will cost 6.5. Like, I literally can remember when egg used to cost 800. And I'm so overwhelmed because this is literally my first time doing this adulthood thing alone. This is my first time moving out of my family house. This is my first time living by myself. And
Between 1999 and 2003, the price of rice have increased by 150%. Palm oil, 1 liter, which used to sell for 30 naira, has risen to 150 naira. I've given you the basic food that the ordinary man takes, the fried plantain, that has risen from 10 naira to 50 naira. Again, take the maize, which is used particularly in this part of the country. It has risen 165%. The basic food like beans had risen 133%, and yam had risen from
not just that, after I left the supermarket, foodstuffs, and everything has gone up again. It's just like every single week prices increase. I want to know, what is the government doing about this increment? Is there going to be a particular time where prices will stop going up? Is there going to be a particular time where things are going to go back? Guys, why am I going to get a crate of egg and they're telling me it is 6.5? It doesn't make any sense that egg will cost 6.5. Like, I literally can't remember when egg used to cost 800. And I'm so overwhelmed because this is literally my first time doing this adulthood thing alone. This is my first time moving out of my family house. This is my first time living by myself. And not just that, after I left the supermarket and I got home, my security is bringing NEPA bill, and NEPA bill has gone up by 2 times. Like, it's insane. I can't keep up with these bills. I am so overwhelmed and I'm so exhausted. Every single money that I have been making, I'm using it to pay bills. I don't even get to live properly. The craziest thing was, you want to go out to a certain location with your friends, and Uber is about 25,000. Like, even Uber, that we can't even take Uber. It is crazy. Like, why are things so expensive? And let's not even Lagos stinks. Lagos smells like shit. If you say, okay, I want to take a walk, I'm depressed, let me just take a walk, you can't even take a walk. Like, the place smells like crazy. Why does
I wouldn't say Lagos smells. I would say probably where she lives in Lagos smells. I don't think Victoria Island or Lekki or Ikeja or any of the nicer places or Anthony Village, they don't smell. But if you are living in the trenches, as seems to be the phraseology now, then you expect a bit of punk, you know.
an entire state smell like this? And what is the government doing about the bad smell? Everything is just so overwhelming. You want to start up a business, and now you have to take a loan to start up a business, and the loan, you don't even know if you can actually repay it, because the business, I don't know, I'm just so tired. Like, why is no one saying anything about it? Being an NYSC copper, there's nothing beneficial about this whole NYSC thing. The money I spend on transportation is just more than the alawi the government gives me. Like, it doesn't, I can't keep up. Like, I'm so tired of this bill and I can't keep up. I am overwhelmed and I'm tired.
You know, the one of the first things that she said actually gives it gives away what all her frustrations are. So suddenly, you know, this is a girl that she's telling us that this is the first time she's attempting at this adulting. That seems to be the new coinage that they've come up with, adulting. You know, living by yourself is now being called adulting. They have to funkify everything. So this is the first time she's actually living outside of the cocoon of our family home. So in our family home, even when she goes to work and comes back, she still eats the food that her parents bought. She still uses the electricity that her parents paid for, lives in the house that her parents built. She's insulated from all of the realities of life. Now she has come into the realities of life. She's now realizing that bills have to be paid. You know, it's not just flouncing about and doing babe. Bills, that's what grown-ups do. Grown-ups pay bills. So welcome to the real world.
Tired, I'm exhausted. It's too much, and I wish that we would start calling the government out heads on. For example, Tinubu, you are a terrible president. Like, what are you doing to help us? What are you doing to help the economy? You are so terrible. I'm so sick and tired of Nigerians acting like we are strong, and they say, oh, Nigerians, we are actually very strong. Oh, no matter how much they increase things, we still chest it. No, it is not cute. We are cowards. That is a cowardly behavior. You don't stand to ask people, oh, why is this expensive? For example, MTN, what the fuck is even going on? Literally, I spend over like 20,000 on data in a week, and I'm not even joking. 1.5 data cannot even last me for an entire day. I have to do 1.5 like 2 times a day, which is like 3,000 a day. It is too much. Like, what are you guys doing about it? Like, what is happening? I'm tired of paying bills. I feel like I don't.
Look at that. Okay, put your hands up if you are not tired of paying bills. I am tired of paying bills, but unfortunately, you know, they say there are only 2 things guaranteed in life: death and taxes. But there are actually 3 things guaranteed in life: death, taxes, and bills. Nobody happily pays bills now, and nobody doesn't feel the squeeze, because at however your affordability level is, whatever your wealth level is, you live to that level and you still feel the pain when the bills come in. You feel nobody likes to part with money. We like to hold, or we only like to part with it for pleasurable things, not for mundane, everyday things. So nobody likes. You are tired of paying bills. What does that even mean? Yeah, you'll do that until you draw your last breath. That's just how it goes.
Example, MTN, what the fuck is even going on? Literally, I spend over like 20,000 on data in a week, and I'm not even joking. 1.5 data cannot even.
So what is she paying 30? Why is she spending? It's a lifestyle choice, isn't it? So she wants to be this breezy Instagram babe, snapping everything all over social media 24/7, and that comes with data. So it's a lifestyle choice that she has chosen, isn't it? She's not consuming it just out of the normal functionalities of just making phone calls and sending texts. No, she's consuming that much data because of her consumption of pleasurable things like social media. So it's a lifestyle choice. That's just what it is.
Even last me for an entire day. I have to do 1.5 like 2 times a day, which is like 3,000 a day. It is too much. Like, what are you guys doing about it? Like, what is happening? I'm tired of paying bills. I feel like I don't have anything. I feel like I don't have any achievement to call my own. Every single time that I work hard, I'm spending it back in the economy to pay bills. And I wasn't created to pay bills. I'm just really tired, and I just want our money to count for something. And when is the government going to actually start working?
Well, the money does count for something. The money, look at this girl here. She's by any standard of measure, however you choose to criteria it, however you choose to, she's an international babe. She may be in Nigeria. If this girl was in the United States, she was in the United Kingdom, Europe, anywhere, Dubai, she will still be to the quality that she is. So this quality presentation, the sleek cheeks, the rosy looks, the internationalized babying, the eloquence of language, the intelligence of function, all of that provided by the Nigerian state. So a lot of people take too many things for granted. It just you don't you're tired of paying bills. Have you ever heard something? I think that might well be, in all of my years on this planet, that might well be singularly the most ridiculous statement I've ever heard. I'm tired of paying bills. Who is not tired of paying bills? Look at this joker.
Economy, you are so terrible. I'm so sick and tired of Nigerians acting like we are strong, and they say, oh, Nigerians, we are actually very strong. Oh, no matter how much they increase things, we still chest it. No, it is not cute. We are cowards. That is a cowardly behavior. You don't stand to ask people, oh, why is this expensive? For example, MTN, what the fuck is even going on? Literally, I spend over like 20,000 on data in a week, and I'm not even joking. 1.5 data cannot even last me for an entire day. I have to do 1.5 like 2 times a day, which is like 3,000 a day. It is too much. Like, what are you guys doing about it? Like, what is happening? I'm tired of paying bills. I feel like I don't have anything. I feel like I don't have any achievement to call my own. Every single time that I work hard, I'm spending it back in the economy to pay bills. And I wasn't created to pay bills. I'm just really tired, and I just want our money to count for something. And when is the government?
Did you hear that? Should we even continue to watch this? And I wasn't even created to pay bills. This is a cry out for a sugar daddy. I think that is essentially what we're hearing. Or a replacement of our sugar daddy. Maybe our sugar daddy is not sugar enough. She needs a super sugar daddy. That's what she's really crying out for. Because of course, I was not created to pay. I beg your, Oma Koririo, I was not created to pay bills. Have you ever heard such a thing?
Going to actually start working, because Nigerians are so classist. Everybody now wants to behave as if they are rich. Everybody is faking wealth, but we are ending up being poor because we are struggling so hard to look rich. We are ending up being poor. So I need us as Nigerians to please start calling the government out. We should be tired of this by now. We need to call the government out. Prices need to start one place. food needs to start one place. The economy needs to start one place. Like, we are tired. It's just too much. The more you work hard to achieve something, the higher it gets. The dream car that I was saving money for has literally gone double. I can't even afford it anymore. Instead, I'm going to use my money to buy to just keep paying bills. And now house rent is double. Like, I am so sick and I'm so tired of this. And I really need the government to intervene because I am so overwhelmed.
Hold on, sorry, I wasn't quite going there just here. Let's just hear the tail end of that. Let's hear the tail end of that.
I'm so overwhelmed.
So there it is right there. So that's the number one trending thing on the Nigerian social media space today. Everybody is talking about, every single person is talking about it. So there is the Ajebota girl then telling us that her life is getting a bit too hard for her. So she did that, and then the backlash came swift and fast and vicious. So here she is. She's making the headlines all over. This is actually from the Vanguard Devon reporting on her. Corp member cries out over threat by NYSC for calling TINUBU'S government terrible. So there she, but bear in mind though, this girl is a youth corper telling us that she's leaving home for the first time. So I'll give you two paragraphs. I think I may well have a clip that speaks to this as well. It says, a serving corps member in Lagos has cried out over a threat she received from the National Youth Service Corps following her recent social media post in which she expressed her displeasure about the rising cost of commodities in the country. According to the video shared on TikTok via the handle Talk Toraye, the serving corps member in tears explained how frustrated she was over the high cost of goods in the market, calling President Ahmed Tinubu's government a terrible one for paying little attention to the hike in commodities in commodity prices. But this is her actually speaking to that space. So let's pick it up from here.
So guys, yesterday I made a video talking about the Nigerian government and how terrible President Tinubu is, and I was crying in the video. So 30 minutes ago, I just received a call from the NYSC board, starting with the secretariat before the LGI. And for the secretariat, for the NYSC secretariat, I'm going to attach what she said, some of the things she said, so you guys will hear.
Are you normal?
I wasn't insulting the president, ma. I was only asking for accountability.
Hold down that rubbish you put there.
Ma, are you threatening me?
Hold down that rubbish. You are not talking to your mate.
Ma, she called me and she was threatening me to take down the video. And in my first mind, I'm like, wait, who's taking my phone number? And then I realized that every NYC copper has to fill a file. Your phone number and your address. I'm like, these people actually have my house address and they know where I'm staying. And now they have started calling me, threatening me. It is so bad that you can't even just speak up about the government because they feel like they have chains to hold you. You're already calling me to threaten me. And this is, I will literally attach what she said so you guys can hear. She was telling me that I was insulting the president. I never insulted the president. I said he's terrible. That is not an insult statement, and I did not go on and start saying, oh, Tinubu, you're this, you're that. I just said he's a terrible president. And it's okay for a government, for a body to identify that, okay, this person is actually terrible at their job. So why is it a problem that the NYC government, NYC secretariat, NYC board will call me to threaten me? Like, why is that okay? That I can't speak up for something that is directly hurting me? Why is it okay that they will call me to threaten me under 24 hours that I made a video? Why can't Nigerians speak up? Why are they holding us in chains? Why do they feel like everything that we do, they have ways to control us? Let me tell you guys something, NYC board or whatever. If you guys have come together and you like, maybe you're not calling me one by one to threaten me, that's fine. You can do whatever you want to do. Because I know that you guys already have plans. The one that this one is calling me, the next person is calling me, that's fine. But now I'm putting it out here so you guys will see and you guys will know. NYSC, they have my house address and they are started calling me to threaten me. So in case anything happens, you will be very much aware where the problem started, because I did not say anything I shouldn't have said. The Nigerian government are not doing anything about the inflation that is happening, and it's causing us to be very depressed. I am depressed, and my bank account is going to zero, and I still have to live every day. And I'm asking the Nigerian government to do something about the inflation. And instead of me to get a call and say, okay, we are working on it, I'm getting a call saying that, oh, you're very stupid. Why did you do that to Tinubu? Take down that video. You did this, you did that. I just want you guys to know that this is what the NYC board are doing. And in case anything happens to me, because they have my address, you guys know who to hold accountable.
Oh, all right, there she is right there, claiming that she's been threatened by the NYSC. She's depressed, her bank account is depressed, she's struggling to live. That's her complaint. So the country is too hard. She is depressed, her bank account is depressed, and she's struggling to live. She said that in 3 videos, in 2 videos that we've seen so far. So that's what she said. But what sort of lifestyle is it? So she's a youth corper. So that would then bracket her between round about 21 to 24. Actually, probably round about 22, 23, thereabout. But what sort of lifestyle is she living that she's finding struggle to she's finding it a struggle to afford? So here is the girl. So people have obviously gone to check her out. She has a TikTok vlogging about her good life in Lagos. Eats in restaurants in VI, private boat trips, Uber trips, and living above the means of a corper. If she hates the state, she can always redeploy and help us decongest the state. The state needs investors, not cyber crybabies. So here is the girl. So there she is right there, you know, sipping pina colada. Recap on my first dirty December in Lagos. This is the person that cannot afford ego. Recap of my first dirty December in Lagos. This 2025 December will be the dirtiest. Amen. P.S. I love, and then it tails out into something that I cannot read. And then here she is again. She's living in Lagos. I just realized I never posted this. Here we go. There she is. The fullness of upper class life for a youth corper with no job. Here she is eating whatever it is, foie gras, you know, chicken peri and all the delights. That's the girl that cannot afford eggs. So, and there she is living in Lagos. I just realized I never posted this. There she is going on an exclusive boat trip and all of those sort of behavior. So there it is right there. Obviously, certainly, clearly, another obedient on a mission of mischief making. So another obedient on a mission of mischief making. We know where they live, but not literally, metaphorically. We know where they live. We know their mode of operation. So there it is. That's the presentation. That's all I have. If you have anything else to add to the news, then please come join. The link in the comment section. We play the K-Guide. Oh, before we play the K-Guide music, let me play you this little vignette of when Obasanjo met Tinubu. This is quite recent. Actually, I'm a bit dubious about that clip. That may well be anyway. I don't know what's going on with today's session, but I'm not sure how current that clip is. Anyway, somebody tell me if that's a current clip. That seems to me when Tinubu visited Obasanjo in Abeokuta when he was campaigning, but somebody sent that in So there it is right there. Let's play the Kegite music. I suspect that the conversation might well center around the yuppie girl that's saying that she's not able to live quite the fullness of that yuppie lifestyle anymore. But first, the Kegite.
Only water, where they see ma. Water, Hapa o naido. Hapa you don't come o. Hapa o naido. Oro kẹ̀kẹ́ ẹlẹ́mù yé o. Ilé sọ́dí kẹ̀kẹ́ ẹlẹ́mù ré o. Bobby master kẹ̀kẹ́ ẹlẹ́mù ré o. Chifu Failati kẹ̀kẹ́ ẹlẹ́mù ré o. Eruku lẹ̀lẹ̀ ẹlẹ́mù dé. Eruku lẹ̀lẹ̀ ẹgbẹ́ ẹlẹ́mù dòde ojàre o. Eruku lẹ̀lẹ̀ Ghana ti dé ẹgbẹ́ bọ́dì o. Ọmọ ẹlẹ́yẹ ẹyẹ o ó dilé o. Odúyẹ̀lá ẹyẹ o ó dilé o. Petrosonama ẹyẹ o ó dilé o. Petrosodúnkẹ́ ẹyẹ rẹ̀ ó dilé o. Ẹlẹ́kọ̀ ọ̀run mú ìní o. Àkùkọ ọ̀run mẹ́kọ̀. Ikú kò ní ríwà gbéṣe o.
And there it is right there. Ikuko Niru Agbesheme, death have nothing to do with us. Joining us, I wonder if he's back on the spliff smoking. That's solid right there. Emmanuel joins us. Not often we see Emmanuel and Baba joins us as well. So that's the list so far. Anybody else that wants to hop on, please hop on the link in the comment section. So let's kick it off. Start it off with Solly, who's been here all the way through. So Solly, floor is yours. Good to see you. What are you making then of this Gen Z girl not able to live the lifestyle that she'd like?
Let me just start out with this. Manipulation has already started in the platform before I even spoke a word. One man introduced me and said that he hopes I'm not on the spliff anymore. But when people like Elon Musk are smoking spliff on live podcasts, a lot of Nigerians will be praying that their children will be as rich as Elon Musk. So that tells you some kind of mental bias when it comes to picking and choosing who they insult or disrespect for marijuana.
I'm smoking spliff an insult.
No, it's something you wanted to psychologically put forward to the audience, but we move on.
But you openly talk about it now. It's not something you always talk about it.
And I also did not deny it. I'm just making the audience aware.
No, I was just wondering which flavor of solid we will have. Is it the psychedelic spliff or the emotional non-smoking? Oh yeah, carry on.
Hopefully, you guys are smarter than that. But yes, my main concern is this female right here. Nigerian men. One quality about Nigerian men is you can trust them for their utter weakness. When in the face of somebody they deem superior, they act so weak. They act so meager. They cannot challenge anything. The way Nigeria is so bad is because Nigeria has weak men. Very, very weak men. And the only time you see them put their power down is when they feel it's somebody that they can oppress. Look at a lot of people calling this girl Olosho, calling her obedient girl, what was somebody even call her? Obedient. I can never trust any female in my family around you. I hope anybody that recognizes all those names that were insulting this girl, I hope you never trust any female in your family around those men. That is where you will see Nigerian men showing power. When it is time to oppress somebody that is weaker than them or a female, very weak men. You people don't have females in your family. Don't you have a mother? Even if a female
are they not entitled to an opinion?
No, they're entitled. I'm even happy that they are showing how terrible they are. You know, but I also want to point it out to them that other people can see your foolishness. You know, imagine if this is your sister.
No, but it's not their sister now. So people
I
always
know
say that.
Exactly. That's why they have so much strength. Will they have the same power to insult TINUBU'S daughter? Will they have the same courage?
They insult TINUBU'S daughter all the time now. She's a lesbian.
Can they do it to her face?
To her face. They are not doing it to this girl's face now.
But these people can do it to this girl's face.
Well, who is doing it to her face? Who is doing it to her face?
That is my bet. But anyways, that is not my point. You look at this girl, she's complaining about what I've been complaining about years ago, that people were insulting me. In fact, years ago, I'm sure if I brought up this kind of topic, this same girl would have insulted me. That's why I don't even pity Nigerians anymore. Nigerians are going to suffer up to the point where their face will start getting skinny before they have sense. Most of them, they have chicken change, they can pay their yearly rental fee. Their yearly rental fee is what we used to pay for 2 months rent outside Nigeria. Some of them now feel like, oh, they've made it in life. But as this girl said, car price has doubled. Fuel price has increased. Some people come here on this platform to lie that food price has reduced. Those people don't live in Nigeria. Those people don't live in Nigeria. This girl spoke about the egg price. Then some people started defending it that, oh, abroad, egg price has increased also. Yes, that is correct. However, what you want to omit, which omission is a form of telling lies, you know, Nigerian men, they don't have integrity. So they always find a new way to lie. Omission is a way of telling lies, you know, when you're not talking about how abroad you have somewhat a form of job security. It may not be the best job, it may be a bad job, but you at least have an option to still have some civility, to still have some morality, to be able to get finance to pay your bills. What are the options left for Nigerian youths? Prostitution and fraud. Some people have to remove all their moral integrity that it seems the older generation does not have. All their moral integrity, fighting themselves so that they will not become prostitutes. Somebody was invited on a yacht. It's not like men do invite women on yacht all the time. You see a beautiful girl, you invite her on a yacht. For just probably a couple minutes, she took pictures, and Nigerian men, weak Nigerian men, started pointing it out. Is it until this girl is wretched, skinny like bones, and on the streets that you will take her serious? We all know that you won't, because Nigeria is such a classist society. You people will not even want to associate with her or listen to what she has to say. What do you think her options are to pay the bills? To go back to her parents' house? Is that what you want for your own children? For her to do prostitution? Is that what you want for your own children?
Did you even listen to what
Nigerians have no integrity.
Did you
no integrity whatsoever.
Hold on, Solly. You just run away with your emotions sometimes. Did you listen to what she said?
I listened to what she said. And
what did she say? What happened after? Slow it down. Let's engage on it rather than don't run with your emotions. Because you are trying to align her to this your newfound worldview, but it doesn't really align. She said she doesn't like adulting. She doesn't like paying bills. You know, nobody likes that. You know, but those are the realities of life. So there are two spaces that she's speaking to. She's saying that the bills are getting increasingly higher. She doesn't like paying bills. So that's just a fact. I was just saying, I was muted actually. I was just saying, the letter that came through today, they've put up my broadband bill. The letter that came in yesterday, they've put up my water bill. The letter that came in 3 days ago, they've put up my council tax. There is, over the last 6 weeks, there's no day that a letter doesn't come through the post that tells you of an increment, a significant increment in a bill that was already high anyway. So it's not what's peculiar about that. I'm not quite sure what
Can I
happens in
reply?
Holland, but I suspect that is what happens in Holland too. So that's the reality of life.
Can I reply? Now, you said that she's complaining about this, complaining about that. Anything that she complained about, is it a lie? Just because she's giving a personal opinion and you are offended by it doesn't mean
No,
she's
I'm
telling
not
you.
offended by
You
it.
cannot.
You are not even paying that. It's
Okay,
always difficult to
but
have
can
a conversation.
I listened to you and I stayed and
No. But you are saying I'm
you are
offended.
not letting me finish my
No. You
statement.
didn't listen to me now because you didn't understand what
Okay.
I was saying. What I am saying, if I'm not offended by what she's saying, I'm just alarmed by the naivety of it. She
Okay.
said this is the first time she's doing adulthood. She doesn't like to pay bills.
Mhm.
That their bills are getting increasingly steeper. So
Mhm.
that's it. That's a universality. Nobody
Okay.
likes adulting. Nobody
Okay.
likes to pay bills, and
Mhm.
bills universally are getting steeper. So
Okay.
there's a naivety to it. So I'm not offended by what she's saying. I'm just alarmed by the level of naivety.
Okay, so you are focusing on the naive part and not focusing on the gravity of the economic situation that she pointed at. That part that she said does not concern you. Is the naivety part that you lay so much claim on. Also, you talk about your bills going up. Are your options that are left to you in the UK fraud? Are your options that are left to you in the UK prostitution? Because for the average Nigerian, those are the only options majorly left. And when we are talking about
That's not
statistics,
true. That's not true. But carry on.
give me another option that is not paying less than 70K a month.
There's an abundance of options. I know a lot of young people. None of them engage in prostitution.
What options, please? Enlighten me.
Well, and all of the opportunities that the place avails. A lot of the people that I know, they have a main job, and then they have about 2 or 3 side hustles. And it's not peculiar to Nigeria. It's universally the case. People have a main job and they have side hustles.
Okay,
Just
all right.
to balance the bills. So
Okay.
prostitution is not the next go-to if things are not going your way.
All right. All right. I'm very glad that you said that. Very true. A lot of people have side jobs. And what the majority of the youth use to do their side jobs? Internet data. She was complaining about the price of internet data because a lot of students and a lot of young people do online remote work. Mostly online remote work that is from outside the country. Since the country is so useless that it cannot provide anything for them to do anything on the side. They can barely even get loans, but they have to do their work online, and the price of data is increasing. Now, somebody said they are using online data. This girl complained about online data. You have no idea what she's using that online data from. Some people are saying she's content creator. What if that's what is getting her money? And the price is increasing, and some people are insulting her for what she's using to do her work. You people will never let your children be treated like this.
Treated like what?
It seems that
don't go hype it. Don't
poor people's children.
Guys, settle down now. Why are you God?
That poor people's children should suffer.
I thought you assured us that you stop smoking that thing. So steady it down now. You seem a bit discombobulated. So just bring it down. You are trying to leverage a minuscule point in order to then make a grand speech. So it's just grandstanding. If you are saying she's using the data to work, then if she's working, then a part pays. The cost of even working is more expensive. The cost of getting the train to work is more expensive than it previously was. Your salary stays the same or marginally. I don't know what the storyline is where you are, but the storyline here is that wage increments are nowhere near the level of inflation, and essentially people are taking a loss. So the people's lifestyle are dropping in this country as a result of skyrocketing bills and somewhat restricted incomes. So wage stagnates, but inflation increases, and that diminishes your capacity to. So there's nothing new in what she's saying. or even
Can I
peculiar.
interject you, please?
Hold on. There's nothing new in what she's saying, or even peculiar to Nigeria.
Okay, now what you are trying to point out is that the situation in the UK is the situation in Nigeria. Yet, based on
I'm
statistics,
telling you that there's a universality to it, and
so
it's relative to
basically
what
saying that the situation is the same everywhere. That's what it means.
You don't understand these things. You don't.
No,
You
that
just
is
don't.
basically okay. So which situation is worse, Nigeria or UK?
How do you mean?
If you say that the situation is universal, then that means it is the same. That is the pure interpretation of it.
No, you don't get it, because the problem is you don't actually listen. I want you to listen. Don't listen for me to stop talking so you can just go on and do whatever, but listen to understand what I'm saying and then disagree on that understanding.
Okay.
What I am saying is that there's a universality to it. Let's take, for instance, for the purposes of the conversation, your wage, your monthly wage is £100, and that £100 then is what affords you. So your wage goes up by, let's say, 5%, which is to add what, another £5. Then it goes to £101. But inflation, it goes up by 20% right across the board. So your wage actually deficits by about 15% to then take it back to about £85. So that's what your affordability is. And so relative to what you're able to afford, you are diminished more in your economics, in your capacity to purchase. And that is what she's saying. She's saying that the inflation diminishes our capacity to purchase, which is a universal thing. It's not peculiar to Nigeria, but carry on.
Did the prices of car double in the UK?
Look at this guy. But carry on. That's what I'm saying. You don't understand. I'm talking about relativity. But carry on. Do your thing.
Sorry. One man may not be able to answer that question, but I can for a fact. The price of cars have not doubled in the UK, but the price of vehicles in Europe on average has gone up 20 to 30%. I know that for a fact.
And what has the minimum wage also gone up by?
Actually, the minimum wage, not the minimum wage, the average wage in the United Kingdom has not increased to match anything near inflation in more than 40 years.
I asked about the minimum wage.
I was actually in the process of looking at the average wage increase, in the United Kingdom since 1980. I know it has actually gone up so little, so minutely, and inflation has more than gone up 40% in that time period.
The average wage in this country
I know young people that cannot ever dream of owning their own house. In the United Kingdom, I don't know about where you live in London, but in the United Kingdom and in where I live, most young people don't even bother to aspire to own their own house anymore. It has become an impossible dream. Like you know where one man knows what I'm talking about.
That's a good example, actually.
Young people in London, people are paying £1,000 for a little ramshackle, tiny little room, a bed sit. People are paying £1,500 for a bed sit in the middle of London. You're a young person,
and that person paying that £1,500, his or her wage is probably
it's not more than £2,000.
Not more than £2,000.
Okay.
And that is the story this girl is telling. But Solly would not get that. But he just wants to rant against Tinubu.
I stopped listening the moment.
And these people, I'm talking about people that actually have decent jobs. These are not professionals who can never aspire to own the house. I mean, that is the reality.
All right.
All right. I think Solly just wants to rant against Tinubu and old people.
No, I'm not ranting.
Go on.
One man, let me just put it clearly that it is also a failure of leadership.
God Almighty. One man, please, can you tell him to stop?
Oh, okay, carry on for Solly.
The moment I stopped listening to you was when you became disingenuous. I asked you about minimum wage. You were telling me about average wage. I'm not stupid. You can't try this thing with white people, but you like trying this thing with me and black people. I asked you about minimum wage. I was trying to prove a point. If you have to be disingenuous to prove your point, then you know what you are doing or saying is wrong. And this is why I talk about lack of integrity in the country. Weak men. So much effort, So much effort against what is wrong.
Sorry, tó bá
But
jẹ́ pé gbótò mú ẹ ló jẹ́ kó wá sọ pé mi lack integrity jẹ́ kó rí ẹ pé.
Yes, you do. Yes, you do. You prove this right here online.
Èwo wá ní lack of integrity? Jẹ́ kí gbótò mú kó máa jẹ́ kó rí ẹ pé now. I mean, don't be stupid now. Don't be
silly. That is why you used to arrest a lot of Nigerians the moment they leave Nigeria, because you always think like you are back home in Nigeria.
Oh, but I'm more like stupid boy.
I'm more like now. Because I have more connections than you, and I know the way more than you.
How do you know that? You don't even know the guy. You're leaping to
they'll be thinking I cannot be involved in the Nigerian system too. If I want to be involved, I'll do it better than all of you. I know everybody. So what are you saying? People lack integrity. It is not bad to stand up for the right thing. When you are standing up for the right thing, they will be thinking that you are poor, or maybe you don't have anything to do. That's how much the society has decayed. Culture has decayed. Religion has decayed. Everything is just no integrity in that society. You people are even so afraid to go back home and invest in your own land because there's no integrity. But you always come online here to defend the corrupt, dirty system. The place is stinking. If majority of the place is stinking, you focus on the statistic of the majority. It is very feminine to be arguing about the minority. Majority stinks. And this is not the first person that says it. A lot of people say it. If you don't complain, things will not get fixed. In the societies that you live in abroad, it is the complaints of the people that make that society better. If Black Americans were not complaining, majority of you will never be able to enter America. They were not allowing Black people to come to America before. If the Africans-Americans didn't complain, you will not be able to be there to take advantage of the opportunities there. If the British people don't complain about their society, it will not be as good as it is that all of you, more than 1 million of you emigrated to the British society. And people are complaining in Nigeria and you are putting them down, oppressing them. Look at the person that called the girl to remove the video. Look at, if you hear it from her voice, you will know what generation she is in. The slave-minded generation that will not allow anybody to rest because they suffered. They believe the youth too must suffer. Is that the future you want for your kids? No. And I keep on saying this thing because the moment you leave this world, that is the moment your connections end. Look at all these people that were rich in Nigeria. The moment they left this world, all their connections ended and their children became poor because they left a society that could not take care of other people's children. So when you leave the society, and if your children mess up your investment or all you've worked for, your generation, your lineage goes back into poverty. There is no security in the society. So if you like, work as hard as you want. The moment you leave this world, everything may go because the society is not good enough for your children to manage it. Your connection does not transfer. Your children will not inherit your connection. Your children will not inherit everything that you have. You are basically just working hard for nothing. Even the places that you are staying in, the people want you out of there. Look at what happened in the last UK riots. They said they don't want immigrants and they were pointing towards Arabs. But what did they do? They were attacking Black people, burning down their cars. But you don't want to build your own society, continuing to defend and harass women. Are you proud of yourself harassing women younger than 25? That's who you are harassing. Are you proud of yourself? Don't you people have some
how is she being harassed? Sorry, how is she being harassed? Are people allowed?
Look at somebody. Okay,
sorry.
Hold on. You asked me a question, and I want to answer you.
Let me land the question. Are people allowed to disagree with her?
People are allowed to disagree with her.
Right.
Now, let me give you an example of how she was harassed. Somebody went through her profile, started taking all the pictures of all the good times that she has had in that terrible country, where people should value the little good experience that they have. Imagine if that same useless man to society had put that much effort into finding out where the government is stealing funds. Wouldn't the society be better? But he has seen a victim to prey upon, somebody's daughter. That's where he put all his internet knowledge into. A useless man. Hopefully, I hope he's not somebody's father. He bought data to be scrolling through a young girl's page to be looking for the good times that she has had in life. just so that he can insult her. That is the type of men we have in that useless society. Weak men that can only oppress poor people, that can only oppress women. Useless men to the society. And the worst part is that this kind of men, they will still be asking you for respect. That is the most insulting part. Please, let's move on to El-RUFAI.
All right, carry on. So give us your take on El-RUFAI.
His take is dead on arrival. There is none of them that is going to beat Tinubu. Any of their coalition, if they like, they should go and take coalition with Jesus Christ. They are not beating Tinubu because they are very unserious people. You want to use a corrupt system to beat a corrupt lord. They are wasting their time. The only thing that can remove Tinubu is the same type of change that brought Buhari in, an ideological change. However, my viewpoint, because I have two different views, knowing Tinubu is a very smart, cunning man. You know, they may have used that rejection of that ministerial ploy to get El-RUFAI to gather more people so that they can divide more votes. Strategically speaking, this makes more sense to me. So that, because Tinubu knows the 48 laws of power, you must destroy your enemies totally, right? Leaving the kind of OB to be floating out there, an article to be floating out there, doesn't sit well with the Jagaban that I know. Having somebody like El-RUFAI going
but you don't really know anything about Tinubu, especially though. You are just projecting your anxieties on him now. That's what you do.
Who would you feel knows the human being more? Someone who has met the human being in person, or someone who has seen the human being online only? Who do you feel knows the person more?
I don't know if you have met him in person or not, but
I've met him only once.
Yes, I don't think you've met him to the level of anything that will capacitate you to form.
I've been to more AC. I'm talking about before they were APC. I've been to more AC meetings than majority people on this panel.
Right, and they were sampling their opinion. Were you on the direction?
No, I was just sitting down there and listening.
Look at this
what
guy.
Opinion? I didn't even know what was going on.
Right. Well, you probably still don't. I think that's the truest thing you've ever said yet. You don't know what's going on.
But
yeah.
But still, that I'm just trying to point out that you cannot invalidate my own personal experience. So I have some knowledge of their own comfortable moments where they talk like their true selves, which majority of these people on this panel do not. So that's where I'm coming to. So in my own opinion, this El-RUFAI, it might just be a way to divide votes. Also, you can never trust somebody like El-RUFAI, because at the last minute, if they promise him a juicy position, he's going to betray everybody there, just like Wike did, you know. So, or just like Wike is still doing actually in PDP. So I don't see anything coming off that El-RUFAI position.
All right, brilliant. Was there anything else in the news cycle that caught your attention? What about this this Trump list of countries to be banned? Or do you have any thoughts on that?
I was expecting it. You know, Trump is all about business. My own concern on the list, I don't usually concern with anything that doesn't have to do with maybe Netherlands, Nigeria, or UK or US. All the other countries that they added to the list, they told them there are some things that they have to change, and then they will remove them from the list. I think they are just using it as a form of negotiation with these countries.
Are you surprised that Nigeria was not on that list? I'm sure the obedience will be angered that Nigeria was not on that list.
Nigeria is not on the list. They already have a trump card, which is TINUBU'S files. You know, if they need to get anything from Nigeria, they'll use that to their leverage. It's not something like banning them for flight risk that they'll use. The USA right now is using their trump card on every negotiation. So that's the way I see it, based on past antecedents. You know. So, but me, I don't see Nigeria changing anytime soon.
But Nigeria is changing, though, whether you like it or not. It is changing.
No, I mean the political landscape. I believe Nigerians they still have a few more years to suffer.
Nigeria will change in the next 4 years. Let me tell you what's going on. Tinubu is the last vestige of an old guard. That's what's going on. Tinubu is the last vestige of an old guard. So Tinubu will serve 2 terms. You are right. Nobody is moving him out of Aso Rock in 2027. So Tinubu will serve 8 years, and after that 8 years, there will be a generational paradigm shift away from the old guard, and that is the politics that Showore, Prince Adebo, all of these people are playing. So in 2031, Atiku is gone. Buhari already gone. Tinubu will be gone. Peter Obi also gone, because Peter Obi is no longer in play after 2027. So all of these old traditional names are completely gone. And then the names we'll be conjuring with are new names now. So we might still have some of the vestiges of the old guard in 2031, because of course the power transits to the north, and the second wave of old guards, the Shetimas, the EL-RUFAIs, they come into play. Aminu Tambuwa, Bala Mohammed, but there'll be Tinubu is the last bus stop of those Babangida, Obasanjo, Atiku, all those type of names. Tinubu is the last bus stop. So there'll be a paradigm shift in 2031. So the politics will change, and the country already changing.
Respectfully, I disagree. Because these new names that you're talking about, Tinubu's son is definitely going to go into politics. Definitely. A lot of politicians' children, right? They may not be making noise like Tinubu's son, but before the next 4 years end, they will be in politics. You can put your money on that. So these new names that you're talking about, the cycle is going to continue. They already have this long-term, 20 to 30 years continuation plan, the same way they did with Lagos.
Name one outside of the only person that I actually know is EL-RUFAI's son that is in the House of Reps. Why are their children? Why is Babangida's son not a governor or their Abacha? And they've tried and failed, Okay. So why are their names not already in play?
Okay. I don't want to mention their names because I know some of these people personally, but most of them are starting in local government areas. They are starting in very, very small positions because they have to build.
The son of prominent people is starting as a local government chairman.
Okay, you may not believe, and I'm not trying to make you believe, but I'm just going to put it out there. Whether you believe it or not, I really don't care. They are starting from very small, lowly positions because they want to use that as a way. It's just like internship to gain experience.
Give me one example.
Yeah. I'm not going to give you a name. I'm not going to give you a name.
Because you are making it up, of course.
Yes, I am. But let me finish making it up. Their fathers are guiding them into these positions little by little. They are using little. They are starting up with things like donations, contributions.
Okay, forget.
Wait, let me finish. You said I'm making it up.
No. We already know what you're about to say. What about the sons of Awolowo? Where are the sons of Bola Ige? Where are the children of where are the Ahmadu Bello? Where are their children? Where are the children of Shagari? These were the people that held sway. So why are their children not in play now? Because their children they should be in this wave. So if what you're saying is that they are plotting to slaughter their children, why has it not been exemplified in the 70 years the country has been going?
Because the 70 years didn't have somebody like Tinubu or
Tinubu. Okay. This obsession with Tinubu. Anyway.
Okay, do you want to deny that he's a genius?
Look, forget Tinubu.
Yes or no?
You're not even answering the question. I'm saying that.
My question.
No, forget Tinubu now. I'm not with your fixation with Tinubu. I'm talking to a broader space. I'm saying that there'll be a new wave of new names in politics, and you're saying that. Hold on, and you are saying that the old guard will slot their children in, and I'm telling you that the country has been going for 70 years, and we've had several cycles. Just let me make the point. Because that's the problem, isn't it? You don't even listen to what people are saying to you. You just want to do your own thing. But carry on, do that thing, and then we move on.
I'll give you an example. We all publicly see how Wike is bringing his son out. When they are meeting delegates, when he's having meetings, it is little by little. Majority of them are not making noise about it. Why? I really don't know.
You've not answered my question now.
You said I should give examples now.
No. That's what I'm saying. You don't listen. But let me just ask again, and then we have to move on after that. What I am saying to you is that throughout the history of Nigeria, we've not really seen it as a factor. I've mentioned Ahmadu Bello, I've mentioned Awolowo, I've mentioned Nnamdi Azikiwe, I've mentioned Shagari, all of them, all of these big, and these are the real names that should have, because these people actually come with a relatively okay reputation. So why have that reputation not leveraged their generation into political prominence? Abiola, etc., etc. So why have we not seen it?
If they decided not to do it, I cannot.
Carry on.
I cannot tell you why they decided not to do it. I literally cannot. And there's nobody that can tell you why they decided not to do it. Now, because they decided not to do it, doesn't mean that it will never be done. People handed over power through a democratic election. There was a time people thought that would never be done in Nigeria. Because something has never been done doesn't mean it's never going to be done. I am telling you what they are currently doing. You asked me for an example. We have seen 2 occasions publicly where Wike has brought out his 2 children. One that even has Dada, that if he came on this platform, you people will be making fun of him. I'm sure that one is already handling millions of dollars, if not tens or hundreds of millions of dollars. They are bringing out their children. Very, very few of them are making it public, like Wike and Tinubu, but majority of them are doing it. In the police section, they are doing it. In the army section, they are doing it. In the Air Force section, they are doing it. In the political section, they are doing it. Everybody is just being very quiet about it. You will just see these people springing up. People will start celebrating that, oh, they are young people in power. These people, when I tell you that somebody is a genius, I'm not looking at you.
All right, don't go into Tinubu again.
Just one more minute. One more minute.
All right.
I'm not looking at your form of moral judgment where you say, oh, somebody is good or somebody is bad. I judge genius by, you can lay out a plan, you can plot a plan, you can change reality to fit your plan, and you execute your plan, and your plan actually works. Whether it is good or bad, that is your moral judgment. A genius is somebody that puts it to work and gets the result, whether you like it or not. It might be an evil genius or a good genius. That's your own opinion. If you want to beat an evil genius, you must also be a genius. That is why I said EL-RUFAI's plan is dead on arrival. That is not a genius plan. That is a mumu man's plan. It's not smart in any way. Thank you very much.
All right, brilliant. That's Solly right there. Of course, everybody knows Solly. So that was Solly. So from Solly we go on to Emmy. Hopefully still there. Emmanuel. We will go to Baba, but I know Emmanuel is in Nigeria, and we're talking data matters now. So Emmanuel, I suspect that you concur with the Gen Z babe that was crying online. Emmanuel. Emmy.
Hello, man. Oh man, it's been a while. Good evening, sir. Good morning.
Good to have you here.
Yeah, good to be back here once more. Actually, she's actually the one that made me to hop up to your platform this evening, because what you were saying was a little bit annoying. You look at this young lady, and you are just like, you are literally bullying her, one man. And you could hear from her voice that she was saying that she was overwhelmed. Literally, she was overwhelmed. We know everybody pays bills, and she just graduated from school. And you know how Nigeria parents used to behave. Immediately you graduate, they will just throw you in the air to go and find your way and stuff like that. We all know this thing, one man. I know you have traveled, a lot of things has happened, you travel and stuff like that. That's exactly what is happening to this young lady. She graduated and went to NYC. But one thing I was actually want to talk about is that the kind of lies that brews in this administration is not good. It's not actually welcoming, actually, because last year they actually approved. There was one time I came here last year, I was telling you guys that they were not paying these NYC guys that 7,000 naira. You were like telling me that they are doing that. One man, you don't know where the pain of this girl was coming from. Because you look at the money they were giving them as a minimum wage or maybe as a allowance from that NYC, woman is still 33,000 naira. And she has been, in fact, I know she's doing other things to support herself, because what she was mentioning, buy a crate of egg, because if I'm receiving that 33,000, I can't even buy a quarter of crate of egg, buy other things, buy stuff like that, and still transport myself to my PPA. You know, so I was telling you that they pay these guys 33,000 naira, even after 1 year that the minimum wage has been approved. You know, but your platform men, these your people that you normally gather here, they will all be praising and say the government is paying and the minimum wage has been increased. That is a bullshit. That is a lie. I don't know who and who they are paying the minimum wage. Actually, I don't know. Because if these guys, they are not receiving that 77, because this one is in a family, like it was like every time we pay money to this young guy or this our young family boy, like it's so painful. It's so painful, one man. If you guys think that I'm lying, bring a copper to this place. And if you want a proof, I will send you the alert of these boys are receiving as of last month I just finished. You can't be in UK, in US, in Canada, and I'm telling you, and I told you guys last year that what these people receive, I don't know what other people, maybe the head of service, the the people that serve in ministry and stuff, what they receive actually. But you see the NYC guys, what they receive is what Buhari approved to them. 33,000 naira. That is the pain that this girl, he has calculated it, it's not working for her. You see those tears that she was just gushing out, she was not 4 minutes. It was right inside, the pain inside her. Because if she's receiving some reasonable amount of money supporting herself, I don't think she will come on in the public and be making all these jamless statements. You know? So the issue here is that they are not paying them well. The minimum wage is not reaching their end. Maybe they are still planning for 1 year plus. They are still planning to do that. Honestly, it's painful, one man. You just try and put yourself in her shoe. Just calculate what 33,000 naira can do for you, one man in Nigeria. If you can calculate that and put yourself in this young lady's shoe, she's just right about 23, 24 years. Put your shoe, and she's a lady. She will make her hair. She will transport herself. And the transportation is so exorbitant that you can't, just a little distance, 5,000 naira you have. In fact, she's been talking about taking over. That's what I'm saying, that I don't know what she's doing, that she's receiving that she's spending that kind of money. A proper Corper cannot take Uber, because Uber from going there and coming back, the 33,000 naira is gone. Like it's done, it's boom. So I know
she's clearly somewhat of a, I don't want to say she's a runs girl, but you know, she has an aristo. So
no, one man,
clearly she has an aristo.
If she's a wrong girl, I don't think she'll come in the air and be blabbling, because all the men will be, you know, supplying her all the bills and everything.
She said she has money that she has saved to buy a car. She's eating in expensive restaurants in Victoria Island, taking Uber, private jets, private boat trips.
No, what I'm saying now, she's not actually.
That's not the lifestyle of a 23-year-old Corper.
She's not even leveraging on the allowance that the government is giving her. That's what I just said now. She's not.
Can I interject?
No, you said I should not interject to your own now.
It's of sugar daddies.
No, I thought you wanted to go against the youths.
So one man, don't want to allow you. Let me just finish my thoughts, my line of thought. So one man, if you look at this, what is going on in Nigeria, honestly, I know that some minimal thing is actually progressing. At least there is a little progress in the security. At least it's not as as loud as it was before. But the economics is in shambles, I can tell you that. And there's a lot of lies that goes on in the upper chamber of this administration. And I don't know why they are using lies to progress. Like a lot of, do you know when we came here last year, that you will talk about the reduction of the, the implementation of a regional report. And Tinubu gave them 6 months to implement that report. Do you know that this is a year, 3 months now? That report is dead. Nobody has talked about it. Nobody has even braced to give us the details of what is going on. They told us they're going to shut some ministry, they're going to merge some ministry, they're going to cut wages and cut wastage and all stuff like that, because original employee is all about cutting down cost of governance. But instead of that, they are increasing their cost of governance. It's just all about, they will just throw it in the air, throw it in the headlines, so that people will run, the Tinubu supporter will run with it. Just like one man will come and place it here and praise this one and do all those things. I was telling you, one man, that you should just have to calm down, let them implement these things before you start jumping the top of the roof. Till today, the original bill has not been implemented. Till today, these guys, they are not receiving 77,000 naira and approved by federal government. They are not. They say, according to what they say, they have not given, that federal government is not paying them, and they cannot pay their fingers. But they are throwing to the air that they are paying 77,000 naira to them. A lot of things going on. Somebody will come and send you something in UK that things are going down. The bag of rice is going down. This is going down. One man. I can tell you that at least last December it was 100 plus. Now it's about 80, at least, down by some percentage. But not like the way you come and praise it. Can he even do anything for you? Even though you're receiving 500,000 naira with a family of 2, do you think anything that the economy you can survive it? A lot of people are putting their hands in so many things to survive this economy. And that's so many things. Some are putting it in a very wrong way, like putting it in a dirty way, so that they can survive. A lot of people are really suffering, and I can tell you that, one man. You are in UK. I know the kind of money you send in Nigeria, you are feeling it. It's not as the way you used to send the money before. The money you're sending now is way, way higher than what you were saying before. Because everything has skyrocketed to the roof. Honestly speaking. Because that's what I came here to. Because all these lies from the federal government, don't just be bringing it here and be spreading it, because it doesn't work. It doesn't make sense. You understand? I don't really want to talk about EL-RUFAI and all the merger and everything.
But Al Jazeera, they told us that the prices of food. I can go and bring.
I am in Nigeria and I'm telling you the price of food. What is Al Jazeera?
Right, they have people in the market, unless you are shopping in a different. Maybe you shop in this market that
I shop in Abuja here. Abuja. Which one is Al Jazeera? Al Jazeera what? That's how you were telling me that the other day I was listening to you. You were talking about the World Bank, telling us that God, that's the bullshit. A lot of things people say here is just so annoying. Let's come. Send somebody to go and survey and send to you. That is the way you can get the real truth. Just like I'm telling you about this NYC now. Go here, an NYC person to come to your platform, he will tell you that they are not. The minimum wage is not being paid. It's not working. So they're talking about Al Jazeera where? What is Al Jazeera doing in one-man platform? Or doing in Nigeria? We're telling you that things are not working.
But we've also seen clips. We've played several on this platform. People going to the market. People going to the market to price foods and tell us the price of foods in the market.
And how do you see the price of food?
Dropping drastically.
Okay. Can you give me a range of dropping?
Like the price of a basket of tomato, for instance, is dropped by 80% in the last 4 months.
One man, why are you exaggerating? By 80%?
Yes.
What was the price before and what is the price now? Can you give me a range?
Well, I couldn't give you the exact price, but according to what the data's coming, because it varies from market to market, but across all of the market spaces, even EL-RUFAI was confirming it that they are importing foods to crash the price of food.
No. That I'm telling you, I just gave you an example now. That a bag of rice in Christmas was about 100,000 there. Now it's about
somebody is telling us. Somebody living in Surulere. It says, well, I live here in Surulere and food price is dropping. So
and food price. I'm talking about the percentage that you can't come here and be celebrating something. Maybe they removed 20,000 naira or 10,000 naira or something that they took from something they took. They took almost 300%. Round the clock. You remove 10% and you're celebrating.
Yes,
yeah, sorry. This is
Simba.
Yeah. Sorry, who is
You're supposed to take permission from me, not one man, so I can give you the permission.
That's Emmanuel.
Okay, sorry. Okay, Emmanuel, please, can I interject you?
Oh, okay, go ahead.
Yeah, I most of the things that you are talking about, especially the one for the NYC. Yes, it is true. Because they are still paying them at 3,000. NYC director was complaining that there was no cash backing to increase their salary to allowance, to 77,000, at least 70,000 minimum wage. That is true. But if we are talking about the price of food, because let us balance things, don't let us make everything to look as if everything is gloomy. I buy maize every week, because that's the business. I use it for my business. As at this time of last year, I used to buy maize for 650 to 700 naira per kilo. As I'm talking to you now, we are buying it 350 naira. You can see that one will be like, what is percentage of that? 650 to 700 by this time of last year. And this year now, we are buying it 350.
That's a 50% drop right there. But Emmanuel it doesn't shop.
So
one man. You know why I'm not arguing, because I don't know the real price of maize and I can't dabble into it. But I'm just telling you the one I know. I can't just come here and be telling what I don't know. I go to markets, I buy stuff. So I just told you that now you can get a bag of rice 80,000 naira.
Hold on. That one, even if you are saying 100,000, if you say no, let us even talk about that. If it was 100,000 in December, it's now 80,000. That is 20% drop.
My batteries.
Omar, can I ask you a question real quick? Can you look up where Nigeria rank in Africa in terms of cost of living? So that way we can at least.
No, forget about that. I think we are first.
We are first in the highest cost of living.
No, in terms of in terms of cost, low.
We are lowest.
We're one of the lowest, yes.
So why do we have all these Africans coming online? Why is it only Nigerians always online crying?
The problem we have is that there is this comparison that we make. When it suits us, we compare with the Western world. Then when it doesn't suit us, we say no, we can't make comparison. You understand? That's the problem.
That's exactly what you're doing right now, though. You are comparing us to the worst. Because
we're on the continent now. If Europeans want to compare themselves, they compare themselves with their fellow Europeans. They don't look to China or other continents or look to Africa. So we are Africans. We have to compare ourselves with our fellow Africans.
They don't compare themselves with themselves. They look to the world. They are comparing themselves with international standards.
No, there's no way. No. You can't be. But what you do when you do international standard, you don't. But when you guys do international standard, you don't. The only names you mention is America. You mentioned first world country, UK, America, all these countries where their budget is in trillions. Mike, don't let hold on. We are talking about. Look at American budget. Hold on, wait. Aro, give me 1 second. European countries. If you look at what you need to do is look at those countries' budget. American budget is $26 trillion. And Nigerian budget is 33 billion something, so it's not even up to 1% of American budget. So comparing Nigeria to America is not. You have to compare Nigeria to countries where you are where your wealth is about close. So that's where you compare.
Okay, you know what? Let's go back. In fact, I accept that argument. Now, with that argument, rich people should not have a problem living in Nigeria, right? But last year, we saw one of the highest economic migration of Nigerians to the UK, right? Since everything is so cheap and the cost of living in that third world country is so good, then why are people selling their land? Why are people selling their house? Why are people selling?
Well, that's the same with every third world country. Now, people from every third world country, they want to migrate to first world country.
The country is cheap, right? The country's food is very, very cheap. So everybody should be comfortable, but everybody is living. Why?
Because that's the same thing now. People from Mexico, all the third world countries, even second world countries, even Canadians want to go to America.
Mike, give me 1 second to respond to Sully, okay?
You are not even, wait now, you are not even asking yourself, why is the price of food coming down? I can guarantee none of you guys know. Now, if you don't know, how do you know that that price going down is sustainable? How do you know?
But we do know. We don't know why it's going down.
Why is it going down?
It's a combination of stuff. There was an abundance, the insecurity has been tackled significantly. So there's more food coming out of the food belt. So that's
but you said that they are even importing tomatoes.
Yeah, that's what I did not say that. No.
Okay, someone said that. Now, what money are they using to import the tomatoes? Is it not?
Hold on now. You asked a question, but you want to narrow it.
It is what we have left in our reserve. They are basically
what do you have left?
No. Sorry, nobody said they are importing tomato.
I don't know. It just goes on this.
Somebody said it. If I'm lying, check the replay. Somebody said it.
All right.
I won't mind. By the way, if government have to import tomato, then I will blame the population, because the people themselves should be the one producing these things now. Because
they don't even import it. But in fact, they grow so much. The harvest was so bountiful, but they don't have preservation. So they were selling it cheap and throwing it away. That's what's happening. But then there's importation of food too. So it's a combination of all of those things that is crashing the prices. But let Emmy land so we can go on to Baba. Emmy. Manuel. Have we lost Emmanuel?
You don't go.
All right, Baba. It was saying his battery was dying anyway. So that's really which lines with what this girl is complaining about. But Baba, this is it. The Gen Z, because she cannot leave the.
One man, sorry, I envy all this generation. When we were growing up, the people, we look fresh like this. Everybody look at Jepaku. Well, this generation like this, what they complain about, they can't pay the data. We always say,
the girls here now.
One time you say you poor, now Gary go talk you pay for.
Mike, look, I'm going to play this girl, but I'm not going to play this out. Look how rosy this girl looks, and she's telling us she's suffering.
That week go cost how much?
Look at this is suffering, no.
When we are a grow up, if you look like that, you can't suffer.
Mike, look at her nails now. She doesn't even got the nails just done now. Look at the
look at the hair. Look at the hair
is long now.
That wig, my other no man no logo. That wig, last one.
That hair alone, it will buy land in Ekiti Pupa. Look at that. Yeah, but this is the one. That's the face of.
When we were growing up, man, if you are not saying you can't afford Gary, if you are not saying you never drink Gary today, we will say we talk 101, I would do. We don't feature 3 square meal. That's why if you can't complain, say anything other than say you couldn't drink Gary today, then I go slap you, say, man, we suffer, they suffer. But this generation, they go say, I'm sorry, I can't afford data.
Right. If the people where you live thoughts like that, do you think their society will be?
Let me be honest with you. In America here, homelessness is way more than Nigeria self. People begging on the street. I'll do video tomorrow. I'll come up. I'll walk around my street and I'll do video of people homeless, gas station begging. There's nowhere anywhere where there's no poor people. The thing where they say the only thing that's saving this advanced country, first world country like America and all these Europeans, they have welfare. That's it. There are some people that are just broke. They just have government assistance, full time. If they take those things away, you will have people just like in Africa. They go poor like birds, hunger. It will be. It's the same thing. The reality of this life is, if you are lucky in life, you go make them. Or if you are hardworking, if you can figure it out, you go make them. If you don't get that, this thing, no matter where they put you, you go be broke and homeless and be dusty. It's the same thing.
I assume you live in America. If the African American slaves in their generation were saying, oh, look at these young new slaves. They are even fighting for their rights. During our days, we were just chopping the beating until we buy, and that was the only future that we saw for ourselves. Why are these young slaves fighting for their future? There's no point. They have to work for it. Back then, if we didn't eat for 12 days and our master didn't rape us that day, that means we had a good day. These guys are complaining because they are getting chicken feet. What do they mean they want by their freedom? Do you think you will be able to be in that America that you enjoy right
okay,
now?
let me respond to that. First of all,
all right. Sorry, Mike.
Omar, let me give a good response now. Someone asked me a question.
No, just on that man is
okay.
Respond to it, and then we go on to Baba. That's what I wanted to say.
Yeah, thank you. First of all, the slaves, those ones, they didn't fight. That's one. So they give them freedom. The Igbo man, when he was ready to free them, they give them freedom. So black man, universally, we don't fight for anything. That's one. The Igbo man just give them freedom. Now, two, the Americans and these advanced countries, when they have problem, maybe problem of sickness or poverty or just issue, what they do among the population, they go the people in the population go see as an opportunity to become rich. So what they do is they go and start reading books, go and start doing research, and then they invent or innovate, and they solve problem and they become rich. So most of the things we all rush to America to go and enjoy, all the UK, those technology, it was not a president or governor or politician that did it for them. It's the people. They find solutions to their problem because they see their problem as opportunity. And that's how Oyibo man think. That's how their population think. But we just cry. I don't see white man crying. And it's not peculiar to Africa. Even the black Americans you're talking about, if you come to, they are the only ones crying in America. The other Americans don't cry. The Asians don't cry. The Chinese Americans, the white Americans, all of them understand life is a problem. Those ones go around trying to solve their problem. They go read books, spend time send their children to libraries, do research. Every year, if I want an Igbo guy, one Asian American guy, don't find solution to one problem, everybody will benefit from the solution. But the blacks sit around, they cry every day. They blame Democrats, Republicans, the same way Africans cry. So we as the black people, we just get problem with mentality. That's all. So thank you. That's my response.
That's
no. Sorry, please. Sorry, don't do that now. Sorry. Emmanuel joins back. Land, and then we go on to Baba. Please, Mike, take the private chat. Emmanuel, bring it home, and then we go on to Baba.
Okay, what man? I've just spent 3 minutes now, so you said I should bring him already. That's my network.
No, you've been on and no. Okay, carry on. What else? You only came to talk about the girl, didn't you? All
yeah,
right, carry on. Yeah.
So, okay, I think I was talking with one guy like that. We are like trying to debate the price and everything before my phone went down. So, but the whole thing I'm saying, the main point I'm trying to make is that I don't know why the administration goes on with all these lies that they are doing. I know you will say that I should tell you any administration that does not lie, but we are thinking that Tinubu will come and give us the promises that he made to us while campaigning, that he's going to give us a better life. He's going to make things work the way Buhari was handling the situation was not all right. So everything. So some people believe, somebody like me, I didn't believe. So, but it seems like he tried to surpass Buhari in all this propaganda that they do, though it's still APC to APC. So I didn't really believe in them in the first place. So
Emma, sorry.
Wait, let me finish. You can't tell me. Wait now. Don't cut me short.
Okay, don't worry. Okay. Go ahead.
Can't tell me
I want to interject you if you allow me.
No, you will interject me, don't worry. So you can't tell me that because somebody responded that there is no money to pay the NYC people the minimum wage that they approved. You can approve minimum wage and you send these girls, the boys, these children to the bushes of this country. Like some of them will go to Bauchi, Sokoto, from the east to the west to the south, and their parents will just send them to those places. Just, like I said earlier, that they don't even know anything again as far as you're a graduate. They will just believe that the federal government will take care of you. They'll just send you to bushes. Because the reason why I'm just emphasizing on this is because I have a friend, like a family friend of this. This boy calls the parents every day, like the remote area. They send this boy like mommy, daddy every day. He called this to send money. What is the essence of NYC? What is even the reason why they are punishing them to that extent? And you are not even making effort to pay them at least that 77,000 naira or 70,000, whatever. Transportation takes everything away from them. If you see them, they are looking like a skeleton. They are looking so tiny. Life, I'm telling you, where this guy is crying for is you don't even know the pain they are facing. Now you can't tell me that there's no money to approve that money for them. But you are buying this and doing this, lavishing the subsidy you see you're saving. You can't even pay them ordinary 7,000 naira since 1 year approved. You have approved this money over 1 year now, and you can't pay them. But why are you sending them to these bushes to go and serve the country? But you can't take care of them. And one of them is coming to the online to cry, and you guys are bullying her. That is highly irresponsible from all of you. I'm sorry to say that.
Did they force her to go there?
But government sent her there. They sent her there because there's no company in this country that will accept her to come and work without that certificate. No company will agree to accept her without any certificate. It is a compulsory to serve. And she have accepted to serve, and they are punishing them. This is a punishment to the highest order. What is stopping them from making that? Just give them that minimum money for them to take care of themselves. They are calling their parents every hand and then seeking for money.
Let me correct something real quick. In America here, we have something called internship, right? Internship is basically, it's kind of like
Mike, stop bringing America.
Hold on, give me 1 second now. I'm not bringing America. Wait now. Just give me 1 second. Give me 1 second.
You like doing this comparison, and it's
I'm not comparing. I just want to say so. It's in fact globally. It's not only America. It's globally. I'm sure they even do in Nigeria. Something called internship. When you're done with school, right? You don't have work experience, things like that. So you go do intern. So intern, they really don't pay you. Some intern they pay, some they don't, and they don't want to pay you. It's kind of like something that's nothing. So the whole idea is for you to go gain experience, right?
Mike,
so
we have idea of
it's
this
kind of hold on now.
They pay money to their intern when they finish school.
But they don't pay you like as a worker. So that's what I'm saying.
No. Who is asking you to pay you like a worker? It's a minimum wage. You can't
exactly now. So it's not employment. So no one is obligated to pay you.
Mike, you want to tell me America don't pay their intern minimum wage?
No, it's not America. It's companies that decide.
Which company?
I have interns that come to my company.
Minimum wage. Like
in fact, I have interns that come. I don't even pay them.
Mike, a cleaner in America.
All right, Emmanuel, you have to bring it home now. So there's too many people waiting. Bring it home.
No, one man. Let me finish. I just started.
No, you didn't just start now. You are nearly 40 minutes going on. Bring it home, Emmanuel.
You can't tell me that in America a cleaner cannot collect minimum wage. It's no lie. That's called minimum wage, like a minimum, the list of the list. That's the minimum. How can you tell me that a federal government Pekin, which is NYC, they can't give them minimum wage? What we are talking about here is minimum, the list. The one they are paying them is one Buhari approved for over 8 years ago. That's what they are receiving. But all of you will come online and be supporting rubbish. Let's call a spade a spade. Say what this person is doing is not right. You will not die. It is not fair. And people should stop bullying her. It's from her heart. That emotion, that tears you're seeing is the pain that she's going through. And all of them, 85% all of them are going through such. You can ask any corper that is serving currently now. He will tell you that they are literally begging food. They are literally begging food where they are serving. They look like a skeleton. You come here, you telling us this and that and that. I just told you now. Okay, what is it called?
Emmanuel, this is the girl begging food. This is our TikTok page,
wrapped as a gift, and I think that's what I absolutely love about packages, because I love to unbox. It was time for me to start.
One man, do you know that I'm not even one man? Listen,
you must be a
I don't know why.
Again, I spoiled Brad, man.
Can I address one man on this point?
This is still her page, Joe. This is the girl.
Emmy, let me help you here. Emmy, let me help you here.
This is our
Wait,
TikTok
one
page.
man. Is it that
Emmy,
she does not do other?
She
can do other work online. She can do she can use her social media. And
that girl look like she enjoy.
Look at that.
Emmy,
that's our TikTok page. Carry on.
Emmy, let me help you here, please.
Emmy, let me help
you. They are even speaking Yoruba. Emmy, please, let me help you fight on this point. Please,
this is the girl on a boat trip. Let's listen to this one. No, let me stop her because of the music. This is the girl begging for food. Look at that.
All I want to interject. You can
even chop burger. Yay! When we are big
look at that. That's pina colada. On a private. Look at that. This is the girl. This is the girl complaining.
You have iPhones there. One man, the fact that you can even afford a phone to video yourself.
One man, I've not enjoyed a single social outing in more than 3 months.
Look at it.
And this is a young person complaining about how tough life is.
No. This is the girl we have to feel sorry for. Wow.
We are actually discussing. We're actually discussing on a very big something. You put stop.
This God.
One man, stop. One man, you have to stop this because on a
as you get big, come on, you get a job now. Sleep is for body.
Can I ask you a question?
The suffering is too much for this girl. Seriously, look at suffering.
We can't continue this way.
Nigerian suffering. Look at that.
You can't control doing this thing. One man, you cannot control doing this thing. One man.
Can I ask you a question?
No, we have to get to Baba. Baba is waiting.
But Emmy sub me for this fight. This is WWE. So my question to you is, what do majority of women post on social media? Not just this girl. 90%, over 90% of women, this is what they post. Whether they are in Morocco, whether they are in Iraq, whether they are in the USA, whether they are in the United Kingdom. This is the female niche. This is what they post. Unboxing videos, lifestyle videos. And if you say that you've not had holiday, you are not a woman. It's women that get invited to all these things. It's women that get gifts. Let's not pretend like we don't know. So going here to mock her for doing what every single girl does, and every single young girl is still going to do, is being very disingenuous.
Sorry, stop encouraging nonsense now. What is nonsense you're talking about?
No. What is nonsense?
Wait. Let me reply you. Let me respond to you because you guys like to talk about you're the only young people in the world. Okay.
Wait.
Emmy and Sully. I'm just as young as you people. You know, I'm not some ancient of days.
Like women.
Wait. Let me tell you something. Okay. The problem with all of you young people in this world these days is this: the social media has actually encouraged hyper commercialization. Everybody should cut their coat according to their size. Everybody should live within their means, and everybody should actually endeavor to spend their time. Wait, let me finish. Everybody should endeavor to spend their time to build themselves towards the future. Life is actually is not as easy as people. You know, all these social.
One government come and build their life.
What do you mean? This is what people.
Honestly, you guys are shifting the goalpost here. This is not what
I'm not shifting the goalpost. Emmy is the one. Sorry, Charlie is the one talking about. Oh, this is what every young girl wants to do. This. No.
One man is pulling all this thing up.
What is wrong with working hard and just keeping your head down? What's wrong with struggling for 5 years so you can build something for the future, so you can have something that's stable in the future down the line? Talking about this is what all young girls love to do. All the young girls in Nigeria like to do Lolo show. Are you trying to say that there's no decent young women in the world in Nigeria building themselves for the future?
How do you know it's
building a career?
That's just it.
Wait.
Because what is young business in what a young female is doing in her life?
Honestly speaking,
how should that concern you? What a young female is doing in her life?
The broader word of
Can
this
we
thing is
get
that
to Baba so that we can really
Yes.
get this? Let's get to Baba, please.
Come on, let's get to Baba, man.
Yeah,
Wait,
let's
let
get
me
to
So we
Baba.
can
conclude.
have some real
Like,
logic.
Conclude
wait,
in 1 minute. Yeah.
yes,
So,
Omar, let me
yeah.
conclude. So, like, let each here, let each Mike and other people here that the administration is full of propaganda. That is the point I'm trying to make. Because a lot of promises they have made.
Don't repeat yourself. I think you have spent a lot of
Yes,
this
I want to say
propaganda that you are repeating. We have heard now.
Yes, I want to repeat it. Let's talk about it. Stop defending rubbish. One man just jumped from nowhere and be pulling these girls' social media up so that they will confuse everybody here. You can't confuse me. I'm talking about that. You're pulling the girl lifestyle up. She's telling you that the lifestyle, the economic is in shambles. He's telling you that everything is full of lies, and you just all of a sudden try to change the goalpost. See, let's talk about it. Even though it's itching your ears because you're supporting Tinubu, the administration is full of propaganda, lies, and deceit. Well, Mike, I'll go to Baba.
All right, thank you. Well, but let me tell you what that girl is really telling us. She's telling us that her sugar daddy has dumped her, and she needs another one. That's what she's saying. But Baba, the floor is yours.
You people don't like women.
Yeah, at last, one man.
Sorry,
Thank you
Baba.
very
You know,
much.
it started
No,
wild.
I enjoy this. Everything in life is learning conundrum. So I learn. Even from ants, I learn. I salute you, co-panelists and people of the commentariat. I hope your weekend is starting well. And esteemed viewers, I hope you've clicked the like button. It's a must. You must do that. Don't be an eavesdropper. And you know you enjoy this platform because it's not an echo chamber. You've been to other platforms and you know that most of their views are just one track. Here, the views content. Thank you, one man. Actually, I wanted to bring a story that's not in the open, but I think it could break next week. But that is if the National Assembly are not treating it in-house. It's about what happened at IPU between Kafila Togbara and Natasha, but I'll come to that. Firstly, I just talk about this lady, and I called her a content creator because it was obvious from an old discerning eyes. I could really see. How do I know that? The way her eyes movement tells me she's playing for a crowd there. There are other people in that vicinity. And you know about the monetization, particularly of TikTok these days. So she will get her crowd. She succeeded. But the only thing I go against actually is the NYSC. Her voice sounded like that of a female. She's doing more disservice to the NYSC because you shouldn't be threatening people. That was wrong on all levels. You should have called her and just give her an advice not to be hard on her because she's taking even another opportunity of that and putting it up. So that is what I have to say about that. And this cost of living issue, look, I don't know. Look, there's an art about living wherever you find yourself, be it Middle East, be it Asia, the West, Europe. That is, if you're a wasteful person, you will have the money to throw around, fine. But then you make more money by being very, very not frugal as such, but being very, very current with cost of living. I mean, right here in my home, I do the grocery. Why do I do the grocery? You will ask me. Because I'm a senior and I can get fresh ones before the supermarket opens and I buy at a discount. You understand? I buy at a discount. So For that reason alone, I go get the grocery for the house. I'm not mandated to do that, but it's cost of savings for me. It equally also in Lagos particularly, you don't restrict yourself to just the area you live. It is sad. Some people said petrol is now 810, and some people are still crying that I can't go that far to go and buy. In my area, it is sold for 950, and immediately I saw an opportunity that 810, 950, 140 per liter, and I did the. That's how my brain works, because diesel is sold for 1,400, 1,450. But my house will still buy at 1,002. Because even here, I told them where to go get it for 1,002. Because they know you cannot bring me the bill and say you bought diesel for 150. I'm not going to pay. What I would do, for instance, if I live in that area, the fellow was talking about that they buy 950, like me, myself, I would take a pickup. If I don't have a pickup, I will take an SUV, go to where they are buying. I will have jerry cans like 6, 7 in my compartment there. I will buy, fill my tank, fill all those ones then. Go back to my area. If I like, I can give my co-neighbors, my neighbors, to say, look, take. And if I like, I can sell to them, even like at 920, and I will make profit. No profit is too small. Whether you're a billionaire, you're a multi-millionaire or the other, if you want to live in a society worldwide, not just Lagos, not just Nigeria, you have to count your pennies. The aggregate of it will sum up into tens of thousands of pounds at the end of the day. That's how to live. If I stay in Lagos now, even here, as I sit, and they talk about egg, or I talk to a friend in Lagos and we talk about egg, and they say, look, go to this farm, maybe in Agbara. Oh, this is what they sell egg there. Or go to Simba's place. You will get fowl for this price. I will pass the information on. So you go, do this. This is where you go. Because at the end of the day, it is my money. It's going to come out from my pocket. From my pocket. So that's what I use the word. There is an art to living. But if you can afford it, you don't want to maybe break sweat, you can afford it with what is happening in your area, fine, no problem. But don't then complain or become as if you want to put your neck through a noose because of what is happening. When few distance away, you can get it for less. So that is my point for that. And Larry, I told you Chief OSOBA was in SDP. You and Dista, you got it wrong, and I got it right.
No, Baba.
Don't let's argue about that now.
No, I didn't say Chief OSOBA was never in SDP. I said Chief OSOBA was in SDP before 1999.
But I was telling you yesterday that in 2015 or thereabout, he was still in. Ask me why I know that. I know Buki Wright in Ogun State contested for a senatorial position under SDP, and it was Chief OSOBA that was our mentor then in SDP.
Chief OSOBA can be a mentor.
But no. One man, are you still there?
I am.
Baba, that 2015, Chief OSOBA was one of the leaders in 2015, Chief OSOBA was one of the leaders of APC.
One man just brought out a publication. I have one on my phone where the daughter said she was happy. I will send you. Don't let's argue about that now, because I'm just too sure-footed about that, my information. So let me go to this Kafila Togbarati at IPU. This is exactly what happened on that day. Kafilat,
Was she the one that read out to the Senate's response?
Yeah, she comes with a high degree, and that's why it's become a vexed issue, because she felt diminished. Kafilat Ogbara's husband is Lukman Ogbara. The Ogbaras are from Ikorodu. And what's her name now? The Fafa woman, the oil woman, the Alakija woman. She's Ni Ogbara. So she's
they
the
said
elder.
She lost her sight.
Did she's the elder sister of Kafilat's husband. And Kafilat herself comes from good money in Ayekpe, Ijebu Ayekpe. She's from Kasumu. Kasumu was the man who first brought stockfish during the war, supplying it to Red Cross, and started buying everything. He lives in Balogun in Lagos Island. They have their compound there, Baba Kasumu. And she has a master's, 2 masters she has, international relation and diplomacy, and of course, public administration. So on that morning, she led the delegation, the Nigerian delegation, approved by the National Assembly to IPU. And they had assigned seats with nameplate Nigeria. But when they got to the venue, Natasha was already seated there. If you remember, our opening statement was making an apology to Honorable Kafilat Ogbara. If you play back that tape, that was why she made. So it was like they don't have the space to sit. And they were pointing that, okay, somebody is occupying their seat with her ID and everything. And so they thought maybe she was there just maybe to say something nice, because they were confused actually, only for her to open her mouth, apologizing, and then went full steam ahead to spew all that kind of nonsense. And she was almost getting into trouble with the federal government, because you are the delegates. How did the non-delegate got to occupy? I think it was an administrative confusion with the IPU. So which was what happened that day. And that was why she quickly got that message from Okpeyemi Bamidele, which she read. And you could see the press corps of the IPU, they did not respond with any question. So that mission was actually futile, but they are still going to take it up, because Kafi is not taking it light at all, because she felt diminished and disgraced. So that is exactly what happened at IPU.
How was she able to get into that space is what
That is the question. She fooled them. She had an ID. She had an ID. How she got that ID, only God knows. So that is why this it's going to come up next week, definitely, before they go on a short break. And let me quickly just, before I yield, you see, a lot of things actually are going on in the government. This is not about support or no support. We are talking about what exactly is going on. What Iman said about the NYSC thing is true. NYSC acknowledged it over and over again. In the last 2 months, they don't have the funds because the new budgetary cycle has yet to take root. Are they going to pay them backlog? That nobody has asked that question. I have not seen where they answer that they will pay them backlog, but they will pay them. They said, I think, end of this month, they will pay them the new minimum salary, which is 77,000. Quite all right. So it's not like they are lying. It's about availability of funds. And let me quickly go to the NEL fund, the student loan thing. They've added also skill acquisition.
Yes, I saw that in the news cycle.
Yeah, and I'm very impressed about that, because the world we are in today is no more about degree. You can't go and study sociology, history, philosophy, and things like that. It doesn't sell. It's what you can do with your hands. That is what matters now. So when they brought it to the nail fund, I was so happy because if it's hairdresser, just like here, you have to go to an established place where they are licensed to run a salon, and you learn. Once you are certified, they will buy equipment for you. The equipment will be your loan, just like students going to school. And that's so beautiful. But the unfortunate thing they claimed is that only 1 out of 4 are female. That the female are not coming forward. And if on record we said we have 50-50 population of both male and female, I wonder what our women are doing or what our girls are doing that they are not taking the loan. So I just don't know why they are not taking the loan to go to school. Or do they have very rich parents? Most women, they don't have very rich parents.
I think people are still a bit skeptical about or they're not even publicizing it enough. You know,
but they have over 300 on records that are successfully been catered for. So I don't know. It's the people that are not coming forward. So it's not the fault of the government. So a lot of things like these policies are taking place. And for instance, okay, let me go quickly to Lagos before I yield there. I mean, for the PPP Lagos purchasing power parity, the GDP is now 259 billion.
Second only to Cairo in Africa.
Yeah, in the city economy. And Oyedele is saying it's not enough, and I agree with him totally, because one area we've not looked into in Lagos is the property tax, which we call tenement rates. And the tenement rate is left on the schedule of the local government authority. So a lot of people are not paying, even as lowly as it is at the moment. You won't believe it. A sizable property that's worth about maybe let's say 50, 70 million, like in not the upscale area, you understand? They pay even less than 10,000 naira. And that 10,000 naira
for a year or for a month?
A year. You won't, even in wait, Aro, even in Lekki, as in Ikoyi, nobody can come out and tell me that they've paid more than even 1 million. Look at what Wike is collecting in the FCT. Yeah, I'm even talking of Lagos. 2 million, 3 million, 4 million.
Your tenement rate should be something around 0.5% of the value of your house now, or thereabouts.
No, they don't do that I don't know what criteria they use, but it is too low.
The global tendency is about 0.5% of the value of your house now, or thereabouts, something around that.
Oh, I it's every year they increase it. Even
of
this
course,
year,
I can't even do anything. I can't do anything to my. I can't even go to the local council if my property tax is not up to date.
So since with this 259 billion, the tax component of it is just 2%. The ratio. So they need to upscale it. I don't want problem on the citizenry or resident. It is the property they have to go after. I can't imagine. I will try and find out or get an example of what UB headquarters is paying as ground rent. First Bank, I want to know, because those buildings are in billions of dollars. You understand? I want to see if they even pay. Yes, sir.
Baba, the ground rent is not really, even in Abuja, average ground rent in Abuja is like 10,000.
Can you imagine?
Average
ground property in Abuja.
Average ground rent in Abuja is like 10,000. But the problem
so what are we talking here? When we are poor, we are poor because we are not taxing the right people.
Yeah, so a lot of people owe a lot, right? Take for instance now.
Even at that 10,000, I know.
Yes, they have, some of them have accumulated ground rent. So when Wike is shouting ground rent, and people are like, oh, ground rent, it's not like it's something that is that expensive. the only thing is just like 10,000. You know, like I still told someone to pay 1 or 2 for me recently, so it's not like it's something that
And
is
if
too.
government want to do something now, they will shout.
So, but people will accumulate. You can, some people, they will accumulate and accumulate and accumulate and accumulate. And, you know, when you don't pay some of all this, but if you really want to you don't want problem, just tell them to go pay through remitter, that 10,000. At least you know that your asset is secure.
It is very strange, honestly. And I would want Lagos state government not to bother people, the artisans, the traders, or anything. They should just go after the properties, property rent. That way, you will find out that the economy will triple overnight again. Will triple overnight. It's 259 we are talking about. We could be talking of.
But you see the problem with a lot of those things is there's no government services that is commensurate with that. The roads are bad. There's no electricity. The security is just skittish, and then you want to be taxing people. You know, the government has to show something first before they start to tax people. That's just the thing.
But you have your building there. Most of them have tenants there. They collect money, rent. In some countries, even on your rent, you pay taxes. How much more this one?
Yeah, but in those countries, they have pipe-borne water, they have electricity, they have policing services, they have social security, they have,
one man,
they have
let
all
me
of
ask
these
you a
things.
question. Let me ask you a question. You live in the UK, and the roads good in the UK. Really,
they are where I live. They are good though. Let's not lie.
But one man, between me and you, we know that everybody complains to the death of it's like the roads. Everyone's complaining about the roads. One man, if there's a robbery in your neighborhood, yes, and the cops gonna show up like within 30 minutes, like a burglary. They're not gonna show up. They'll come around. They'll have a kick around. They'll come around. They'll have a kick around. They'll go back and they'll claim they're gonna do a report. They're gonna claim they're gonna do a report, and then you see them like 3 or 4 days down. I mean, we make it seem like there's everything is all around it. Services are absolutely atrocious in the UK. Public services.
I wouldn't go to that rate to call it atrocious. I used to have glaucoma. I probably still do. And then I went to my optician. It's just a routine something, and then he said he found pressure at the back. This is going back years, so it's not anything. And then he said he found pressure at the back of my eye. And then he said that I should go for testing. I went for testing, and they said it's glaucoma. And then they sent me to Moorfield Hospital. You should know it. It's one of the leading eye hospitals globally. And the guy that treated me there is of international. He's even worked in Nigeria. He was telling me stories about that. Is in global demand. Ask me how much that cost me. Not a penny came out of my pocket. In fact, I was even complaining all the way through. They offered me tea and all that. The services in this country, I'm not sure it gets better, No, let's not run the UK down.
You couldn't go through that same process.
It could be worse.
One man, let me yield for the next person. I know Arogidiba is itching to come in.
Yeah, you could be living in America and then you know suffering. but thank you, Baba. You could live in America and then you know suffering. That's where suffer head begins, isn't it?
But one man, you couldn't have the same experience in 2025. That's for sure. None of us know you'll be on a waiting list for 8 months.
All right, brilliant. All right, thank you, Baba. So Baba yields. So the default then to you, Arogedegba. But as it defaults to you, let me also default to Mike as I ease myself out. Hand over to Mike. So thank you, everyone. See you tomorrow, Mike. So Aro goes. Larry, you know how to structure the conversation anyway. You're not new to it. So Mike, acknowledge you're there, Mike.
Yeah.
All right, brilliant. Thank you, everyone. See you tomorrow.
Mike, can I be heard? Yes.
Yeah, continue, Jerry. Yeah.
Okay. Yeah. Well, evening to everyone. I wouldn't say much. I think Baba has really just said everything. All right. But all I was saying is this: in all my submission, I'm not going to tell you that the government is perfect. Okay, they're piss poor. They're really not done well. But it's actually a general thing. I personally don't really have a tendency to believe in government anymore. I don't depend on government. I don't care. I very rarely watch the news, the local news. I don't care.
Aro, like the way I used to think the way people think before until I actually spent some time around some advice, because I used to look for mentors, all those kind of things now. So it's some white men that told me that look, anybody the way you know someone that's gonna fail in life, anybody that go around expecting that it's a government that's supposed to build their life or build society, that those are people that are they're bound to fail in life. Like there's government don't build civilization, it's the people that build civilization, the great minds, you understand? It's people that, and I begin to think about it and I look at everything that we all enjoy in this world, this innovation and all those things. It's just private people, you understand? It's people. Silicon Valley.
Yes.
Then people do it, and then government kind of gives support when you do it, and then you approach government and show what the government can get out of it. Of course, the government will support you now because they know that progress is the progress for the country, because now you can export, the country become richer. But in Nigeria, we don't have too many people doing. I mean, you look at Dangote now. I mean, he decided to wake up one day and say, "Guy, I want to do this. I want to do that." Yeah, of course, we can argue that he got loan, whatever. But you still have to think of it now. Think of the idea. Even now, when I tell people in Nigeria now, guy, don't call me asking for money. Think of an idea. Think of something, and I'll bring the money down. You understand? I'll bring the capital. You bring the idea. But none of them will ever call me back. They will never come. Even sometimes I won't give them idea. Like, guy, I see green line everywhere. Go and figure out how to maybe rent a land or something. Let's start agricultural business.
Governments are reactive everywhere in the world these days. And I don't know about people, but the general tendency is the rich 1% are getting considerably richer. The middle class is shrinking, and the lower brackets of the working class society are getting desperately poor. That is the reality of the modern world that I live in, of the so-called civilized climes that I live in. That is the real reality. Most young people cannot afford to own a home that their parents live in. I mean, these are the realities. I don't know, and this we hear young people talking about it. This is the reality in the news. You hear it everywhere you go. Things are very, very tough and very drastic. Now, I'm not going to say that things are not even terrible in Nigeria, but to start with, we don't have a good structure to start with. So we're coming from zero. Okay.
Oh no, I don't think we're coming from zero. I'm sorry, Aro. First of all, the white man's already even laid many foundations for us, like the technology, all those things. The white man have done it, and we import them into our country. Like when white people they start, they didn't have anyone to even show them anything. The white people start from scratch. Europeans start from scratch, and Chinese took advantage. Like, these Europeans have started from scratch. All we have to do is just copy them. You understand? And even whatever structure, like just some young Nigerians are very smart. They're using these technologies, internet, everything to blow up, to make money. Smart one. But you have some others that no, they will tell you we don't have nothing. When Uyinbo people, I'm talking about the far as 1800, there's no electricity. They figure a way to make their society still function. Like that, and it's not really the government that will do it, it's just people. You find names like Edison, all those guys that spend time in a lab, invent electricity. They have to. These are private people now. Why are we black Africans? We can't figure it out.
Mike, there's Nigerians inventing stuff as well. There's a lot of young Nigerians really inventing and charting ways. But one thing I always say is this, all right? For me, the reason I am so tough and hard on that girl is because I can see through the nonsense. That girl does not come across to me like someone that is struggling. Okay. I think I understand what real struggle might mean. Okay, I might not have experienced it, but I think it can be like I think it's just black is black, white is white, and gray is gray. All right, that girl does not come across as someone that's struggling to me. She has her nails done, freshly done. She has a long hair, long weave. It seems to me that she has an assortment of wigs and all these fancy things. She looks to be fresh. She doesn't look to be, poorly kept. So she showed us a video there where she's got a new AC outfitted. A new AC that they want to install in there. You're looking at what, 250,000 euros an hour? That's to have one installed. She's got a bedroom furnished and everything's in. Everything's pretty much proper. She's not struggling. She's not struggling to his. However, there's a tendency, and even I mean, it did seem to prove this. There's a tendency with young people these days to want to lead the Instagram life. Everybody wants to lead a particular standard. And that standard might not be what you are entitled to based on your efforts or based on your estate in life. At that point in time, it's up to you to pick yourself up, make a way for yourself so you can live like that somewhere down the line. You have to put in work in. It's like everybody thinks that there should be a freebie somewhere. It does. Life doesn't work like that.
You know what's more funny? Like how this guy was saying earlier. This government should pay. I'm like, okay, so the money government is going to use to pay. You see, are you supposed to be giving people oil money or what? You see, at least in the Western world, I know that they will increase taxes to come up with that money to pay someone or something like that to pay welfare. But where is government going to raise that revenue from to be paying people?
Government should pay them a respectable wage.
But if the government cannot afford it, what can they do now?
No, Mike, no. Government should find a way to afford it because they can find a way to afford to pay legislators and government officials.
Okay, what's government getting in return from them?
Corruption. Government gets actually a lot. They get labor that they would otherwise they get labor that they would otherwise have to pay a lot of money for. These are college educated kids.
Are they really producing? NYC side.
Well, it is up to the government to make sure that if they get deployed, okay, to a particular area, that they are utilized effectively, and that the government gets a good. I mean, that so that's up to the government as well. I know there's been an argument to restructure the NYC system so that they can be actually effective.
Why are they even doing the NYC system? I don't even understand.
Well, I think it was the one that introduced it or something.
You're trying to do unity, something.
Post the civil war is just apparently.
They need to end it, man, because it can't be forcing people to be going in place.
Not really. It's a good idea because I mean, some people have really benefited from the NYC. They've been posted to a place where they've been able to transfer that and gain a permanent job. Some have gone to a place. I mean, especially I know people that lawyers. They got posted to a very good chamber. They've done the NYC there. They've gained some.
So it's kind of like an intern. It's like an internship.
Yeah, it's an internship. Really, if any smart person coming out of college, you see an opportunity to gain some internship. Some people have gone to teach. They've gone to schools to teach.
So they create an opportunity for them then.
Yeah. Some people just see it as just a year.
Okay. Let me ask you this now. So, what's the difference between that and when you go attend a university on the campus, where you're actually paying your tuition, you're paying to live there, right, and you're paying for your school? So why are you not asking government to be paying you while you are living on campus? I mean, I don't get it. So it's kind of to me. I feel like it's a continuation.
I think the NYC is different because they are providing labor. They are providing labor.
Hold on, calm down. I see it as a continuation of the education, kind of like something required for you to. For example, some schools even require you do some in the Western world. Require you do some community service or something like that, right?
Yeah. Depending on where you're.
Yeah, but they don't pay. It's more like part of your. Education. So if you're a student, you should be able to pay for your. It's part, your education now. So to me, it's more like, hey, it's part of your requirements.
It's been made compulsory, but it's an exploitation as well. Like I really need to.
But at the same time, they don't tell you when to do
it as well.
Okay, yeah, I agree on that. But at the same time, do they require when you have to do it? And you understand?
I think there's an age. I don't know if there's an age thing, but I can't remember. But it's kind of like you want to get it. If you really want to get a job as well, you need it. So you really want to get it.
Okay, well, what I'm trying to understand is, let's say you graduate this year. Yeah. Do they determine when you have to do it? Like you have to do it this year, next year? Is it the government that decide, or can you? Can you tell them when you want to do it? Can you push it to maybe later?
The thing is this: if you graduate and if you are below 30 years, you must do that service. But if you are above 30 years, then you need to claim an exemption from it.
Okay, so if let's say you graduate at 23, typically most of them 23, 24, something like that, right?
Yeah.
So you have about 5 to 7 years or something like that to do it, right? And it's a 1 year program, right? correct?
So yeah, it's a 1 year
So,
program.
so
If
you have time to say, if I'm broke at this time, maybe after graduation, you can say, okay, let me go and raise money, come on, enough money to be able to help myself. Why, you know, to finish
But
that
that
1
is if
year.
you find a job now. That is you find a job
So
now.
you just
If
have
you are
to,
young, you might not find a
it
job as
depends.
well
You
now.
can decide to mobilize for NYSC at any time. It just depends on your school, right? You can probably, you finished, you didn't mobilize for NYSC, you go do your thing. You can always go back to school and ensure they mobilize you when you're ready.
Yeah,
So
when you're ready, exactly. That's what I'm saying.
it's not really
You know,
compulsory that immediately they must mobilize you for NYSC.
exactly. So it's the same thing, kind of like while you're in school too, like during your school years. You know, there may be a year where you completely broke or something like that. You know, you can take time off
Probably
and say, "Oh, I'm taking this semester off or this year off until I have enough money to sustain myself."
it's
So
possible.
that's what me I see it. You know, yeah.
Yeah, it's possible. All you just need to do for that is probably, okay, you just done, you want to just go work for 1 year and go back after 1 year to the school for them to mobilize you for NYSC. You know, it's possible. All you just need to do is just to go back to your, I think it's student services, and tell them when you want them to mobilize you. It's not compulsory that they must mobilize you. So you can always go back. But the thing is, if you graduate before your 30 years birthday, you must do NYSC compulsorily.
So maybe that program doesn't make sense.
That was what they used for this lady, Kemi, at that time. You remember that Kemi Adeosun?
Even Larry, if you remember, Kenny Ogungbe went back to go and do his youth service about 2 years ago.
I know a guy that was well into his maybe 35, 36.
A lot of people didn't do it that time. You know, those days they just finished. Some of them just went abroad. You know, but people go back and, you know, in as much as you graduate before your 30th birthday, so you must.
I don't have NYC. Never did them. Well, I didn't graduate in Nigeria, but I didn't do it.
No, Larry, when you see them go back to do it like that in their 50s, they are angling for political appointments.
Hey, now,
So, Baba, is it that if you don't do, so all of us now that didn't do NYSC now, so you can't become
if you want hold government office or political position,
you know the
that
essence
will
of
be
this
problem.
The essence
It's
of
the problem.
Yeah.
It doesn't make sense, man.
No.
So all the best minds that went abroad, so they can't use them in Nigeria now.
What is the essence of NYSC? It's more like, I'm giving Nigeria this 1 year to serve the country. So it's more like, you're giving back to the country for 1 year. If not that now, because the whole NYSC thing, if not that they bastardized it, right? People are supposed to be posted to remote villages where probably they don't have access to good teachers. And if you have, you've gone to school, you have 1 or 2 experience, you can always use your service to really help. And even doctors are posted to remote places where there are no medical care, right? For them to use that time to be able to give back. That's the whole essence. But what you see in most cases is everybody wants to serve in Abuja. They want to serve in Lagos. And that's why, for me, my grudge with this lady, it's not compulsory you serve in Lagos. All of them will go and runs. Almost all of them want to do runs to serve in Lagos. They want to do runs to serve in Abuja. Because if you are serving in Lagos, Lagos does not provide accommodation for NYSC core members. But
they are building one now.
Yeah, but there are some states that provide accommodation. Some states provide accommodation, at least you are not paying rent, you are not paying
even the locals will even give you free access.
Even some local governments still even at least subsidize core members, right? So it's not, NYSC period is not a period when you want to be rich, because some of all these girls, small girl, big God, small girl, big God, after NYSC, go buy 1 Benz. Oh, God has done it. That's the orientation in Nigeria. Oh, God has done it. Oh, God is is doing wonders. Because if you really want to serve, now that service is the key thing. And people say, oh yeah, NYSC is doing this, NYSC is. I think people still need to go understand the NYSC Act and understand why it's more of a little bit of regimentalities in NYSC. right? So there is a whole lot of things. You need to comport yourself. It's not just, oh, you just, I can do whatsoever I want to do. No, it's not like that. Within that 1 year, there are a lot of things that you will need to do for you to, at least for that 1 year, put yourself to check and ensure that you're really doing that job, right? To really serve the country. So, but what do you see now? If you pick 10 people that wants to do NYSC, they will tell you, oh, please, can you help me run it to Lagos or Abuja? Almost everybody wants to serve in Lagos or Abuja. I think at a point, they even had to stop banks. Probably they just allow them now, people from serving in banks, because nobody wants to go to serve in schools. Nobody wants to teach. Nobody wants, even the doctors, right? Nobody wants to go to those remote healthcare centers.
Are they posting people to Maduguri?
Yeah. They post people to.
Oh, I'm not gonna go. Yeah.
For me, when I served in Plateau. I served in Plateau, and that really gave me a lot of opportunity to know more about Plateau. I was almost all local governments in Plateau, from Panchi to Kanke, to Maraba Yanya, Maraba to Jos, almost everywhere.
Do you know the reason for that?
For what?
For why people want to go to work their NYC?
Yeah, opportunity. You can. No, it depends, yeah. But me, I know probably for opportunities, opportunities, you always see more opportunities in Lagos and Abuja compared to.
That's not the reason.
So what's the reason?
Let me explain to you. I hope I'm not taking your time.
No, you're good.
Okay. You see, that thing, NYSC was actually, in as much as it was meant to, for young graduates to serve their fatherland voluntarily, it was actually meant for them to know our country. That is one. Over the years, when it was functioning, when they began it, there was jobs in Nigeria. And then there were those days, you just do your youth service, you come out and apply for a job, and you get a job. 80% of the time, you get a job, more especially for those who have a good certificate. Then, as the years passed by, the employers were abusing it. What do? They get these NYSC guys to do the job with little or no pay, because most times the company pay nothing. It's the government that gives them pocket money. And then at the end of their service year, they tell them to go because another set is coming to do Ojo-free work. So in as much as the employers were abusing it, the what is it called? The employees, who are the NYSC people too, decided to abuse it. In the sense that nobody wants to work in anywhere where he doesn't have a hope of being retained. I don't even know why you said Abuja and Lagos, because the heat is in Port Harcourt. Because that's where the main human resources administrators are for most of the oil companies and their contractors, which are big companies too. So it became like that. Then the government, seeing it, they changed strategy. During my own time, nobody serves in company. They sent us to school. That we should go and teach in a school. That was how we did our youth service. They were telling us to, not universities, or not even, most of them were not secondary school. Most of us were sent to elementary and primary schools so that we can impart our knowledge, trying to starve the employers so that by the time we finish, they will not have Ojo free work, they will be able to employ us. So that was the reason. It wasn't actually the government on its own part was struggling with it. While we, the employees, we are struggling with it. It wasn't, the government made it for us to know the country and for us to have what is called a pre-knowledge of what work is like. So that you go into that company, you do that job. In those days, you must be sent to where at least you have hands-on what you studied. So that you can put it on your CV as a green, fresh graduate. You can now tell the next person that, yes, as much as I came from the university, but during my NYSC days, I was opportuned to work with so team on this area, giving me an opportunity to have a hands-on on something like this. That was actually the government's, will I say, reason for creating that thing. But all those things are gone now. So it's not that the employers in NYC are struggling to go to where they will get a job. That's not the reason. It's because of the abuse of a beautiful thing that they put. It's because of the abuse that came up to that. That's
Yeah,
not. Yeah.
I think I agree with you. I agree with you because this whole thing, it's been bastardized. I think at the point they even have to stop banks from recruiting corps members. And I can tell you that that period, yeah, it's just because probably how the country is now, right? That period is really a good period for you to be able to give back. Like, for instance, for me, for example, right, when I serve, recently I saw one of the kids, that I tutored then. I served in the Federal College of Education. I lectured there. And the joy and everything, that I was able to, at least I was able to do a little. The little I was able to do was really impactful. But what do you see these days? All my cousins, all of them, bro, can you help us, put this? All of them wants to serve in Abuja. All of them want to serve in Abuja. Even when you get them to Abuja, they will tell you, oh, can you look for one agency or anywhere that we want to serve and all those things. And even when they don't even, some of the agencies will tell, oh, we don't pay. They'll say, okay, no, even if you don't pay, we want to work there. Which is, which has really taken away the main purpose of NYSC. Nobody wants to go to those remote spaces to serve. Then when I was serving in Jos, we hardly even spent anything, in Plateau then, because from local government chairmen, from all of them are ready there because they are always happy to have us around. The school was always happy to have us around. So it's a whole lot of things. Even at my Alawi that time, I hardly even spent my Alawi because when it comes to food, when it comes to everything, in the Corper's Lodge, the food is, they bring things, the farmers, they bring things for us because they know even the traditional ruler, everybody, knew that we were there. So there is a lot for
Larry,
us.
as an aside joke, the children youth corpers have left behind in villages, they will be up to 1 million by now in Nigeria. Don't you think so? Maybe you yourself, you left one behind.
No, Baba.
Corper Larry.
Baba, let me tell you something. Let me tell you something. You see, when something is abused, an institution is being abused, it affects every functionalities in it. At least my own time of youth service, I still remember there was a disciplinary committee from NYSC. You dare not misbehave, they will strip you of that certificate of passing out. It's either you are done for or you have to repeat it next year. So all those things were in place But over the years, it kept you see, when I want to talk about something like this, I want to, because most Nigerians, when they discuss about the happenings or happenstance in Nigeria, they make it a Nigerian thing. But I will always come up telling you and giving you situations and instances all over the world to tell you, to make you understand that the values of the world is deteriorating every day. For reasons I will discuss one day. The values of this planet Earth is deteriorating every single day. That's why when I hear people say children of nowadays are better than the old days, I have a good laugh. Even here and in the
Do
United
they really
States.
think so? Do they really think so?
Most
that they are
people,
better than other generation?
There was a day we had the argument here. They said that we are better than the older generation. That the social media innovators are better than people who innovated planes, trains, and all those things. I don't know how that works, but it is what it is.
Wow.
People, anyway, it's funny. They were shouting at me here. But you were here that day now.
I can't recall, actually.
You were here that day, we discussed it.
And like you now, we just shut up my mouth. They laugh.
So, even here and in the United States, that NYAC, they usually, they call it IT internship. And you know what they did? They now have classroom internship. Most schools in the United States, if you want to do the real internship, like going to the company, they will tell you to go and look for the company. You look for it, you get the internship, you come back to tell them to approve it, then you go back. It's ridiculous. It's the laziness of the world. When I mean values, then I will ask. When I was in the schooling in the United States, I asked them, if I have to go out to knock on doors of companies to get my IT, so what is that IT department in the university? What's their job? Because me, I don't take those kind of a thing lightly. And they tell me that their job is, when I bring it, their job is to look at it and make sure the company is good and get it approved. It's ridiculous. So all those ones you are selling, they are impregnating women and young girls in the villages because the value has left it. So the NYC Corper can go into a village and do whatever he wants to do and walk away.
And do you remember Zita,
I don't mind,
the technical aid scheme?
Baba,
do you remember?
Baba, I can see that you watch a lot of Nollywood.
You got me there.
All those things Nollywood.
Zita, do you remember technical aid scheme too, an offshoot of youth corps services? The one where they send some people out to African countries.
No, I didn't know about that.
That one is under Ministry of Foreign Affairs.
Is it the one Yaradua created?
No. This ones were created under which military government? I think it was. Well, who did Akiyemi serve? Babangida also, yeah, IBB. Professor Akiyemi. It was IBB time.
Well, even that technical aid, Baba, they've bastardized that thing now.
No, I know growing up as a child, I know my cousin who is in Canada today. He's a well-known plumber in Canada. He's doing, in fact, he has a company. He relocated a long time ago. I can never forget it. He benefited from IBB's MAMSA. I can never forget that thing. We were extremely young that time. MAMSA. IBB.
That's Professor Jerry Ghana.
He was paying, no, it was IBB. He was paying.
Professor Jerry Ghana was the one who headed MAMSA.
I don't know, but that thing was, I will, because I know people who benefited with it, from it, sorry. I can speak affirmatively about it. If I don't know who benefited from it, I would not. I know a lot of people. What they were doing, they pay not even companies. They pay, what is it called? Small businesses. Like, if they used to come and inspect it. If you are a plumber, you have a shop, and you have all it takes to train somebody, they pay you some money.
Yeah. I recall now. Yeah.
And they bring apprentices to you, and then those apprentices, they pay them stipend, and then they learn that work from you. I remember, even graduation, they buy you equipments. It was a very perfect. Those that did hairdressing, they get them dryer. Those that did sewing, they get them machine. Those that did secretary admin, they gave them typewriters. I remember it vividly. 3 of my cousins benefited from it. It wasn't like rigged though. It wasn't like who know man. It's just for people, maybe you graduated from secondary school, you cannot go to university. Instead of hanging around, sitting around, looking around, the man made it for you to go and queue up, register. And then they post you. Okay? You can even change your posting if you don't like that thing. It was a big thing. It was big. Business admin, how to sell things. You go to, some people were attached to chemist stores. It was really good. It was really good. I hope government can.
Yeah,
Well, it was very expensive.
I think the man is still alive. The general, the Professor Jerrigan is still around. They can tap his brain, but an old man now, I guess.
Yeah.
I remember this period we are saying, actually. A lot of people, I mean,
it's in PDP now.
Fantastic.
He's on the PDP Board of Trustees.
Mm-hmm. Fantastic period. Despite IBB's shortcoming, particularly the June 12, damage his legacy.
Very massive. I remember that time my father, when my cousin went to check for his name, I was a young girl at that time. My father drove they followed my father we went to the village to see my grandfather. So on our way back, my cousins joined my father in the car. We drove. I can remember where that Mansa office is in Owerri. My father have to park, follow them inside to check their names. If you see that they crowd because they publish the names and where they will give the place address and everything. You collect your paper, then you look for the place and go there and present your paper to the small organ at the shop and say, I'm posted here for, I forgot, it's under Mansa, but there is something they call that thing. I can't remember, but I know that thing, that department was under mass mobilization or something. I can't remember.
And those are, Madam Mayor, those are things that we got wrong. If
that thing would have been continued.
If they had sustained those things.
Yeah. That thing, people, all these Yahoo boys sleeping around, sitting around, I don't think it would have been much.
Imagine they sustained those things, those years till now. We'll be the China of Africa.
I'm telling you, honestly, sincerely speaking, they pay the small businessman. They pay like you have a salon or you have a fashion house. It doesn't need to be big. Just you have a fashion house, you have 3, 4 sewing. I think they have a standard. Then you can come and register as a small business owner.
Nigeria, Madam Zita, immediately all of them start carrying briefcase everywhere. Contracts, you look for contracts. You want to sell dollar. Everybody wants to be rich. Everybody wants to be rich. Those things, it takes a lot of perseverance. But kids of those days, I'm not even sure.
No, apart from that, Larry, once a government is overthrown, they will have to justify the takeover. They will just rubbish all the programs.
Yeah.
That's what has been happening.
Even though a lot of
people, and they take exam.
Yes.
The small business owner, they graduated. I'm telling you, my cousin has a cleaning company in Canada. Is that thing? He didn't know plumbing and cleaning and flushing of pipe from anywhere. It's that thing that he learned.
That's how it's supposed to be. Even all the technical schools. Do you know that I'm not even sure if all those technical schools still function now in Nigeria? All those technical schools of those days. I'm not even sure if they even fund those.
They are there, but they are not equipped.
Yeah, no. Listen. Why I keep remembering that thing was that it was streamless. I must say, because number one, the person they post you to will be giving them record. So is that person, you mark a register. Every day you come to work, you mark a register. That person will mark his own. Do you understand? You sign, he will sign that you have come for work that day. At the end of the month, halfway to the month, they take it back to Mansa. Okay, that shows that you are still in the program. Because you can drop out if you want, it's not by force. So they pay you your stipend. My cousin used it to get a house with his fellow Mansa people. Now there were 3 living in a room in Owerri that time. They are all Mansa. They were using their stipend to be able to pay rent. That was how good it was.
Mm-hmm.
And then the small, it's not growing. This one is not having technical school or
yes, now there are a lot of artisans
to go somewhere
now.
And work.
A lot of artisans.
Of
artisans that can key into programs like that, because it's also going to support them. You know, a lot of artisans that can just key into all this program.
You see, the thing, I don't even know why Nigerians didn't continue with that, because it is not something. It is not legislative. Do you understand? It's not like telling you go and learn this or go and learn this. It's something that comes from your heart.
Yes,
like
now,
when you are
pick the one
filling
you
that
want.
form, according to my cousin, I remember the other day I had a very long chat with him. When we were discussing, he reminded me of that thing, and we were discussing about Nigeria and everything. He said,
I don't know. All this it takes me back, because there are also top-notch technical schools that are.
It's not technical.
Like
Baba, please stop talking about school.
Now. Atamakolomi, I think in Sapelo or Warri.
Please.
No, the one Madam Zita is saying,
it's not school.
artisan.
Forget that top-notch.
Normal
There is
artisan,
nothing like
plumber,
top-notch
plumber.
No, I know the MAMSA. That one was organic. It's like how do I put it?
Baba, please, let's get
very
it right.
Rooted in streets.
No, let's get it right.
Yeah.
I want to explain to you how the program ran, because I have a lot of people, I still discuss with them today. They benefited from that program. And
yeah, you are right. I remember it vaguely, though. Not as deep as you know.
How it ran, because I had a discussion with my cousin in Canada 2 weeks ago. He reminded me of this. We had a long chat for 3 hours on that topic. Now, it's not a question of technical school. Please remove school from it. You are not writing, unless otherwise, when you were filling your form, you said, I would like to be an accountant. They will send you to an accounting firm. Or you want to be a secretary. They will send you to a company or a place that they even have, I've forgotten what they call it. They will send you to that place. This thing is what you call learning work, what Igbo people used to call boy. But what it means is that this IBB civilized it in a way that you don't need to read book. You said you like fashion. That's what you filled in the form. You like to learn how to sew, to do fashion designing. What they will do is to send you to a store where they do fashion designing. You don't need to go to school and start writing an exam. All you do is that they keep teaching you. When the madam of the store come, they say, oh yeah, today I'm going to show you people how to cut skirt. If it's 5 or 4 that she has in her store, that Mansa has given her, he bring them together. Oh yeah, you cut the skirt like this, you cut the skirt. That is how, if they have continued with that program, at least would have been China of Africa. Because Nigerians, we are that good at such a thing. For those who don't want to go to school, they pick easily from something like that. So it's not a top-notch technical school or top-notch. All those ones are ways to eat money.
Madam Zita, even all
those things, Baba, those schools and top-notch. There is nothing like top-notch. Those are ways. Even this one, what is his name? TINUBU'S is saying he's giving loan. All those things are ways to embezzle. Start from the crack. Anybody who wants to go to university, let him pay for his university. Otherwise, go through this Mansa. If you think what you want to do is to university, yes, fund it by yourself.
But you know, those who run it that time, they were all like Russian trained.
Is it not this university that we go and tear their certificate that they study psychology? Why should the government be giving loan to somebody in a country like Nigeria that want to study psychology?
They should cancel all those courses.
So you mean philosophy or psychology?
Or religious
all of them.
knowledge, or Igbo
psychology is still profitable.
Mass comms is the one that pisses me off.
They should cancel sociology, cancel
you go
philosophy,
and study
all those things.
Yoruba language. Then the government will pay scholarship for that.
In short, they should cancel all those, most of the social science courses.
No. If you want to study it, there is no problem. But government, not only that they will give scholarship, they should be giving scholarship to best students. Scholarship should be done the way most countries do it. If you make A's in your first year, you're from 3.5 or from 4.5, your next year will be on scholarship. Government will write it off for you. That's how it's supposed to be. I mean, I don't get this. Anyway, they actually don't want to do anything that way. They will benefit. They're doing things that they will embezzle money. That's all.
Madam Zita, that thing that even said is even local government and state government can even do it. With all this, their local government autonomy, they can do it to support.
But Larry, can you imagine Gen Z being asked to go and learn bricklaying?
No, Baba.
No,
plumbing.
It's a choice.
It's a choice now.
No, Baba, you didn't understand how that program run. I said it here. It's not legislative.
No, I'm talking of the modern era.
No,
asking them to go do these things.
It is not legislative. What part of it don't you understand? Your papa no get money to send you to university. You too, your brain cannot read and write. You are not brilliant enough to read and write. And government is offering you something that can put food on your table. It's either you want to do it or you don't want to do it. It's not by force. So that was how the program was running. It's not that a brilliant child will be forced to go and do plumbing or do this thing. These are people who on their own knows they cannot face the hardship of going into a hall to do examination, to pass to go another class. They have given themselves that level. And government is offering them, if you can't go to school, why can't you learn something?
No,
so it wasn't legislative. Whether you're a Gen Z or Gen W, it doesn't really matter. The important thing is that you know no shit, you know no jack. You can do nothing. And government is offering you something to help you lazy around. But at the end of the day, it can put food on your table.
Baba,
so which part of it is somebody not understanding?
See, for example, now, there are some small skills that are really good for Nigeria. Take for all these people that build all these solar panel and all those things, right? Those are things that government can help You know, some of all these kids that don't, you know, okay, fine, you do jump and you can't get into school. You know, at least that 1 year, if you're going to go and learn how to do all those solar panel, all the solar.
Yeah, those
apart
are very
from
good
that, okay, let's not talk about solar panel. Those people, if that thing is running up to today, some of them will learn coding.
Of course.
How to write program. You can still write a program and create something somebody can put in his electric system to make the electric not to consume fast.
Of course.
What part of it don't we understand in that country? Everybody must not go to school. If I say it, they call me.
Yeah, that's my point. Not everybody should go to university. No, it's not a must. To get ahead in life.
Yeah, but you have to provide something for them. Listen, you have to provide something else for them. That was exactly what IBB did. He provided something else for them. That woman, the madam in the store will not tell them go and wash my clothes like they do in my place where you do boy.
Atoria Janoku, you want to come in? Atoria Janoku. Who?
I want to thank Larry for flogging the mic, and Madam Mayor, thanks for that.
Is Ola now?
It's Ola, that's Aturi.
Atari Ajanoku.
Okay, Atari Ajanoku. You know, I'm not wearing my glasses. Sorry. Wow.
So the madam of the store is not going to tell you to go and wash clothes for him or clean the store for him or do this. These are the things. Your job is to come in there and learn that thing, learn it, and go and be a better person for yourself. So why can't the government of Nigeria start that? Why not, if not? What is all this they gave? I heard you people earlier on talking about loan. What is that one? You give loan to a dull brain who cannot pass anything. You give loan to somebody studying Igbo BK or somebody studying Yoruba studies. I don't really do understand it. But when I say things like this, they call me a witch.
No.
That's fine.
No, you are Madam Zita. You are right.
When someone calls you a witch on that, I have to pity some of those people sometimes because
you are blinking, your this thing. Remove your speaker.
I think Ola should go and come back.
He removes his speaker. Remove your speaker.
Your speaker is cracking.
This is what I will do. Let me change my microphone. Let me change my microphone.
Madam Zita, you're spot on, you know. We need to more develop technical, relatable technical skills.
It's not called technical. It's called craftsmanship.
Mm-hmm.
That thing, if you call it technical, you are trying to confuse me and the rest of the world. Call it craftsmanship.
I'm telling you, Madam Zita,
people call on one.
if we have continued that, even if we will be exporter of some of those skills.
But do you know that we don't look at the construction industry?
We
don't even have enough people in the construction industry.
We have the labor, we have the young people.
That was how
India.
That was what
youngest generation. That
was what India and China did. Now
one white man is going to rule over. Is that the kind of generation you want? Oh, really?
Imagine, see this, Madam Zita, see this Dangote refinery. There are some skills that if we've been training some of these our kids, there are some skills that will be needed in that refinery when they were building it. That, Dangote, bringing those guys from India, all you just need to bring is the supervisors. If you need to bring
the guys in Petroleum Institute in Delta State, they snap them up as soon as they finish.
People are not understanding what I'm saying.
Sent 5 people away now.
You people don't understand what I'm saying.
No, we understand
now.
No,
you don't.
We understand.
If you do, you will not be talking about where they will be giving an exam.
No. We are not talking of exam now. Take, for instance, plumbing, right? You know that if we have a lot of plumbers that can teach some of all these skills. A lot of what Dangote did in that place is more of plumbing now. They did a lot of plumbing work. And some of all this plumbing work, you see him bringing people from India. Plumbing work is
electrician now, yeah.
Electrician, plumber, what is it called? Those are just normal things that you can
So
always see.
I tell you something about. So I work in a farm, yes, yeah. So I mean, we're looking at about 8 billion is what we've invested in this farm in the last few years. All right, putting it up, installing new tool sets and all that. We have a lot of guys that come around and they do contractors and do these things. A lot of them just have engineering. They're electricians, plumbers, fitters. That's really what it is, and they are contractor workers. They have a
Do you know
construction.
why I was saying this?
Simple stuff, and they get well paid. They get paid.
I had a very long conversation last year when I came for election in the United States. So I had there's one guy, a Mexican. He has a company. He comes to renovate things in my mother-in-law's house from time to time. The insurance company uses him. And every time he comes to renovate something or to fix something in that house, he comes with about 5 or 6 and other young Mexicans, very young boys, like 19, 20. And these people don't understand how to speak English. But these people's handwork is explicit, detailed, clean. And because of the kind of person I am, when they're working, I'll be looking at their handwork, the detailing, painting. They want to paint something, they paint it. Not this one that we paint for you in Nigeria. Somebody painted your house, the wood frame of the door. You can see some drops of paint on the wood. I mean, those kind of things pisses me off. So I called the man. I was asking the man, I said, how do you, it's like many Mexicans are very good at craftsmanship. Then he started telling me about this similar thing, this Mansa stuff in their country. Although he was saying it with, like, they don't want to go to school, they prefer menial job. Do you understand? He didn't quite like it. But to me, I was excited about it. So I keep engaging him and he keep telling me, he said they have plumbing, painting,
Mechanics,
tiling, windows.
If some of us we've done
if you
mechanics,
see
some of
the
us
way these boys will do
just
this
come here.
thing, I remember when they renovated my mother-in-law's bathroom. They did it within, I would say, because, they told her to have her bath in the morning. By 4 p.m., the thing was ready. And when I mean ready, they finished, they mopped everywhere, they cleaned everywhere, they disinfected. I was like, words. And me, I'm very, I don't know how to put it. I don't really like that aspect of me. You don't, when it comes to that kind of cleanliness, you don't really impress me. Yes, they impressed me. Although when they left, I still have to do me. Do you understand? But it was good to go. I engaged this guy for 3 hours. He was telling me how they do it in their government. Will tell you go to the person will train you, then you have to do something. Like if it's plumbing, they have to give you a plumbing job somewhere that you will
Mike,
do.
can you bring Ola in?
They will have to give you a plumbing job somewhere that you will now do. It's not an independent house owner that will credit you. Like,
I think Mike
your job is very good.
Adabita, can you bring Ola in?
No, I can't.
Mike, can you hear
Madam
us?
Zita. Madam Zita, I don't know about the situation in Nigeria at the moment.
I don't know
Mike,
if
he let me in not too long ago, actually, about some 20 minutes ago. He let me in. So I had to check out.
Oh, okay. Yeah.
But Madam Zita, I don't know about the situation in Nigeria right now, but I can say that some years ago, someone that I knew was building a house. And I think, I don't know if it's still the situation. There's no plasterers and bricklayers like Nigerians. I think they bring guys in from Cotonou or Togo or from one of the neighboring countries.
Yeah, we have the points
That's
in
what my brother
Lagos where we
used.
go in the morning.
My
They
brother
go and
brought
bring
some
them.
people from Togo. That's what my brother used.
I mean, that's terrible. Like there's, I mean, and these young people don't even see the
Even my
opportunity there.
house, the Tyler was from Senegal, I think so, in Nigeria. It was my colleague in the office that brought, and the boy did a fantabulous job in my house. He did the tiling.
It's just, if government really wants, and those are things that for me, I think TINUBU should look into.
Listen to me. They can never look into such a thing. Do you know why?
Why?
When you do it, listen, let me tell you. You know, I'm a very straightforward person. People don't like me, but I don't really care. Like people in one man party.
Madam Zita, you are always saying people don't like you. People don't like you. How are you so sure that people don't like you?
Don't call her witch tire now. She don't.
Every time I've noticed, every time Madam Zita is on this platform and I'm there, she's always
It's for the benefit of our friends in the commentary.
Listen, let me tell you, they're coming here. Do you know that they call me Wish of Tromso?
Or don't you know that, as you know, you can't, everybody can't be your fan, but you have some people that are your fan, no? And know that
my brother, I don't
always
really
say
I don't know what you're talking about. They don't have she doesn't have any fans in the comment section.
No. See, Madam Zita has fans because there are some people that know that Madam Zita will say it the way it is. You understand? She doesn't sugarcoat things. She will say it the way it is. You like it, you don't like it. And that's also
how they are always mad at her.
No. People, see, Baba, it's always.
If she doesn't have nerves, she will have run away long time ago.
Baba, the problem is this. There are people that love you to always pitch towards their narrative. And the more you keep doing that, they keep praising you. But if you are this person that says things the way it is, you don't even care. There are still some people that know, let's hear the truth from her. They know it's the truth, but they would rather want to they will antagonize, but they still want to hear because they know.
But the vicious attackers are more in number anyway.
I don't care. See,
no, how many those attackers? How many people how many people are watching? How many people are commenting?
See, let me tell you, Baba, even here, if I tell you what my director calls me, you'll be rolling on the floor. Do you know what he calls me? My director of my directorate. He calls me the other side.
Madam Zita, wait, don't say anything. Do you see now? People have started coming out. You see the comment section. People love you.
He calls me the other side. Do you know why he calls me the other side? When they finish doing everything, and then they said it's okay for presentation, they will bring it to me to look at. Maybe that's why people call me a witch. I will be the one to see that thing that is wrong. Most of my
I enjoy it when they get mad anyway.
It will now take them another 2 hours to get it right to come back. So,
but do you know one thing I realized about the supposed obedience? We are actually not very far away from them in the ideals. Okay, it's just I think they have this notion that they know it and they know it all, and that their proposed methodology is the only way. And that
the one I don't like, Aro, is you calling me bigot. I just don't like that when they do that.
See,
because everything you are writing points to bigotry. And you don't even realize it, and you're accusing me.
See, let's go back to the topic. When you bring something to my manager, my director, we say, has the other side seen it? And I was there, and they were gossiping me. I was telling my colleague, go and call the other side now. I was thinking it's not that department. I didn't know it was me.
Contrarian.
I don't know why I do that, but well, whether it's a gift, negative or positive, that's who I am. I don't care. But let me go back to Nigerian. See, do you know why I said they can't do that? If you run a program like that, the government will have so much to spend. And if you try to embezzle it, it will be so much. It will dip deep into their pocket. And there might be cause for investigation or something like that. So that's why they can't do a thing like that. They rather put up a program that they will embezzle money. They will give people $30,000 or 6,000 naira or whatever you people call it, and then embezzle the rest.
All this the Ministry of Humanitarian.
Let me tell you,
Baba, what has happened to your better edu? Is he
It's in the freezer.
That is.
I want to see the magic they want to use to bring her back.
No, they can't bring her back. And do you know that one of the problems that TINUBU'S government is facing, there is better edu not there.
Like how?
You see, that Ministry of Humanitarian Affairs, they need somebody that is a little bit vibrant, somebody that has this youthful thing, that is ready to move around.
And charismatic.
No, that is not. Do you know why I didn't? Let me not use the word disappointed. Let me use the word frustrated with that lady. Was that when they gave her that position, even me with my little head, I would have done something in Nigeria that Nigerians will forever remember me. With that ministry, I would have cornered Nigerians like this, cornered them. Before you know it, all their identities are in my palm. I will put up all manner of programs. I keep registering them in their farmland, in their kitchen, on top of their palm wine, our palm wine tree. I will register them. If I don't get it 90%, I promise Nigerian government I will get it 89% in my hands. I will know where every Nigeria is. Saving our money, I will use it to be attracting them. If you know you are doing this, I'm not going to do it like right into the interior. My workers will work tired. If you know you are into selling of tomato this way, if your own is to market tomato, farm tomato this way, or register them. We are giving you 10,000 and the seedling of tomato, register. Put your fingerprint, you put. What is your name? This one you are selling tomato. Okay, we are giving you 10,000 for the first 2 baskets of your tomato.
Do you know what you are saying, Zita? Is what exactly that woman in Kenya who won a Nobel laureate some couple of years back did that time? Mobilizing people.
I'm telling you,
you remember the woman in Kenya?
Beta was just a novice.
She's not a novice. She's a
the guy's a novice.
Novice in terms of novice.
No. She's not a novice. Listen.
No, you know why I said that? In terms of understanding public service. She
No,
doesn't
no,
understand
no.
public
She
I
was
service.
don't
already
think
a
so.
minister. You're already a commissioner of health
I
in
don't think so.
No,
In
no,
fact,
no.
she
Akwa
understands the
Ibom now.
public service. She's the
She was a
one
minister
that understands the
in
public
Akwa Ibom
service.
now. She looked after COVID in Akwa Ibom now. She's not
I
new to
No,
public
no, I
she's
service.
not a
really
novice.
wish.
She understood the public service. Why did I say she understood the public service? The public service in Nigeria is into unaccountability. There is not accountability from their own end. So she understood it that way and she jumped into it and started misbehaving. But for me, I understand the public service in Nigeria. But when I pick a job in my life, right from my father said, make appropriate use of it. I like to keep my flag. I have a flag. Go and ask people I've worked with in life. As I'm in this platform, any day I leave this platform or this platform shuts down, people that heard my voice in this platform will forever remember me. I have a flag. So if I pick something I want to be part of it, I want to put my flag on it. So that public service aspect, I would have included. You see, if I am better, go or whatever you people talk, God forbid I can never be such a woman. Listen.
No, Zita, that's unfair. Let me tell you why I think it's unfair.
Listen, my name is Zita.
No, you have the floor. I just
can
want to
never be
interject.
anybody. I can never. God
Look,
forbid. I can never
how
be
did she
anybody.
fall? How did she fall is because she cornered some of the money and put it in private account. But ordinarily, we question the intent as if she has embezzled the money. But I know for a fact that when you go for operation of the sort we are talking about, let me use an example of American general. It may not be a good correlation, but it serves. When they give you $30 million, go to the Taliban clan camp and do this and do this and do that. Do you think, in all honesty, that general is going to disburse the whole 30 million? But he will be covered because he performed. As far as that general gets results, it's assumed that $30 million has gone for that expense account.
See,
so,
Baba, let me tell you something. Trust, love, there are a lot of things in life that are not legislative. I will keep saying this. You see, when Nigerians say government, they make me laugh. Every government provides something for job. If not for that embezzlement that woman did or tried to do or whatever, would you people have known that such amount of money goes to such a ministry? That was a tip of the iceberg. Not the whole money.
I know though.
But it was a special purpose vehicle for election now.
And that ministry, the problem of Tinubu's government.
You know that there are chunks of money to go to that goes to
Do you
ministry.
agree
What about
that
an average
the problem
Nigerian?
of Tinubu's government today is as a result of that ministry not functioning?
Wait now, let me finish. The woman, for an average Nigerian, they don't know that such a money is being wired into such ministries. Yes, you and I might know. You say yes, you know, but an average Nigerian in the street didn't know. Okay, that is one. Two, I always give an example of this guy that did Ministry of Agriculture during the time of Jonathan.
Additional.
Jonathan's government was a government of ATM machine. It was the most ridiculous government I have ever seen in my whole life. It was sharing money, embezzling money, and just as his name is, good luck, Jonathan, the money was coming. But this guy, in his good conscience, on his own, that's why I said it's not legislative, he decided to do things that the two eyes could see. People could praise. People could not ignore. We were all watching. Desania Litinbadeke was waggling her bum. Stella Odua was waggling her bum. Okonji Wala was.
Why are you looking at their bum?
It's just a statement. It's an Igbo adage, like when you wag your tail. Anyway, that's what I mean. It's not really that I was looking at like
No, I'm just joking.
Yourself, okay? So all those things were happening, but this man in his own quiet corner was doing things that this open eye, even a Mumu Nigerian can see that sector was functioning. Even if you're an enemy, you doesn't like him. Even if he's abusing you, you'll be an idiot to ignore his good work. So that was actually, I was so happy when they gave that job to Betta because I feel she's young. Looking at the way she did the campaign, I felt she's organized. I felt she's energetic because she's young. I believe she was vibrant. So I was happy. And I repeat, if I were her, but God forbid I can never be here, my name is Zita. You see all these Fulani herdsmen, I will have their data in my hands. And I will have the areas they concentrated. The ones moving to southwest, the ones heading in southeast, the one heading in the north. I will have all their data, no be money. And we know whether they are actually herdsmen or other thing. I bring them. I will keep registering. Not be the word of internet, the word of forensic. I will get all their fingerprints. Wham! But that woman messed up that.
No, it was too no, too early. Because if that military had been effective, I that time when Tinubu gave her that appointment, I was so happy. I'm like, yeah, this is a youth. This is somebody. You know, she was always flying everywhere. Oh, bro. Kai. No. But I don't know why Tinubu didn't replace her with somebody more vibrant. Because I think after her, I don't even know if there is anybody in that ministry till today.
You see, the thing is, I think it's a kind of, I would say it's a kind of demoralization. You know, that's a new ministry. That's a new ministry. If she has wrong with that ministry, it will ring bell. Soludo on planet Earth made Nigerians to understand central bank. In fact, he was the one that made Nigerians to start knowing what Central Bank of Nigeria is all about. Although it has been in existence, but
I agree with that.
The moment they handed it over to him, he brought a kind of dynamism into it that before you know it, every Nigerian was saying, He drew that attention. Not only that he drew that attention, people started seeing his performance. The same thing with Okonjo-Iweala. Those ministries, their own is even worse. The ministries has always been there. But they brought they brought them into it. And everybody saw that those kind of places can function, let alone someone who is being handed over a young, unknown ministry. Do you know what it means, humanitarian? That means welfare, all these IDP. Man, the woman, the woman screwed that thing up.
She actually messed up. She should have become a very super minister.
She will be
super ministry.
You'll be the face of the administration now.
I'm telling you, and that was what Tinubu really wanted. right?
Every ministry would have been coming to collect
during the
information
campaign.
from that
It was
woman.
almost everywhere during the campaign, and I think that was why Tinubu brought her in. Like, oh, you have the youthful.
They sidestep someone else together to make her the
Listen,
women.
every ministry would have been coming, even governors. When they know what she's doing, when they say Fulani herdsmen attacked so and so village, they will run to her. She will tell them the head of the Fulani herdsman that goes towards the west is Mr. So. This is his phone number. This is his. We can trace his fingerprint. Let's call him and find out what happened.
You know the funny thing, even Nema would actually come under her at some stage.
I'm telling you,
no, everybody will be.
I don't even want to hear that name again. I don't want to hear, because this is the problem I have with Jonathan. Young man, educated. Hey, for the first time, Nigeria is having a young man, and this is where the young man kept us. So, and then what is his name? The Kogi man. He was the youngest governor in Nigeria. He was madder than an old man. So
all the young people have always been nonsense now. Even the way Jivankoli as well was nonsensical. I mean, I think the only young person that's performed would be Donald Duke.
Yeah. Because he learned a lot. He's just a clean guy. That's the right word I will use. Because if you're a governor and does being dirty everywhere, I don't know, I just call you a dirty person. Because if you're a governor, you drive in the street of your state, you are ruling, and you see chunky everywhere, dirty. I mean, I don't know. It tells so much about you. That's why I keep telling person it's all about you. You don't see somebody down to begin to tell the person how to handle things. It's all about you. You are given a position. The first thing that showcases in that position is you. But most people don't understand. That's why they say, our government and our government. And I will say, then who are you? Who are Nigerians? How many of us Nigerians can do something different? The percentage is extremely very low. So why are you complaining? You put us there, we bring us. And when we bring us, it shows the usual. So why are we complaining? Soldier go, soldier come. Since I was born, it's been Nigerians. I wasn't born when the colonial masters were there. Even the military I heard of, they are still Nigerians. They were not foreigners. So what the heck are we talking about?
Okay, hello everyone. If I know is Madam Zika still on the floor.
Please go ahead.
Yeah, thanks, Madam Zika. Hello everyone. Yeah, listen to you guys. I have a quick question. I mean, you guys talked about the NYSC program that has deteriorated or abandoned in a lot of ways. You guys talk about programs that we had in the past. And now somebody said Nigeria could have been the China of Africa, right? So my question is, I have a question for everyone on the panel, if you can answer it, whomever. See, I know for sure in China, if Remy is here, Remy can back it up somewhat. In China, there's a lot of corruption in China. A lot of corruption at the highest level. The CCP is super corrupt. I think we all know that. If I wasn't, familiar with America, I would say, just like my people back home would deny that America has its own faults. We would think that there's no corruption in America, and now we know there's super corruption in America, especially what has been exposed right now from the Doge and the USAID, how manipulative and how corrupt these people are. Different layers of corruption that is, especially the liberals. It applies to the Republicans also somewhat. So, but my question is, the outcome with all this corruption in these nations. I even had a conversation with somebody from Qatar. I think it was Qatar, one of the Middle Eastern countries. The guy was from there, and he was adamant about the corruption also that's in his country. We don't think that. So the question is, how come all these countries that are corrupt, and perhaps at the highest level, they are more corrupt than Nigeria? How come they function? How come they have programs? How come things work in those countries, and in Nigeria nothing seems to work?
Can I take your question?
Yes, please.
I think I answered the question in the course of my speech, but let me elaborate a little on it. I first of all said, working for your country, doing your best for your country is more about you, not on the policy and the protocols. Just as you said, every country they embezzle money. Now, what is wrong with Nigeria? Nigeria is that we don't seem to have more people who are them that can showcase them to add more value to our country. We don't have much of those people. And even when we have, the moment that person finishes his job and goes away, the next person coming might not be that person that wants to do. I give you an example, Donald Duke. When he finished his time, the next person after him was Alaye. And all those things he did crumbled in a feeble of an eye. Now, those countries you are talking about, they have a lot of people. And by the way, let me say this, there are different types of corruption. There are corruption they call in Igbo, you eat mbubo, eat tutukom. Do you know what that means? When you are so corrupt that you eat both the capital and the interest. Those are mostly the kind of corruption we have in Nigeria. Baba made a comment in the course of this conversation. She said, they work and they eat from what they work. Those are the kind of corruption most times you see in those countries you are talking about. And again, come the judiciary, accountability. Sometimes most of them are not that lucky. They get indicted, they go to jail. What about your country? I always give example when I speak. When I give example, you go and do your research. The city of Chicago, there is one of the most corrupt politicians on the surface of the earth. Not in USO, I repeat, most corrupt politicians on the surface of the earth. But those same most corrupt politicians on the surface of the earth, they pick that Chicago from scratch and turned it to a quintessential city in the world. When states were crumbling, they held the foundation of that state through Chicago. And they did not go into, what do they call it, bankruptcy. Those are the kind of corruption they have. They generate the money and they take their cut. But 90% or 95 or 96 or 99% of the ones you have in Nigeria are the ones.
Please, Daddy, the question you asked, you say something in line of why does some country work and Nigeria doesn't work? I mean, what country are you talking about? Can you hear me?
Well, I mentioned China, Qatar, United States, for example.
Okay.
Yeah, they're corrupt.
Okay, give me what you. They're corrupt. Everywhere is corrupt. Well, give me when you say work, give me example like work. The work you mean?
Well, the work in the sense that the government is able to collaborate with the businesses and schools to bring about innovation and technology. They have the top schools, some of the top schools in the world. They run businesses. I mean, it's a functioning society. Remy was here. We would tell you. I've been to China also. Things work in China. They
Okay, so
work.
what you hold on. What you mean by work is that they work with they put money into the schools and stuff like that, right?
No, there is
Well,
And
development. That's the
okay, I
right
guess
word.
it works in the
hold on, give me
sense
a second.
that
They are
it works in
You
the
are saying
sense that
things is more, you work more better. That's what you mean.
it
No,
works in the
that's
sense
not
that
what
it
he said.
benefits the citizens largely. You know, people
Okay,
don't tend to
largely.
complain.
Okay. I get it. So here's the deal. Now, to the more you put into invest into citizens, the more they will get, right? So now, if you look at the budget of those countries, just look up the budget. Like for example, look at the budget of the United States. It's like about 26 to 28 trillion dollars, like a yearly budget, where they invest into the people and everything and whatever it is, programs. When we look at the budget of Nigeria, it's just 37 billion. So the difference in the money. So it's kind of like asking the question: how come one family is able to provide so much for the kids and the other one doesn't? And then when you look at the income, it's not the same. So that's a simple answer. So so if you look at the budget, it's the level
So
of wealth
because
of the.
Nigeria is a
Wait.
poor country, is that you're saying? That's
No.
our
No, the
problem.
budget. I'm just
Praise
telling you.
Daddy.
No.
Hold
Poor
on.
is
Let me
subjective. What I'm
respond
saying
again.
is, look, compare the budget. Okay,
Wait.
can we? Oh, wait, Manazia, hold on. Do we have 27 trillion to budget
Hold on. Let me take it
for the
from there.
population? And
Wait. Let me take it from there. Mike, I don't know if you're an economist,
no, I just
but let
no
me
basic thing.
answer you in a simple sentence. That budget stuff you are talking about. If you cannot save a penny, you cannot save a million. I've answered your question.
Okay, so Prince Daddy, is there a way Nigeria can come out 27 trillion to budget for all the programs?
I've answered your question. You don't need to ask again.
Yeah, I'm just trying to further for Prince Daddy
If
to respond.
Nigeria cannot do something with their 1 penny, because right from the beginning of Nigeria, their budget has never been the same. Every year there is increment in budget. Every year there is an
No, but the question he's asking is why we're not working on the level of those countries. And I'm saying their
He
budget is
didn't
way
say
more
why
than
are
ours.
they not
He's
working on the
saying, Mike,
level of
that
those countries.
so
That's not what he said. He
That's what
what
he
said,
level
asked.
of
He said, why is it not? He's comparing us to them. Like, why
no.
is the
That's
things
not
working?
what he didn't
And
get
I
the
also
question.
ask him. Don't forget. I push the question further to ask him in what
That's not.
sense.
You
And
didn't even get the question correct.
Lord.
Let me repeat what
But
he
I
said.
clarified. Now I asked him a question to clarify what he meant, and he did.
I will clarify it for you because
But
I
let God,
understand
his Prince Daddy that put the question. Now,
I
if you
will
put your own
clarify
in a
it
different
for you.
context, then I can say, okay,
When
I can.
people speak, I listen to them. I will clarify the question for you. What he's talking about is in the functionality and in deliverable. He's not talking about the amount. He's talking
Exactly,
about
but you have to pay for the delivery now.
Hold on. He's talking about the functionality and the deliverable and the way power to deliver. They are all different things.
You can have all that all you want. If you don't have the money to budget for it, you forget it.
100 trillion. If you don't have the way power to use that 100 trillion to develop something, it will not work. It will
Yeah,
fail
but we
us.
get it. We get that. We get the he admitted that there's corruption in both works, right? And then hold on. Every country, wait. Let me. Manza yesterday. Every country can do better than what they are doing, but because of corruption, they're not doing as good as they're doing. Even the US, that's why they debate that. You see Trump talking about how Biden screwed things up and things like that because he could have done better. So everyone could do better. But what we're saying is the money factor also plays a lot of role in how much you can do. You understand? So you can't say someone that has 23 trillion in his hand and someone that have 33 billion in his hand. You can't compete, no matter how corrupt
You
that's.
know what?
Hold on, even if that wait,
I
even
don't
if that
make arguments
hold
like this.
on. Even I want to allow people to talk to now. Even if that country with 27 trillion is 10 times more corrupt than the country that only has 33 billion, that 27 trillion will still go way far. They will still be able to deliver way more than the country that has 33 billion.
Okay. How many people are in China? Since you want us to run that way, you know, I
About
like
1.5
following people
billion.
in their idea.
Okay.
How many people are in China?
About 1.5 billion people.
You find out. And what is their budget?
We'll look
Per
it up.
capita. And what is their purchasing power? And what is their standard of living? Since you want us to go to the route of budget.
Hold on.
So
give me
do
a
it,
second.
and
Wait,
then
wait.
you bring Nigeria. You say, how much is their budget? How many people are in
In
Nigeria?
22 China
Per
general
capita.
public. Hold on. I'm
What
looking
is
at
their
the.
standard of what is their standard of living?
Do
Since
you know there are
said
more?
it's the
Hold on.
budget.
Wait, give me a second now. Give you a chance now. China has projected revenue. Okay, the budget is what about 28 trillion, I think, something like that. But anyway, but here's the deal. Do you know China has more poor people? They still have like hundreds of millions in poverty today. They've taken hundreds of millions of poverty, but they still have tens of millions in poverty. You know that, right? I'm talking about abject poverty. So you can't say standard of living that it's reached everyone. And the same way, I can tell you that population of countries like Sierra Leone, 3 million, Ghana, 24 million, something like that. Most African countries, their population is less. Now, if Nigeria is only 24 million people, the standard of living is way higher than all these countries. Because at least out of Nigeria, I can't tell me that more than 50 million Nigerians are doing very well. Because we're over 200 million. So, like they say the people living in abject poverty in Nigeria are 90 million, something like that. If that number is correct, then that means over 100 million are actually doing okay. So we have to put that into consideration with $33 billion budget. Now, let me ask you this: if you give United States 33 billion for their yearly budget, now the question is, Prince Daddy, do you think they'll be living up to the same standard they're living? You cut it from 20. You cut it from 27 trillion for that year or to 33 billion. Do you think? Let's cut down the budget from 27 trillion to 33 billion.
See, that's part of the problem also, Mike. See, the notion that we're not able to generate enough revenue is the problem in itself. It's a problem in itself.
You don't have that much wealth to generate that revenue to come up with. There's no way we can come up with 20.
That is not true.
We are not an advanced country like that, man. We don't control market like that globally.
Mike,
export
you have entered warehouse economics. Now let's go back to Nigeria and continue with our story.
No, let's cut US budget from 27 trillion to 33 billion. Let's see what that. You have the same standard of living you currently have, you know.
The over.
So Mike, you trust what you're saying. In other words, Mike, you trust Nigerian politicians that if they get like $30 trillion, okay, to run the economy,
to
they
budget
will do very well. Is that what you're saying?
They will still be even if they get us 3 times more corrupt than they are right now. People will be doing better than they are doing.
That's what you think. You don't understand.
That's way too much money, man.
You that question. If you can save, you can save a million.
That would take care of a lot of. That would take care of a lot of expenses, a lot of
Mike,
programs.
You underestimated the greediness of this Nigerian people, this politician. People that
bro, that's too much money, man. I don't care how much you want to steal.
Like Saraki, that's still a whole bank. I mean, people. Okay.
Okay, here's the deal. Check this out. Oh, wait. There are things that they budget for. For example, education. There are some things, right? And the money it still goes there. You understand? But there may be some stealing, corruption, but you can't say empty-handed. It still goes there. The money still goes to paying for those bills, those stuff, right? They still pay for it. But their level of corruption. But what I'm saying is, if it's 27 trillion, that means those things you are paying for, you'll be paying like. Hold on.
Hold on. You don't use 27 trillion. That's ridiculous. Let's give us a realistic number, like you think. Don't say 27 trillion.
You are the one that wait. You are the one that's saying how come we don't work? The country's not working like the United States. And I'm telling you that their budget for their program, the same program we're budgeting for, the budget they have for all the programs, everything for their people is $28 trillion, and you only have
Now,
33,
so
33
what
billion.
do you think?
So
What do you think Nigeria's budget should be? Don't say 27 trillion because we can never get there.
but yeah, so you answer the question. So that's why you can never live up to the standard of the US. It's not possible.
No. See, I didn't even say the standard. See, I didn't say standard of living. I was trying to compare corruption in some of these countries, and at the same time, why things work. They build schools, they build bridges, they have a healthcare. They do a lot of stuff within their budgets, and there's still a lot of corruption in those countries. Now,
Let me tell you something. If Prince Daddy, if you go to every state in Nigeria, they are building things. They are building, even though they're stealing, they're still building. You understand? You go, governor will tell you he's building this. They are fixing. They are doing something.
so apart from
But they still steal. They still steal a lot of it. I get it. But hold on now. They still steal some of it. But there are things is people still go to school. I mean, things is still working. But it's just not to the standard. Hold on now. Things is still working. Same way working every country.
You suspended the topic. The question is,
I can't hear you.
Corruption is everywhere, but how come some people are still
Aro, something's wrong with your system. Is it me or is it?
It's Allah. It's Allah.
Oh, whoever is talking, I don't know. Is it still there? Or you left? Oh, Ola, something's wrong with your system.
Yeah, it seems so. Continue.
Is it me or can you guys hear the guy?
He come out for Kiniun Funfun, he turn Atari Ajanoku. So he has to do something about that transition from Kiniun Funfun to Atari Ajanoku.
Baba, I'll be using this one too.
I can't hear you now.
Baba, chime in real quick. What do you think about my question? Mike said because we don't have a big budget, that's why we have we don't do nothing in that country. And by the way, Mike,
I'm saying we don't do enough. Like things we do, hold on now. We do some things, but we could do way more if our budget, like you comparing us to US and things like that. But what I'm saying is, if we have 28 trillion budget a year, we'll be doing way more than we're doing, no matter what. But we're still doing something. It's not like we're not doing it. Nothing is going on there, like nothing at all. Come on, huh? I mean, that's kind of ridiculous. It's not like everybody just sitting down. Nothing is going on.
Okay.
I mean, they are running ministries. They are running ministries. That they are running parastatals. They are running cities and running government now. Come on, things is going on. They are running stuff.
Is that building stuff? Running parastatals, running the government. Is that building stuff? Is that doing something for the country? Apart from River State, Wike, and Lagos State, what other states? Maybe I don't know. It's a question.
No, everyone is there. No. They hold on. They are running. Hold on. The country is running. There's no country that's shut down. They are running. People go to work every day. Civil servants go to work. Everybody's working. They are running the country, and they are running the Ministry of Education, Ministry of everything is working. That's why children go to school every day, and everybody go. Even the schools, the NYSC, we are running stuff. We may not be. Maybe you're saying maybe they may be a little lazy, whatever, corruption, all those things stay happening, but we're still running the country. You understand? But what I'm telling you is, no matter how bad they are running it, if you give them 28 trillion a year to run those things, they will be doing way better than they're doing. That's what I'm telling you. That's a lot of money. What they are doing right now, they still look kind of what they are doing right now with 33 billion budget, they're still looking rubbish. Can you imagine if you now make 28 trillion? It's like how many times is that to 33 trillion? 33 billion.
So Olive, even though you're using like such a wild number, 27 trillion.
Look it up. The United States budget is 28 trillion dollars.
I'm not talking about it's kind of funny that you say you compare United States budget as big as United States is with all those industries. You want to give Nigeria also the opportunity to have a $27 trillion or $28 trillion budget.
Wait,
that's
now
ridiculous.
Population of Nigeria. Hold on.
My question is,
go ahead.
Why, Mike? Answer this question. Why do you think, if they can't, with all the corruption going on right now with $33 billion, right? What makes you think they're going to change overnight and become saints and be able to manage $28 trillion if you have that much money?
Okay, here's the deal. With all the corruption going on, right? So-called corruption, which most of it is just exaggerated. We know corruption is going on, but there's still things done. Like, we'll look at the level of things that's being done right? Basic thing, because when I go to Nigeria, I still see something being done, but it may not be enough. So what I would do is what's being done, I have to multiply that. First of all, I have to divide 28 trillion by 33 billion, whatever percent number that is. That's how many times better whatever I'm seeing will be. That's what I can tell you. So that means with the little that I'm seeing, maybe what some will breed have a rail line, blue rail line. That means if he has more budget, way more that 300 times more budget, you do 300 times of that thing you see. So that means 300 times what you see on ground is what you will
Mike,
see.
that's Lagos State money. See,
No,
you need
hold
to
on now.
separate. You need to separate the
I
state,
just give you an
the
example.
state revenue.
I'm not focusing on Lagos. I'm just saying, like, if you go even Lagos Ibadan Expressway, right? For example, that's been done with just out of that
Mike,
33
there
billion.
is one topic I want to discuss.
Yeah,
It's
go
what
ahead.
is going on in the US.
Oh, hold on. Before my mouth jump in. See, the states, they have, apart from the money they get from the center and the federal government budget, the states, they have a lot of money also. They generate revenue. They have
But it's
opportunities to
not how
generate a
to.
lot of
But it's
money.
not how to the money America generates. You can't, because your question is why we not like them, and that's what Solly too came to present earlier. They will go to all these countries, Australia, US, people that run the world, that run all these NATO countries that run the planet. They control the world global resources. They bomb countries to make themselves the richest. They control global currency values.
Taiwan
Hold on,
doesn't
give me
do
a
that.
second now. Let
Singapore
me land.
doesn't do that.
Calm down, calm down. You're talking about people that rule the world to make themselves the like 1,000 times richer than everybody else, and you guys will travel to these countries and begin to compare them with your country where you don't have the means to even control your next door neighbor. Even
It's not fair,
Dangote can
actually.
never sell
No,
his.
no, no. Okay, Mike, I hear 1 second. See, we use America and China because they are, a lot of people know. But there are many other countries, Mike. Do not be confused.
Okay,
That
use
run
them
very
now.
well.
Use them. Use the country on the continent now. Use them. Name them.
Countries like Taiwan, Singapore, Malaysia. I mean, there are plenty. Japan don't run around the
You're
world doing
talking
what
about
the US does.
countries. Hold on now. You're talking about countries that manufacture. You understand? Where their citizens have like. Hold on now.
So what are they copying us? What does that mean?
Okay. You give me those now. I'll pull up their budget and see their budget too, so we can see why they're able to fund their infrastructure and things like that. So you say Taiwan, right?
Mike, good morning, good afternoon, Abi, anywhere you are. Prince Daddy, what Mike is trying to say is, I've often heard people say even the budgets of New York is even only New York is more than the budget of the whole Nigeria. Do you know what I'm saying? So they have more budget to do many things than what we have back home. So you see, the comparison is, you can't compare at all.
No, it does.
Like
Listen,
America.
it's not a 1-to-1 ratio. It doesn't work that way. See, if
What do you mean it
the
doesn't
New
work?
York's budget
Money to do
is like
anything.
100. See, if New York's budget is like $100 billion, okay, it's not a 1-to-1 ratio. Maybe in equivalence, it should be like maybe 20 billion in Nigeria. So in other words, you should be able to do with 20 billion in Nigeria what New York can do with 100 billion in New York. You see my
What are
point?
you
So it's not
talking about?
1-to-1.
In what sense? Is it not the same money? What are you talking about, man?
It's not the same. It's not the same standard of living. It's not the same cost of
Are you saying
buying
it?
things.
No, hold on now, hold on. The
Come on, it's
cost.
not the same. It's not the same labor cost. Come on, you want to compare the labor cost in America to Nigeria? It's not. They pay people freaking what? How much? $20 a month as salary. Even if you move that to $100.
Yeah, but they're able to pay. Hold on now, hold on. Look, one of the things that make people's life standard of living high is because what they pay them, right? So you guys are complaining about the reason people are suffering is because they don't pay them good enough in Nigeria, right? So you just like the girl saying the minimum wage is 30,000. You want to make the same amount of minimum wage as America? That means we have to come up with American budgets.
Mike, the average rent in America or to rent a place is probably around $3,000 to $4,000. Okay,
exactly.
Are you telling me? Okay, so then look at it also with your $30,000 or $70,000 on naira a month, and make you $5,000 a month here in America. I mean, do the math. Let me.
Okay,
I think
what
you
is
know that.
the rent? Hold on now. What is the rent in Nigeria too?
Are you kidding me? I don't
It's
know.
lower
Maybe.
too. So hold on. The point we are making is this: for you to have the same standard of living, you have to make the same level of income, the same high kind of level of income. Because, for example, for Nigeria to give you 124-hour electricity the same way you get it in America, they use the same resources to produce that electricity, right? Which is probably, if they want to do nuclear, whatever, they have to pay for the uranium, all those things, whatever it takes. You can't tell me that Nigeria will go to the global market to buy the resources they need to fuel their society, their economy, a lower price than America will buy it. The price of everything is set globally the same. Now, the deal is Americans can pay for Americans, they can pay for it because their income level is high. So, like in America now, if you to get your 24-hour electricity, you know how much you have to pay every month. How many Nigerians can afford that to have 24-hour electricity? Not too many. You understand? So, not to say we can't figure a way or something, but to give poor people that make less than $1 a day, because the way Nigeria will subsidize, you cannot subsidize
Mike,
most.
I'm surprised you're making excuses for the government and
It's
their
not
poor
excuse. I'm
performance.
giving you realistic facts, man. Hold on. Hold on. The Nigeria, for example, even people that make less than $1 a day, they still have some degree of access to electricity, right? Some degree of access. Now in America, if you don't pay your light bill, they'll cut it. You understand? If you make less than $1 a day in America, you can't pay your electricity bill. It's not possible. You're gonna have to go on welfare or something. You're gonna have to go on government welfare.
People that make about $5,000 in America, we say they live paycheck to paycheck. It's well documented. So even people that make, let's say, 200,000 naira in Nigeria a month, okay, a person that makes about $5,000 in America is not better off than they are in Nigeria. They're just not. Okay.
So are you contradicting yourself? So you are saying Nigerians are living better than the Americans? Is that what you're saying? Well, you're the one that say why can't we don't live on their level? So you say Nigeria is working,
No.
man.
I was talking more of a higher level. It's not about you reduce the argument to standard of living. Me, I'm saying that look, with all the corruption in these countries, even in America as we know it, how come they are able to build schools, roads, and provide infrastructure and all sorts of amenities for the citizens?
And that's what I'm saying.
And you say it because they have a much higher budget than we do. That's why they're able to do so.
Yeah, they budget for those things now, don't they?
They have much more money anyway.
Exactly.
So
they have
they
money in the
can do
budget, but
more
it's out of the
things.
budget now. It's out of the national budget that they used to build those things. And they earn hold on. They earn their revenue to budget for those things through taxation and through export of
manufactured goods,
market goods and things like that. And they do property, for example, education, for example, property tax. They tax your house.
Okay, hold on. I get, but
so many things. So they're able to raise 28 trillion.
But there you are. No, I think you're reducing the argument. So, 1 second. There you are talking about how innovative their society is. They find a way to generate revenue in different forms. And what I'm talking about, what I'm talking about is not strictly about the result of their performance in these countries is as a result of how they run the country, their leadership, their innovation, and creativity. That's part of the whole equation. So you're reducing everything to like, they have a bigger budget.
Okay,
that's why
calm down now. Okay, calm down. So let's focus on the way they were able to raise those revenue. They have the means, right? Through they tax the productive population, right? So now that productive population, such as Silicon Valley, such as someone like Facebook, all these people that make things happen. Now, was it not as a result of the individual's ingenuity? So how many Nigerians besides Dangote that actually doing those things, like being creative?
And who's stopping them?
So what I'm saying is,
stopping them?
No.
Who's stopping them?
Where I'm trying to go is this. I think with the mistake Nigerian government is doing, because that's why I always give this guy credit. What's his name? John F. Kennedy. Because when he made that quote, he kind of struck into many Americans, and he kind of changed the way many Americans started to think. He said, "Don't ask your country what your country can do for you. I mean, sorry, don't ask your country what your country can do for you. Ask what you can do for your country.
Was that
Hold on
Kennedy?
now, hold on, hold on, hold on.
Was that Kennedy that said that?
Yeah, it was John F. Kennedy. Yeah. So that's when many Americans begin to realize that and then in the business school here, they also begin to teach people that listen, what's it called? Problem because opportunity. What you need to do out there is go and look at the problem of your society. And as a human born with brain, start figuring solution. And when
Okay,
you
so
hold on,
we
wait
only
now.
born with brains.
You take me out of context. Let me learn. Once you able to find solution, you become rich. So now all the problem we have in our environment, if every individual Nigerian start saying, "Oh, we have this problem, we have this problem. Let me go and figure a way to create, invent something." Or you don't even have to invent because everything's already invented out there. You don't have to reinvent the wheel because the Americans, the Chinese, we import so many things to that country. Just learn how to make it yourself, manufacture it. Just like Dangote figured that, hey, my people need sugar, they need cement, and he figured out how to make it. And guess what? He makes his country richer, and he make himself richer. So that's how most Americans think. And people that make the country rich, that's how they think. They become innovative and creative and problem solving. They don't sit around crying and just waiting for one government to make their life better.
Mike, should I tell you what it is?
Mike, do you know what I mean, Mike? You don't
Who's that?
believe that a baby born.
Oh, now something's wrong with your system.
You have to go in and come back. Your mic is not clear. You're not clear.
Okay.
Like I was gonna say that I think the reason things are so bad in Nigeria, and there's a reason there's no lack of innovation, is because of this government contract craze and this national cake notion. So everybody is eager to go and take their share from the national cake. You know, everybody is trying to find a contract.
Everybody very joke.
Go to blow overnight. You know, if I hit it, get a chance, get one big contract, I'll blow overnight.
So nobody's creating jobs, creating factories.
Nobody wants to, because creating jobs and building factories, there's a lot of risk there, and it is hard work, and it's not done overnight, and it is long term.
Sorry, Aro. So people are not creating jobs because the budget is small, right? Is that right?
No, you don't need budget to think. Oh, you see, let me tell you what, Prince, that let me tell you one thing that doesn't cost money. Just the ability to sit down and think. That doesn't cost anything.
What now you're talking? That's
but give me a second now. Hold on. To think is not enough to create a thing. The think is enough to figure out how to create a thing. Now, once you figure out how to create a thing, what you now need next is capital. Now, you don't need to start where you start your factory become $1 billion factory. You can start small. Now, just figure out how to make, for example, they were having a conversation when I just started making toothpick. That really want to make me cry. Okay, Prince Daddy, you that are sitting here, or you kind of figure it out. Okay, Nigeria imports, let's say, I don't know, $1 billion toothpick a year. Just go and sit down and figure out how to make your toothpick. If you don't have the capital to start the work, just come up with the idea and just approach your friend. Hold on, you can come on this show and say, guys, let's donate $1,000 to come up with the $10,000 to open the factory and start making it, right? And then within 10 years, your toothpick factory will become something where you export to all over. Wait. Let me land. When in 10 years time, your toothpick factory start to export toothpicks to every country in the world, and that's how your country, your country now will start to get revenue from your profit, because when you export, you make a lot of money, and then your government will tax you. Hold on now, wait.
We don't have a money problem.
Means that I'm almost done. Wait. Your government will begin to tax your company now, and they get richer, and their budget will increase. That's the point I'm trying to make. Yeah.
Mike, can I say?
Yeah, hold on. Sorry, 5 seconds. So you're saying, in other words, we don't have a money problem. That's what you're saying.
We have money problem.
But if you do all the steps you just talked about right now,
we have thinking and money problem.
Is going to create money and revenue along the way. I mean, I regret. Sorry.
We don't have a thinking problem. We do not have a money problem. Okay. When it comes to manufacturing, and when it comes to enterprise, like you put it, number one, enterprise, and it's the same reason people don't want to go into farming. Nobody wants to do the hard job, okay? And the government does not incentivize it, that people have to do this, okay? So let's take the option of toothpick, okay? If I want to start up a toothpick factory, okay, I need to have access to supply of timber, Okay, I think most toothpicks they use teak wood. Okay, so that means I need to be doing that there. I have to have my, it's either I set up a factory, which is very, is risky. I put my capital into it. I buy a lot of equipment, machinery. I have to train the staff. There's a lot of my capital in there. Things can go sideways anytime. The government can come along and put a new, introduce some new policy, destroy me. I'm destroyed for life. I hold the bank a lot of money. Or
You sound like giving excuses, man.
Wait.
Or you're already giving all the excuses why you can't.
Wait. Or I'm an importer and I just import the thing. Low
And that's
risk,
our problem.
high yield.
Peter will
That's
be
a problem.
importance.
Yeah, so the problem is everybody wants to do something that is low yield, so low risk, high yield, and instantaneous reward. The same reason nobody wants to go to farming. Farming is a very
Everybody rather imports.
Agriculture is a very, very tasking, very, very volatile industry. Okay, yeah, you're a farmer, you're depending on the weather, things can go sideways, you can have drought out of nowhere, you can have so many things, you could have some disease just destroys your crop, and there you go, you are in serious debt.
So you saying this to say what? That's why we're not doing it, or what?
No, the government needs to incentivize it, and the government needs to punish put levies in place that would discourage importation, and that would also encourage, because there's people that want to manufacture.
I don't know how much encouragement you need to know that you need to become. I don't understand. Hold on.
Mike, there's people that want to
that's what frustrates me about having conversation with black man.
No, Mike, wait. Let me tell you something.
I'm telling you, so you know that. Hold on. You know, if you start a toothpick this thing, you become billionaire in 10 years, and you are saying the government will still encourage you. So the money that you make,
there's no guarantee.
So the success is not encouraging enough. You still need government to come and sit down with you, come and knock on your door, come to your house, and tell you that, hey, as a citizen, learn to make things. Come on now.
Mike, there's a greater possibility that you will fail. Not only would you fail, that you will fail, that you become indebted.
So fear of failure, the fear of failure, that's your problem.
No, not just a fear of failure, okay? Not just a fear of failure.
The fear of failure, now that's what you just expressed just now.
No, wait,
there's no businessman that can succeed in life if he has the fear of failure.
Mike, Dangote got out of the fabrics business. Why did Dangote go out of the fabrics business? Because there was large people importing cheap fabrics from China that destroyed.
Arrow, before you divert, I'm telling you that Nigerians are not doing some things, and they haven't started doing it. You're already telling me why they are not doing it.
The federal government needs to actually put some very
Arrow. Listen, before government can start doing something for you, you have to Arrow. Before government can start doing something for you, you have to get started first. The people are not. You haven't started doing anything. You're talking about government.
Mike, no reasonable person will go to the business. Dangote set up a refinery, and the thing almost. Look at the man. The man almost went mad a few months ago.
Okay, Madam Sita, Madam AI, are you there? Madam AI. I don't know if she's still there. Okay, so basically, a few months ago, when Dangote was trying to get his refinery going, government started giving him problem. People like us came in and started attacking the government. You understand? The only time you can call me to come and attack government is if you already get started and government is in your way. And then I will come here to be attacked. Oh no, wait. I will come here and be buying that argument and be attacking government. But you can't be sitting down, you haven't started doing anything, and you're already talking to me about government being in your way. I don't buy that. Or start telling me about this thing was in your way, that's in your way. No, you haven't started anything, and you're telling me what's in your way. I'm sorry, I'm not buying that.
Mike, you attacking government for Dangote did not relieve his stress when it came to his creditors. Okay, the reality of his creditors, of the pressure he had.
Arrow, you're missing my point here. You're missing my point here.
So you attacking government I mean, there's a lot of people manufacturing.
Arrow, you're taking us away from the original argument. You are taking us into all these rattle of other complex technical. No. The point is why. Prince Harry is talking about why don't we have that budget? We come to why we don't, because we don't manufacture, we don't do this, we don't do that. And I'm saying
we need to tax our
hold on. Wait now, Nisuru. Individuals are not coming up with the innovation, they're not coming up with it, and that's the first step. You come up with it, and the second step, we start discussing how to put the money, whatever, bring government in. That's the second step. Now, we haven't done the first step. You're already telling me the problem with the second step. I don't want to hear that shit. That's not the argument. We can be talking about the second step in a situation where Dangote, for example, when Dangote already established this manufacturing, and then government is not doing their part. That's when you can come to me to talk about government. Then I can say, yeah, now it's time to have conversation about government because the citizen has already done his part. The man has already built the refinery. He has already come up with the idea. So we move on from the individual. Now it's time to face government. But if Dangote, let's say Dangote hasn't built a refinery, he hasn't started anything, he's just sitting in his house. He hasn't make any move. He's still a broke ass dude. And I'm like, Dangote, I can't. You say you have a dream of having a factory and things like that. You're sitting in your couch. You haven't done anything. Oh, it's because government. If I do it, government. I don't want to hear that shit. Do it first, and then we can talk about government next. After that, so
But
that's
Mike,
what that's why I disagree with you because you are telling me.
There are people out there really involved in manufacturing and innovation, but it is not easy, and they are struggling. And the reason why they are struggling is because they are competing, okay, with people importing substandard products, okay, and they are competing with. I mean, it's a price war, and it's not a Nigerian thing; it's a global thing.
We haven't got the Nigerians. We're not making too much. I'm sorry. That's why we are not as rich as.
We're not doing enough. But I mean,
that's why.
I think the people are doing
The answer brings
that
this question. The reason we are not as rich as the Singapore, the Japan, the China, all these countries we talk about, they are making things. We are not making much. We are not making. Just accept it. You can't say we are making things.
We need to do some protection.
Maybe we're making little things, but we are not making enough to be rich.
Okay. If you think so, Mike, I think you've taken a position that I can't take you. I can't bring you around to my point of view. The government needs to enforce some protectionism laws to help people that really want to take that risk to get into the business. There's people that have done it, they've been burnt, and they will never try it, and they will never.
Who did it? Who did it? Who started manufacturing?
Many people have been into manufacturing. Mike, you really need to
give me an example now. Give me.
I know you go to Nigeria very frequently, but you need to check around and ask around, and people will tell you their experiences.
Maybe whoever failed, that person screwed up because that person could have came to me or come to the person screwed up because there's no way you can, figure out to manufacture something and they say you fail. Are you kidding me? The market is so big. Are you kidding me? The whole world exports. I mean,
yeah, the market is so big. The market is so big, but you're competing with Chinese imports. Yes, go figure.
Yes, that's small. Here's the deal. Here's what you guys don't understand. Some people don't understand how to start business. For example, when I started my business, right? I know some guys they all so desperate to get rich. They started big, they put so much money, open a big space, blah, blah, blah. Next thing they fail. But someone like me, I just started small. I started with my office was a small mailbox. I just read the mailbox. I'm giving you guys some business trick right here. I had a mailbox where I pay only $15 a month. Now that mailbox has the address. It's a post office, but the address of that mailbox is the post office address. But the unit number is that small mailbox. So my clients, they think that's my office. So now when they want to mail me something, they say, I'm going to mail this to your office. They mail it to the post office. The post office is coming and pick it up. So I started small like that. My bill, $15 a month for office. While some guy went to rent an office of $1,000. Right? $1,000 bill a month. Now I started business very small. I started with just service. Small. I still keep my main job. Small till my business become popular, big, started growing. And then I'm like, okay, now revenue is growing enough. And then I started expanding it small. But some people don't know how to do business. That's why if you get an idea, you go and sit down with people that know business. If you're an innovator, you go and partner with businessmen. And businessmen will handle the business part of it for you. You understand? And if you're an investor, that's why I say even the reason why I give up on Nigeria is because I told all my friends in Nigeria, my relatives, I say, look, nobody should ever call me to give them money again. There's no free lunch in this world. Come up with an idea, and I'll bring the money down. And I said that most of them don't call me again. I'm like, okay, that's what their problem is. Because somebody already say, all you have to do is come up with an idea. He has the capital. But these same people will still go around and sitting somewhere and be crying at government, and they won't give loan, they won't do this. But let's say, someone in America already told you, guys, just come up. Me too, I want to be rich. Because all I have to do is, these guys come up with the idea in Nigeria. Bring the business plan, everything. I study it myself. and I can see the feasibility, like, well, this thing can blow. And then I'll be like, okay, here's the deal. If I'm putting the money down, I'm going to own 50%. You own 50%. You understand? So I'll put the money down. He got the idea. You establish it, we run it together. So now you make your money, we split the profits. But guess what? They walk away. They don't want to hear me. But the same people will tell you, see, this country, this government bad, see how hungry they catch us. Yeah, I'll tell you, man, guy. Now people be no one think. The problem, we just don't want to think. I don't know what it is, whether now a black man, even the same thing for America here. The only people you go see where they complain say the government are the reason they are poor, and the blacks. I never see one Chinese American or white American come and tell me that the government is the reason why it's poor. But only the blacks go to tell you that one. Now only them will tell you say the reason they are poor now Obama don't do anything for them. Democrat not doing something for them. And now let's vote Republican. All of them now they talk say Republican go Trump go solve their problem. Then later on they started talking about reparation for slavery. Say government. I said, yeah, serious. You know, when they go build the business, their community, all they go sit down and woman they go to chase all day. Get women belly all the time. All the complaints say the reason they don't get money and because of government and the Democrats don't do anything for their neighborhood. My brother, I tell you, man, our problem with that, man. We just don't want to do. We don't want to do enough.
Well, it's multifaceted. I understand. Like I don't disagree with you entirely, but I'm just telling you that it's when it comes to manufacturing and when it comes to enterprise in Nigeria, the government. I mean, the government doesn't do enough to protect the local manufacturers and to protect the local entrepreneurs. The government doesn't do enough to protect them. Because the international space, because it's an international space. I mean, when you go into especially when you go to manufacturing, okay, you're not competing just with
Well, you still haven't given me the example of who did something that they are not protecting. Just give me one example. You can't just
Dangote, I gave you the example of Dangote's textile. Dangote's textile was destroyed just because with cheap Chinese imports. We've discussed the issue of Adire in this same one-man platform. Fake Adire is now being imported from China. So think about it. Let's say someone actually invests. Okay, so all these local artisans. Let's say someone actually brings the money and says, you know what, these local artisans, I want to gather them together. I want us to actually invest in some machinery, invest in a big space, a warehouse or something, or a big kind of like collaborative center. We're gonna build that, do that. So that takes some capital to put that together. Okay, the whole idea is that we're gonna be designing at the area would actually have.
See,
but then you are competing. But then you have the reality of competing with international cheap Chinese imports. It's the reality of this.
Okay, here's the deal. Okay, how come other countries that manufacture that? Okay, how come other countries that manufacture that don't complain about this? It's only
because most countries around the world, they actually to put a lot of effort. Number one, to fight to put in place protectionism rules for their local manufacturers and the local entrepreneurs.
Okay, let me ask you if that's really our problem.
And that's why. Okay, look at Trump now. What's Trump doing? He's putting together levies and putting large levies and whatnot on items coming into
Okay,
America.
let me ask you this question then. So if that's really our problem then, so how come when Nigeria protests, that's not what we protest about?
Because people. I'm not saying the people.
Okay, so that tells you your problem then. You want to protest about some.
No, the people, not serious people don't protest, Mike. The serious people doing the serious work.
Exactly. When we engage, okay, when we want to talk about government, how come we're not talking about
protest. Those people protest, but they protest using official, because there's a Manufacturers Association of Nigeria, MAN. They do actually liaise very much with governments. They have all this different. I mean, they do protest silently. They don't go online to start complaining and acting like fools. But they do go to the anytime the government tries to put even this tax reform bill. the man actually have some reservations when it comes to the tax reform bill. So they do protest. Well, obviously, they're not going to go on social media and start making a fool of themselves. But they do protest because all these things impact them. You know.
No, I'm saying people that I'm talking about the show already, activists. Because everybody
those people,
the show already, I think all of them, they always organizing protests.
those guys, those are clowns, all right?
They're always organizing protests, but they're not organizing protests.
Even the NLC, okay, even the Labour Congress, okay, because when you look at the Labour Congress, the population of individuals who the Labour Congress actually represents, their registered members, is not up to 5% of Nigerians. Less than 5% of Nigerians. That's the population of individuals that the Nigerian Labour Congress, NLC, and TUC represent. Because most Nigerians are not employed in because really the vast majority of individuals they represent are literally public enterprise. And so really the problem is that Nigerians get, we get carried away as well. There'll be something new today. Natasha Akbuti, we were talking about her last week.
Exactly.
We very quickly moved on to a silly Ayangba girl on social media.
Wait, but let me say something real quick, because I think we've had this discussion like few times, and whatever this guy's saying, I totally disagree with him, because I don't understand how solving problems is related to manufacturing. Well, it makes no sense. We said solve problems.
What do you mean?
Listen first.
I don't get what you're
talking. You are talking about Nigeria have problems, and we don't have people providing solutions. You're talking about manufacturing. What does that have to do?
No. I'm not talking about that in general. Mike, I'm just disproving Mike's allegations that people are lazy and nobody is out there making an effort to enterprise. I'm just telling Mike,
we are lazy. The thing is,
there is enterprise out there.
Let me say this. So in Nigeria, we all know there's no the food. There's high price of food. We know, like, if even the small farming that they're doing, if they're not able to sell it within maybe a week, for example, I don't know, everything just, they lose money because things go bad. If there's no proper saving, what might I call it? There's no proper
facilities,
proper housing, and making there's no proper facility to make sure that things don't go bad. So that's another one. We have so many problems, and we're not solving it. People that goes to school, especially Nigerian education, it's like we don't learn how to solve problems. We just memorize. And I'll give you examples. I just mentioned farming now. Like, things go bad. Like, you have eggs, if they don't.
Is it me or is it this system?
It's Oriade. We can hear you.
I don't disagree with where he's going to. I think I can see where he's going to. I'm not in disagreement with that. And I think that's part of our problem as well. But I'm saying, even the few people that are trying, the government has not done enough to protect them. There's not enough people trying. Really, there's not enough people trying. The few people that are trying, the government is not doing enough to protect them. And that does not encourage the individuals that are just sitting in the sidelines, aspiring, okay, to put themselves in a position to try, in the near future. It's not encouraging.
Wait, trying to solve which problem, though? Which of the problems? Let's pick one problem and talk about that one problem. Okay, because I disagree to the fact that you're asking government to come in. I don't see anything that has to do with government here.
No. I'm not asking the government to come in. I'm talking about the government. Governments across the world, they implement policy. Okay, fiscal policy, monetary policy.
No. Government always come later. Whenever innovation, like solving problem, come first.
Is Donald Trump
It's the
waiting? Is he
last
waiting
thing
around?
that government always come in.
Wait. Is Donald Trump
Never start. Policy never starts solving problems.
Can I put it to you? Okay, is Donald Trump waiting around? Okay, this will be to the delight of Prince.
Wait, we are not talking about wait.
Let me give you an example.
About Donald Trump.
Yes, I know we're not. Yes, but is he waiting around? So he says he wants to return American jobs. All right. He's not waiting around the flanks, okay, hoping that, suddenly...
I'm not going to talk about Trump. Because I disagree with him on so many levels.
You disagree
so
with
him. I don't want
to
talk about him.
I disagree with him on many levels as well. But he's not waiting around, okay, in his plans to make America great again, as he says.
What plans? He's been saying this since the last time he came, and he did nothing. He did nothing.
Let's just assume that what he's doing it in good, he's doing it honestly, okay? So
Aro, sorry to interject you. Can I put it this way? I think you two are both right, but I think there are areas of the economy that the government will kickstart the process, right? That what you're looking for will be triggered by government through key investment. And there are areas of the economy that the private sector will be the one to kickstart it, and it will force the government to source for funds to support them. So you are both right. It just depends on what the focus of that economy.
No. I disagree with you. There's nothing that government will kickstart. Nothing. Government never start anything.
Let me finish. I just showed up. Let me just give me a few seconds to just get it in. So areas example would be where people would say, let's say PPP projects, right? That's not just Lagos adopted, right? So like the port, for example, which the initial interest was by the state government. They found the foreign investor, right? And they brought this foreign investment from Singapore and I believe Thailand. And the federal government saw the potential and they partnered with them, right? So it was the state, the federal, and private investor. That is for the maritime. Now, there might be areas where the government, we have to invest, like agriculture, maybe in rural areas that need that initial kickstart fund or resource or help through even educating the farmer, just to change the way you store, the way you produce, the way you cultivate. So if I say I'm going to invest in the farmer and his kids and train them on how to better use fertilizers and how to better store food, that is investment in that market. So when that person then learns and they source for funds from the private investor, they can be better productive. So it's a combination of both. It's not just exclusive to one area. So my point is, it depends on the sector of that economy. And so I wouldn't say you're both wrong. It just depends on where the funds are going to and the focus of that society.
BT, what I'm even arguing is the government needs to implement more protectionism laws, local protectionism laws.
Not in all sectors, what I'm saying.
Not in all sectors, but I think the government is not doing enough to protect the local industry. They're not doing enough. We've spoken about the Adire situation in this platform. What's the government doing about that? We talk about pencils.
But
the government needs to protect the local industry.
Yeah, but the pushback.
It's not fashionable these days, but everybody around the world is doing this. We talk about all these Singapore, all these countries around the world, even the United Kingdom, the America, all of them did it at the start.
No,
country that's not protectionism.
Let me put you back on what you just said. If you want government to protect something, that means the local players, that should be an investment opportunity for the local players. If I tell government don't allow the people to import rice or import beans or import A, B, C, and D, you must then step up to meet the demand. You cannot just stop something from coming in, but you cannot step up or even put something better now. So where are your own investors to key in that opportunity, that open open field? So you can't just blocking and saying that, okay, block this, block A, B, C, and block C and B. Buhari closed the border for 8 years. What happened? Nothing. Did you guys step up? You didn't step up now. You failed. So where are your own private investors to meet the demand of what you're blocking? Where they go?
I still disagree with the fact that government has to do anything.
You protect an industry that's been around, and it's we call it, it's a matured industry. That's what you protect. You don't protect a nascent industry or an industry you want to start from scratch. If you, like, for example, America protects its agricultural its farmers. They are large farmers in America, and they produce in the billions. Because of global competition from China and the rest of the world, America under Trump, this American government spends billions of dollars in rebates and refunds to the farmers. So to your point, you can't say you protect an industry whereby you don't have a viable industry, and you can't meet the local demand. It doesn't make any sense.
Exactly.
What you have.
Wait. Can I say something? I have two clarification I want to do. Before I go with the Nigerian one, let me stick with what you just said there. Americans, they're subsidizing the farmers. So here's the thing. The only reason why they're subsidizing the farmers is the fact that their competition, they're also subsidizing them. That's so what P Daddy or whatever just said now is incorrect. The only reason why they had to do that is because the competition is also doing that. So they had to do that in order for them not to be bringing cheap goods to us. So that's the reason why they had to do that.
But
so
we are victims of that as well.
Right.
We are.
I'm not sure. Now let me go to. I'm not sure I'm wrong. It's a very simple thing what I said. I mean,
what you said.
No,
you said.
Hold on. They're low-cost countries.
Say it again.
They're low. Huh?
Say what you said again. Say it again. What you just said. That was clarifying.
We were talking to Arro's point earlier. We're talking about protectionism, and I'm saying that you can only protect what you have. Simply put, you can only protect what you have. So we the farmers a farmer in Mexico that grows avocado, where over 90% or 70% of America's avocado comes from in Mexico. An American farmer cannot compete against such a competitor, because the labor in Mexico to farm is much more cheaper than America. It has nothing to do with the Mexico government subsidizing its farmers. Not at all. Mexico doesn't spend a lot of money subsidizing the farmers. They don't. But it is a differential when it comes to labor and other factors of farming that makes it more cheaper. And if they bring their product into America, American farmers can compete. Therefore, America can put a policy in place that say, hey, Trump, 25%, 50% tax on avocados coming from Mexico. That's how it works.
Well, I totally don't I don't kind of like agree with that, because here's the thing. If you're competing, so first of all, your money is already like a leverage for you, for the fact that, just like you said, in order for them to get anything done, their currency is already like nothing. They're paying the salary they have to pay to their farmers compared to what they're paying over here. It's not the same. It's not on the same. So the competition is already steep in one area. So that's number one. And you saying they don't subsidize them, I don't think that's correct. I don't know, but I'm definitely sure almost every country, they subsidize not just farming. Majority of other manufacturing stuff, they do subsidize them. Maybe not money-wise, but in terms of maybe infrastructure or the way, like the levy they put on their goods and services before they can ship it up or they can export it. They usually put some incentive there. That's what I'm saying. That when you're competing with another country and that other country is already incentivizing like their own farmers or whoever manufacturer, if you're not doing the same thing, you're already like, you're not on the same leverage. And
but it then begs the question: the Nigerian government, do they consult the local players before they put in these policies? Because there's this disconnect when you're banning something from coming in, and then the private sector then have to scramble to start figuring out what's. I'm like, wait a minute, shouldn't you talk to these people before you start putting in policies like this, like they do in America?
Exactly. Yeah.
Like look at BYD. Okay, look at BYD. That said that they can make EVs for 12K, and Biden said, if you bring this shit here, I'm going to tax you 100%. But they still talk to their local place in America to go, listen, this is what we're doing. What's up? And what happened the next month? They were giving 7K rebates to EV cars in America here just to stay competitive. But
yeah,
they already prepared for that.
In which Trump canceled. Do you know Trump has canceled that?
China is doing the same thing, number one. And number two, they're manufactured in bulk, like they manufacture a lot. So
I agree with you, but I'm saying that they had a conversation with their local players. But in Nigeria, it's like the government will just bring a policy and
because we are reckless. It's
they don't even make anything, and they're talking about government using policy to protect what they don't even make.
Exactly.
Okay,
you can only protect what you have. You can only protect what you have.
Wait, that's the place I want to come in now with the clothing that you guys were talking about. There, they were saying in China, they want to stop China from making it. So wait, somebody's talking.
Olambaya Weja, hold on, guys. Let's hear.
It's coming. So that's why there's this disconnect between government.
Oh wait, BT, let me say this real quick. So I was going to say about the clothing thing. If you look the way that we might still manufacture our adire, it's still like the way they've been doing it olden days.
Yes, sir.
And when you now compare it with China now, they have like a new machinery where instead of one person taking maybe 24 hours to do maybe 4 or 5 clothes, they can
mass produce.
Exactly.
They can mass produce. Yeah.
So
but
that
is the disconnect Babaji is talking about. That's the disconnect right
but
there.
That's, no. Adire is an heritage product. Adire is an heritage product. You cannot expect it to be manufactured in the same manner.
You're gonna have to do.
Hold on.
Heritage product.
Adire, you can say 1 second. Adire, for example, can be what is called a niche. Hold on. For my thinking, Adire what you call like a niche product. Okay, I don't think most Nigerians or what percentage of Nigerians consume Adire that is buy it. So in other words, we don't need mass manufacturing or production of Adire to come to Nigeria. It doesn't help the market.
No, they do. Pay daddy, they do.
I know they do. That's what I'm saying. We don't need it. This is the kind of protection that we need. We don't need China to come to sell cheap Adire in Nigerian market. It doesn't serve the economy well. Okay, and not that many people anyway buy Adire. So that small market segment should be protected. We don't need Adire from China or any other place for that matter.
A lot of people actually buy it because it's in fashion now.
We do.
But the thing is, just like we're saying, we have to change the type of technology we're using. Instead of having people do it, and it's going to take one person maybe like 10 hours to do one. Now invest in machines that can actually get it done, mass produce it. That's what we need. So that's where the competition is not there. Because
in agriculture,
let me now give you another example. Like Gari, for example. China is now making Gari for us because we're still using the old technique where the ladies will sit next to fire. They're still doing it that old technique. But in China, they already created a machine where you can have it done like in mass produce within hours.
With the old technique, with the women sitting around the fire, doing whatever to Gary. Are we short? Are we having Gary shortages
yes, we
in
do.
Nigeria? We do.
Yes, we do. Why is China selling it if we don't have shortage?
No.
No, you don't have to have shortage for them to sell it.
That's not true.
It's just competition.
Exactly.
Yeah, so they're gonna take your market then. They will take our market.
Exactly. I don't think China should be selling no damn Gary in Nigeria. I mean, stuff like that should be protected.
But why are we still using the old technique? Why are we still sticking with the old technique?
Ade, can I help you here a second? what we're saying is, let me use this example to explain what Ade say and what I believe I want to. It's like it's buying a suit. If I go to K&G and I say I want the custom-made, handmade, whatever, it's more expensive, right? But if I go to K&G, you can get off-the-rack suits. You can make both, okay? Doesn't mean you should get rid of the. And by the way, the handmade are there is still high quality compared to the machine made. Even that is still better. But we're just saying that to protect your local business, you're gonna have to incorporate technology and machinery into mass producing for regular local daily use, and then your top quality will come at the back end. You can do both.
BT, do you wear Dior or do you wear Gucci? Do you wear
I wear cologne, I wear perfume, I wear
so
Dior.
Are they still handmade? Are they manufacturing them with ends?
No. I'm saying,
exactly. Yeah. So why are you telling me that they are the way they make with hands?
Because no,
that's
because,
not true.
Because wait a minute, because I know. Okay, that's my area. I know for a fact. What happened is, hold on. What happened is that the machine made one is way cheaper than the tie and dye. So yeah, but it's the custom made is still top quality. It's just that the machine made is cheaper. But what I'm saying is that those that are making it with hand and whatever, they have to find a way to what you just said.
So we can make custom made and machine does it and it's quality.
That's what you're saying. No, we can. It's my point. But there has to be like I said, for a suit, there are levels to there are top quality suit, there are regular suit, there is so you can respect the quality.
See,
my point.
Okay.
So you must have okay, go ahead.
Okay, I understand the industry a little bit too, in the sense that Tom James, I go for my custom suits, but about a year ago or so, went to Nordstrom trying to get a suit for my son or whatever, and I tried one myself off the rack at Nordstrom. It wasn't that cheap anyways, almost $1,000. It fit very well. Okay, it almost looked like a custom suit. Okay, and it's ready made at Nordstrom. I hope you guys know what Nordstrom is.
Yeah.
We know what's from, man. We know.
I don't know if
I'm Shomoko now.
No. You know, I don't know that in Boston. I know it's okay.
Oh, shut up already, man. Shut up already, man. My God, Jesus Christ, man.
It's all across, not just one state.
But I tell you, what we're talking about here, though, this thing we're talking about is more like an art more than science. Okay, you know, the problem. You hit it on the nail, BT. I was going to say it earlier. In the Nigerian space, there's a huge disconnect between the government and the people as the industry. We don't have that symbiotic relationship to understand the market, what the people's needs. We don't have that at all. Okay, and that's why we make useless policies that doesn't favor the common person. Trying to ban certain goods from coming to the country, whereas we don't have the foundation for the production and the manufacture of such products. We are suffering. It's not the people. You suffer the people. Now, there's another thing to invest in an industry, to bring it up to par, employ people, and it become a robust industry. Then we can ban, foreign goods coming into our country, because we are.
Why didn't they have that? Because now those people, they have to go meet the KBC. KBC help us. I'm like, wait a minute. That's not the problem. The problem is, even though you were banning coming to the port, also firework through Benin Republic, so it didn't make any difference.
Let me ask you a question, because I'm totally confused in a way. Are you telling me that we want to stick with the old age in the 1916th century to be doing it?
I did. You didn't see what I said. I said they should incorporate the use of tech in making it locally. So that's what I'm with you. Okay. I'm just saying that when you then use machine, some people prefer custom made, like a regular buy. If I say this thing is handmade, it has some kind of value to it.
Yeah. Just like
that would still be there. That
Wait,
would,
let
that
me
would
say
still be
something.
there.
Exactly. It's more
Yeah.
like when you go to the store and you want handmade suit, you
It
want
should
to
be
buy
there.
off the rack. You have those options to be able to go for whichever one
Exactly.
you want. That's
So
what I'm saying.
So that one will still be there. Maybe it might be more expensive, but the regular way day-to-day one will be custom machine made and it'll be cheaper for the people to use. What I'm saying. So you will have options. But my point is that before the government put in this so-called ban, shouldn't they have had a talk with the local
Well, I just told you that we don't know how to solve problems. The people questioning and calling government to these things, they already fail at solving problems.
For those that want to ban money, they ban it. But before you ban anything, talk to your people first.
No,
They want
the
to ban
people that call government to ban it. I'm talking to them.
I want to ban it.
You just told us now that they're talking to kings and stuff to call to ask government to ban it. And I'm telling you that those people in that industry, they fail in solving problems. Because when you know there's a problem with, you have a competition, look at your competition, they don't take the same amount of time. They probably don't spend the same amount of money that you spend in making those things. Why don't you just solve the problem? Like, okay, we need to do this in record time.
They solved more of it. They solved the problem. Oh, backfire. So what happened was some of them took the custom design to China to manufacture over there and import back. What happened was the guys that they took the design to took it from them and were making it on the side. It's like, so it's like you taking your design to China to go and to make it cheaper and bring it back to Nigeria. But I want to they also had
the product template, so they're manufacturing also and export to your country.
Exactly.
At a lower cost.
Saying the same thing.
They dump the product in your country. So you that even went to China to manufacture and pay the cost of everything, you're unable to compete in your own market because they flooded your market.
Okay, wait.
That's what happened.
I'm saying the same thing. We don't know how to solve problems. Before you can ask another country to manufacture stuff for you, you have to look at it in a way that other countries that's asking China to manufacture for them, when you look at the value of their currency, it pays them to have China do it because when you compare the value of your currency, or if you have your manufacturer manufacturing stuff in your own country, the amount you will spend per hour on your employee compared to how much those people will spend on their employee is different and it's less. Compare China money value to Nigeria money value. Does it make sense for you to actually make those things in China compared to Nigeria when you look at money value? No, that's what I'm saying. We don't know how to solve.
But you're only looking at the value of money. You know, you have to look at the process and the ability of China to build critical mass based on their expertise. Okay.
Don't we have you're talking expertise? We can you're looking for a long run. Wait, you are looking for a long run. Have people train, or you can have those people come in and train your staff. Get the manufacturing. We're like 250 million in population, right? Are you telling me you can't get 10,000 people to fill up your facility and run those machines and mass produce what you needed? We don't know how to solve problems. That's what I'm saying.
Well,
we don't know.
Hold on.
When you look profit wise, it doesn't make sense.
Hold on. Let me say this. See, what you want to compete with China that's mastered, for example, manufacturing or different kind of products for over 50 years. Yes, you have the population. Yes, you have this and that. Even with that, okay, you would not be able to build the tacit knowledge as quickly as China has because you need a learning curve. And at that point in time, before you kind of hit the equilibrium to match China, you need time. So the Chinese will always be cheaper.
And that is why
if you listen to what I just said, I said is a long run. You're not playing a short-time game. A short-time game. You're looking at the long run.
But when you're doing that, you're not making profits. You're losing money. This is real life. This is real business.
People will look for alternatives. They need to buy from way cheaper.
The turnaround in China, does it happen overnight? No. It took them a long time, probably close to 30 years before they can do what they do.
Did God even create a Chinese man with two heads? Is it not the same head? This God gave Chinese man, give the black man. I don't know why we. Mike, and then the same Prince Daddy will see and say, "How come we are not functioning like China?" See, because the Chinese man is not productive.
Let me give you.
I didn't say that. I don't say that, Mike.
Let me give you guys an.
I didn't say that.
Let me give what government doesn't run things like China.
So the plan was.
I say with corruption, how come we're not doing as good with what we have with corruption?
People are more productive. That's why.
In fact, Mike, I'm sorry, BT. In fact, I was saying, in other words, that China and America is more corrupt than Nigeria. That's my argument, actually. But with their own corruption, they actually building stuff, and we are not. And you say because we have a tiny budget, that's why we're not doing anything. Which, of course, I disagree.
So, Prince, let me give you what really happened with that directing. The whole plan was, people that had the initial investment money was, we're going to build this clothes, whatever, plants in that Egba area, right? Where you will bring your own design in, you will design it and we'll make it for you, right? Then we'll charge you for making it for you. So you bring the design, we talk about the fabrics, I will make a deal. Okay? That was supposed to be the deal. But some people thought they were smarter, they could do it cheaper going to China by themselves. So why would I want to go? You know, because I want to fair price out to the locals. You know, they say, okay, I want you back because they have their own issue. It was the modern.
Betty, there's nothing wrong with that.
So the idea was, let me go
to go ahead with what they plan.
No,
what they plan is good.
Yeah,
we see. Fastcon is not the only one that manufacture gadgets for many tech companies. They're not the only one.
It cannot be with the idea of pricing people out of the market. That was the whole thing now.
You can't price them out of market. If I'm making stuff in Nigeria, you have to go to China to get stuff. You can't price me out of market when the value of Naira.
No, they were pricing. No, they wanted to price out for what she in.
They want easy money. They want fast money.
Exactly. That's my point.
They can't think. They don't know how to solve problems. They can't think in the long run.
Oh, backfire now. Oh, backfire. That's the whole thing.
Isn't that what Dangote is doing for them now? He knows that they can't. NPC cannot compete with him. He's making everything in house compared to people out there that will go abroad and ship stuff. You know how many levies they have to pay before they get to Nigeria? He will price them out. The thing is, this thing is a long time game. Like
you don't have a secure border anyways. They're still bringing it in back through the back door through Benin Republic and all these firewall things. So
they can do it all they want. If I'm manufacturing my stuff in house, the only problem is if to say electricity is good in Nigeria, all these things will be just caking because you don't have to worry about energy.
I won't make the electricity. Is that government or is it private sector again? Are they?
Private sector does it now.
He said government did not have any role or anything, but in Nigeria, you see the government for power now.
No, I never mentioned. I said if we have good electricity,
but we don't.
Policy is what government is in charge.
I know you. Even government policy, you hate that. Even policy, you hate government policy on anything.
No, there must be policy. There must be policy. That's why there's a lot of fraudulent in people bringing in fake stuff. Because, like I mentioned before, there's an ISO for every single thing, international standard organization that every majority of countries sign to it. Some countries make their own standards to anything, like US now, because on Yato in everything, our man, they always want to stand alone. So they have their own policy to almost every single thing. They make, let me land. What they make in the US that they sell in the US, if you go to UK, for example, it's different because UK also have their own standards for anything that will come in. And most of the time, the world will follow the ISO, International Standard Organization rules. Okay, Nigeria is signed to that. So there's no way someone will bring in fake stuff to Nigeria.
And you don't know what
exactly, because it will not meet that standard.
Okay, can I ask you this?
We don't,
let me ask you. Don't
care about policy.
Let me ask you. Why don't we see problems as a money-making opportunity in Nigeria? Because in America here, if it's a problem to people, it's a money-making venture to solving that problem. But why don't we have that kind of but this is a problem, or I can make money from solving this problem? What happened when I need that kind of mentality? What went wrong?
Because they've been conditioned to believe that his government have to give them money. Everybody believes to become rich. It's just through prayer and opportunities. Some money just appear. That's why some people are running into money ritual. I don't even know what that means.
You know, do you get my point though? Do you get my point? Like in America here, solving a problem is a big deal. Like you will make a lot of money. Like
that's what you think now. So that
let me give you
have to solve problem.
Let me give you an example. So before I turned 15, I never knew how to solve problems. All I know is you memorize every single thing I learned in school. I don't even know that it applies to real world. Like every single thing I learned before I was 15, I never knew they actually apply in real world until I moved out of relocate. Then I now saw that every single project that we're doing, they will let you know how it relates to world, like how day-to-day life, this thing. That's the problem we have, because there's no way we have so many graduates and they're telling me that they with so many problems that we have. Another example is this. We have flooding everywhere on the street. Please, civil engineer, Nigeria probably have close to 1 million civil engineers. Are they telling me they don't know a technique to make sure that we have underground gutters? Are you telling me we see these things, we can solve it? It's because we go to school, everything we learn, we can, even your teacher doesn't even understand what he was teaching. To be able to comprehend that what I'm teaching you, you can actually apply it to a real life. I think that's the problem we have, because there's no way we will go there and we will be blaming other people when I go to, because now we're saying, that's why I don't like government to come first, because it's more like if they develop any solution to a problem and that problem works, by the time they put out that problem to everyone to see, a lot of people will be calling them like, this problem works. How come government can support this? Government can support this to be able to tackle our problem. But because we see those problems, and some of us that we happen to stay outside Nigeria. A lot of people, they're scared to actually go back and do something because they know that, maybe it could turn out to be lies. But the thing is, what everybody's been hearing is, if you do it, all they will just do is put a policy and block your stuff. Or if you decide to do stuff, you decide to go, you might get fined or something. That thing now scaring people. But to your question, I just think that the lack, because a lot of people that come in their adults to abroad, they always say that I come here, every single thing that I learn, I never really understand that this thing applied to stuff like this. Meaning that they learn those things, they memorize it, but they never knew that it's something that they can use to solve problems. That's what I think our problem is. That's what I think. Because I don't see anything tough in the fact that everyone that went to school in Nigeria that's educated will sit down and be blaming one person that is the cause of every problem, whereas you can solve problems. Look at the Lagos problem that you have, like the Eco-Atlantic. Everybody cannot use their brain until one person thinks that, why can't we just turn this place into something else instead of wasting money?
Somebody said less helps, but somebody said that, wait a minute. Somebody did their research and said, wait a minute, in 1929, Because remember that place is reclaimed land, though. What they have right there used to be there in 1929. So what you see right now in the Core Atlantic is just what Lagos was in 1929. So somebody did a research and said, wait a minute, I can bring Lagos back the way it was from 1929 in that part of Lagos. Somebody actually did their own study and did their own research and got paid for it. 7 billion or 6 billion.
Okay, that's a great example. The person that did it, does that person rely on the problem or on the government first before he did that research?
No,
or he
just
already completed
research.
he completed that research and now reached out to government that this is where it used to be. Now, do you think I would like for us to look into making this happen? You see, if to say that
and
person that you just
now,
mentioned,
now, it's like wait a minute, is there? We're going to go to Holland, the king of reclamation of land, and look at their studies and compare it and do so all the studies for those things was done in Holland, and they just compared it, and that was it, and they got the deal.
Imagine that person before he actually did all those research, he contacted the government first. It will never be done until today, because government don't know how to solve problems. They don't know anything. The government is just a load of people that just sit there to make policy. Imagine he sits and waits for the government to give him go ahead in order for him to conduct that research. You won't be looking at Eco Atlantic today. That's why I said that government is just dumb people. They don't know anything. They wait until the food is ready before they now start implementing their jargon's policy. We can't wait for government. They don't know what they're doing. And the more we keep relying on them, the more the failure continues. Because it's
okay. Can I give you one example? The TINUBU'S tax reform policy. I think we're all in agreement that the tax reform policy is long overdue. Yes. Do we have an agreement on that basis first before we go ahead?
Yes. I agree with you.
Okay. So, is the tax reform policy, is it going to energize the economy and the different industries? I've already heard several individuals in different industries speak to what they expect will be the response in their local industries. I've heard the Manufacturing Association of Nigeria, they have some concerns, they have some positive notes. So, but that's a government initiative. Okay.
Yeah, but that's what you put government there to do. That's not solving problems. That's policy thing. That's policy thing.
That's what I think. That's what government should be involved in.
But you also, Arrow, I think what works in Nigeria is that PPP model. Like, even when you have those research studies and say you can make money from these things, if you can, I think people also have problems selling these ideas to government in the right way, because you must create an avenue where government believe that they can make money from those inventions or those research studies. So if I say, okay, look at the Badagry port that I'm building right now, look at the Bajileki port. That was not federal government now. That was Lagos saying, wait a minute though, federal government, if you help me with this thing, you can make money off of it. This is your own share, pay this and then. But the government said, okay, if I put my money in this thing, I can make A, B, C, or D. And they had timelines to it. And what did the government do? They started building the roads towards the
BT. That's not the type of problem we're talking about. All this infrastructure stuff, that's government jargons. They can forward, they can do those. That's all of those stuff. We're talking about solving our real life problem. They don't care about all the jargon stuff.
I know, but they're supposed to do that. I'm saying that so you must meet people at the level of that's what the reality is, unfortunately. So you need to find a way to make it more interesting for them to see the money making side of whatever you're presenting to them. That's what the unfortunate. In America, I get it. In America, if you have a solution, like for example, now, like 3 months last year, we asked a group of people that had this new pre-op bat wipes, post and pre-surgery, where you can reduce infection post-surgery by 25%. And they got the deal for the whole hospital network in the whole of Boston. Okay, just your CAZ bath, where you do pre and post surgery, just to reduce infection. They came with the study. They gave data. They gave timelines. They gave their own what they did, and they got the whole contract. They didn't know anybody. It's like they need some uncle somewhere or some nothing. They just came in as an independent research study and said, "This is what we have that can improve, reduce infection rates post surgery in your patients." And they were able to present the case, and they got money to do that. But we don't have that kind of environment in Nigeria where you can just show, okay, if I ask Nadi, you have these studies that you have paid for with your friends and family or whatever. Can you tell me you can go anywhere in Nigeria now and say, okay, without knowing anybody, and just say, I'm giving this to government or some studies, and they will fairly, without paying any bribe or anything, they will just take it in? It's nearly impossible. We don't have that kind of environment.
Yeah, I totally understand what you're saying, but the thing is, first, me, I'm not that familiar with Nigeria like that, but I already heard enough to be able to know that a lot of things are complicated. And the way me I grew up too, I know like some things they will just give chicken change to someone, and from there you already rose to the top. So I know those things, but I'm just saying that there's some problems that we can see. So a good problem would be like I mentioned it previously, like, okay, can we create a silo for some of the food that like maize, rice, that we don't have to wait to their season for? I mean, every one of us that live outside Nigeria, we know
Like
that
private,
we
right?
eat corn. Yeah,
Privately owned.
you know that we eat corn all year round. If I go to store today, I'll still buy corn. If I go next month, I'll buy corn. Why don't we have those in a way that all this food that because a lot of times I believe farmers are wasting food. It's not like they're not producing enough. It's just that if they don't sell it within a month or so, they waste their food. I remember then there was a news about like egg going bad. They produce so much egg, they're not able to sell it. Imagine they have coolers, like deep freezer, like big one, the house freezer that when you go to the store, you see them. They are able to keep those, they kept those egg in it. It could last almost close to 6 months without getting bad. That's what I'm saying. Like, there's some little problems that's easy to solve. This problem, we don't even need to now invent anything. All we just need to invent what's already out there and put it in. Your rice will not go bad, because I also heard that they're selling rice that's like, there's no reason for that. We can create silos everywhere. But the thing is, I understand you. It looks like in Nigeria, there's a way that things work. If I decided to create silos now, I might not get people to put it in, because the iyalogists and babalogists might think I have to take some. There's
one day I do
procedure.
join one quick in some join union.
Yeah. Right, but now that's where we now need to understand the process to be able to make sure that these things what I'm just saying is there's some little problems that I think that we can solve.
Can I ask you a question real quick in what you just said? How do they have the crowdsourcing for funds for things like this in Nigeria? How does it work?
See,
you mean Bamole Lantern? That's the only crowdsourcing and loan shacking.
That will not work for what is. You see, in America, if you have an idea, the money will follow. If you really have a good idea, money comes and follow. But do we have a good crowdsourcing where you can source for funds for good ideas?
Sorry, BBT.
Yeah.
Anywhere in the world, if you get the idea, money can follow. It's up to you to use your sense, because
but Nigeria and Kosovo are different in
anywhere. They are rich guys all over Nigeria now.
Okay.
That's what they call people. When people have money, they're looking for ways to make more money, right?
What happened to Mike's? But I think ownership of that I think is a problem. I won't say Nigeria is that easy compared to anywhere else in the world. I think Nigeria, there's some barriers to it in terms of ownership, rights, the law that guides crowdsourcing of funds, control. they need to fix some kind of things. I think they are.
BT, actually, I think give me a minute, because to be honest, like I'm
I
looking
dropped
at
off.
those things.
Sorry.
I'm looking at those crowdsourced, because
Ravati,
I
can
know
you hear
that
me now?
yeah, we can hear you. We can hear you.
Yeah, I dropped off. Yeah. So what I was saying is, if you have an idea, you figure a way to make money, you plan your idea very well, you show it. Now, what you do is approach someone with the capital, with the money, and say, look, this is this. This is a hand. This is a profit, you know. And that person said, I can make money. All you tell them is what to put in it. And that's it. You partner with someone with money. But you just have to be smart to make sure you don't open the idea to him, the entire idea to him. You're only showing the profit. So people that wants to make money, I just have to make sure that hey, it doesn't just. I mean, people will worry about their not running away their
Mike,
money.
that's the problem. You have to be open. If you want investors to
Shark
invest
Tank
with
now.
No,
you,
you have to be open, but you don't show your secret, the secret part
No,
of it.
you have to, Mike, for
No, you have to be hold on now. You have to be open. I'm not saying close, but okay. Let's say you have a manual to how to. Let's say you figure out to make a design a phone, right? You make a sample and show the sample to the person, right? Look, I made the phone, right? But you don't now show the person how you make the entire process of making the phone and the blueprint. Ah, are you kidding me? That's what I'm saying now. So
I
you are
mean,
open by you design the thing and showing the outcome. You make a sample of what you are doing, right? The sample of your work and showing like, okay, I got this work done. I've designed this. Now I need the marketing. We need this and that and that and that. Now, if you invest in it, this is what your return. This is your percentage. This whatever. People with money will come in.
Yeah, but the avenue to find those individuals, what I'm saying, like you said, you will look for a person. I'm saying that we should have an avenue where
They are everywhere now. Here in America, it's the same now.
No,
People I approach guys with money all the time. When I want to do big project, I don't have the phone. I always approach guys with the money, and they're always willing to. Once I look for the guy with money, I just approach them. I say, hey, I got this project. I can't afford to run it myself. They put the money down, and they'll tell you what they want.
Like a listing where you could put it up somewhere. Doesn't mean you must be the person. Like, okay, I have a place where you can put your ideas up, and if I'm an investor, I can go and say, okay, oh, I like this one. Let me call that person. Let me call that one. It makes it easier for you.
Yeah, so I know what you mean, like Kickstarter,
right?
Let me ask you now. In America, where do you go and post where they'll come and meet you?
Yeah, that's what I'm mentioning to you right now. Kickstarter, GoFund also do it. Indigo, there's so many.
They
All
have
you
in
have to
America
do is
now.
just explain your thing, and there's already followers. People will just invest in your craft, what you're doing. I'm looking, yeah. So I think that's what BT is asking there.
Exactly. That way, the idea of looking for one big man somewhere will not be that. They will be the one looking for your
you
idea.
have to look for a platform where you can just put your idea. Someone would.
It makes it easier for
I think you can use those that I just mentioned as well. It's just that maybe when you do it, and let's say you want to kind of like present your idea to a $10, for example, you can just email him the link, and then we just go to that platform and kind of like review it. If he's interested, then he can just like, okay. But yeah, but this platform that I'm saying, like, you necessarily you don't need to be. If they like your idea, even if you're doing it in Nigeria, they will still support you. They will still put in money. But the only problem with having foreigner do invest in like local stuff is more the problem, which is what we see of today. It's more that they're in it for profits. They don't really care about, because when you solve a problem, you're looking out for your people. You want to help people. That's the main basic of why you're doing it. So some of them, for them to go a long length, like a long route with you, is always difficult, because they feel like if it's not making money like that, or maybe the end result is not coming quick, they can just bail on you.
You mean, my point is, you know one deck, right? So sorry, on deck, right? On deck.
Yeah, I know on deck.
Where you can meet each other, like someone that owns a business. But me, if I come any idea of like, like a Shark Tank kind of thing. in Nigeria, where people can then prey on you because you don't have the funds, and it can take a huge chunk of your business. You know, that idea, I hate it.
Yeah, but it's the same. You know, this thing, or what is it? You know, this guy only, like one of this startup crap that he's claiming he did, Audacity or something like that. He's kind of like that. They just outsource companies.
But at least you can pick. I'm saying, but you can have many to pick from as opposed to putting one or two that they can then, because you're then desperate because you don't have a lot to pick from, then prey on you.
Yeah,
but if you have, yeah.
But if you're dealing with investors that have money, you can't do that because they even sometimes the investors don't want you to branch out and look for other, because they're looking for a bigger percentage, especially if your idea is a great
that
one.
means you must also be skilled at negotiating the deals with them. Beyond just what you're selling, there's also the business side of it beyond your own.
Right. You're right. That's where you need a business person. Like me,
right.
I would never go by myself. I look for someone that has a business that is actually like skillful in that business area. Because especially if you're not a business person and you go into a room like that with investors, they will cheat you because they're talking about money. They know what they're talking about. They can rob you. I mean, you can get a few percentage, but at the end of the day, if you make huge money, you will realize that you're just working for them. That's where, like, if you are a great person, let's say you're a great engineer that know how to solve problems, you need to have someone that maybe an accountant or someone that's in business that know what they know about business. You need to get that person to be your partner. So that person, exactly, that person will be the forefront when it comes to money. To deal with that.
So Mike, that was my point. To mean, come meet anybody with the big man, but in terms of the actual contract or actual deal, if I'm just there I'm innovating, I need somebody to help me with that negotiation with whoever I'm meeting. Just where I'm not. I hope you get my point, Mike. That's what I'm trying to say.
Hold on, say it again. I didn't hear you quite well.
So, like, if you have any invention and you meet any big man, like if you watch Shark Tank now, you need somebody on your side to help you with the negotiations for that deal. That way, or you don't pretty much sell your business to them. Like, it's like I watch those shows and I feel bad for those people. And if you notice already, people that win that kind of show, they always come with their business partner. By their side when they are talking to those
even there's couple of, I've saw some YouTube stuff, like couple of guys from Kenya, you know, like these white people, they rob them of their ideas, like when it comes to money, because they're the one putting down money.
They have to get lawyers involved. Anything wants to get lawyers involved.
But no, not just lawyer. You need someone that no money, not just writing, because investors want money, meaning they can tell you that we can fund your stuff, but you only get like 5% or 10%. But you need people that actually know about money to get you a big bargain, to bargain for you so you can get a big percentage. If not, they would, tomorrow, that invention, they can take it away from you. And because
who's best to get a lawyer?
No.
A lawyer will have you look at contract now. And look, this percentage, that percentage, it's up to you. I mean,
a lawyer does not know about money. A lawyer knows about your rights. He doesn't.
The money part of it is just the percentage now. I mean, that's the money part of it. The money part of it is not. It's not complex now.
No, Mike, complex.
The money is just percentage now.
No, Mike.
Mike,
it's not so complex. The money part is more of how long. So it's all in a contract. Even the money part, everything goes in a contract.
No.
You say, okay, this thing, I own this, and then the lawyer will tell you the clause you put in, because the lawyers learn how to the contract now. That's what the policy study how to put contracts together, all those things. So for how long will I be a owner? When can I depart? In what circumstance can we part ways? In what, you put all these things in a case of disagreement, or how much can I,
Mike,
you put all these things in your contract.
Mike, let me give you a great example that you know Tesla. Like the person that created Tesla is not Elon. It was two other
I'm not
people.
hearing anymore. Is it
So,
me or
no. Can you hear me? I can hear you.
is it my system?
Mike, go back out and come back in because
Oh,
nobody
I
can
need to
hear.
go out
Okay.
and come back in because I think my system is bad.
Okay. So let me give you an example about a big.
Wait, I'm hearing you now, but BT, were
Okay.
you hearing a few seconds ago?
We
Go
can
back
hear
and come
you.
back in.
No, yeah, I can see your stop moving. Okay, are you hearing BT right now?
I can hear
we can hear
BT.
you. We can't hear
I'm not
you.
hearing you. So let me go out and come back in. I think my system is bad.
Okay. So let's talk about. I'll talk about Tesla and Apple. Did you know that Tesla was not owned by Elon Musk? All he did, they just called him in to put in money as an investor. Guess who owned Tesla? Majority of the share of Tesla now. The two guys that invented that company, they own nothing in that company as of today. So that's number one. That's where you have to know your thing. You have to know what you're talking about when it comes to money. Number two, did you know that the owner of Apple was the guy named that passed now? Did you know they sent him away? He was removed from that business from Apple after Apple went bankruptcy, and he came back in 1993 to help Apple get back to what they are today. So when you're talking about that, money or you're getting lawyers, it's not that easy. If not, you will lose everything. It's not as easy as you're talking. It's not.
And it's like somebody those guys they will overvalue your company on purpose so they can buy more shares and price you out. So they could say, I've seen that trick before now.
Yeah.
They overvalue it on purpose just to price you out, and they will keep buying more shares, but you cannot keep up. You don't have the money.
And if you don't have like leverage, like you have the bigger percentage, that means you're not controlling that company. Whatever they say goes. That's where the problem always starts. Because
once you go below half of the value, you are done. Once you go below 50%, they own you now, pretty much.
Yeah, and they can live. I just told you. That's why the guys that made Tesla go, the two white guys, they're not part of anything right now. They already priced them out. The guy Apple, this guy before, they already.
Usually, the person putting the money down always have the advantage because
that's the point.
You're getting it. Now you're getting.
But that's why it's very important. If you're going into anything, make sure you're not broke or you're not in a desperate position.
But you're broke. In this case, maybe you're broke.
That's why you're an investor now. You need investor when you're broke.
Make sure you're not in a desperate position because they want to see your potential quickly in the next 10 years. They become $1 trillion something. They'll just dangle $1 million in your face. That's how they catch all these black American rappers now. Those record companies. They will say, okay, this guy here, he looks like you already $1 million.
They will give him a 1 million advance.
And now after that 1 million,
it can happen to anyone though. If you never seen $1 million before and somebody is offering you $1 million, if you're not that person that have guts and know what you want, you will go for it because you never see that kind of money before.
Okay. Look at this Shark Tank back on, but I want Shark Tank America. Only this guy said this African woman, they had all these air products, right? And he said, I will put all your air products in my, because he controls like all these stores in America. I will put all your product in all the stores, so you have the visibility already, and I will give you $500,000 up front. Right, so you get the visibility, you get $500,000, but he wants over 70% stake in your company, right? So you go for it, it gives you $500,000. It's a lot of money. But what happens is you can buy more shares from your company as you grow. So you can say, okay, we are now worth $4 million now. But can you cover the $4 million on your own? You can't cover it. So you go down again. So
after you already get 70%.
But you're still making more money.
I know.
So you might be making $500,000 every year. That one might go to maybe like $4 million in the next 10 years. But he'll be making about 70 or 80 million from you. That's the problem. So you will still make money, but your cost will just be going down all the time, and you must cover the shares to make up for that. So you use your own profit to be buying more shares just to keep up with your own part of the company. So that's the problem with
BT. That's if they even allow you to buy more shares. Because when they own the bigger percentage, they get to determine what happened in the company. So they can tell you that we don't want anybody that's part of the team buying any more shares like that. So you can come up to them. They don't want you to be on the same level with them. Even that's in your own company that you created, your own idea.
But you're making money though.
Well,
you're making money though.
You will make more. See, like let's say your company is in billions now. That money will make sense because let's say your company worth $100 billion and you have 2%. That means you're making you have $2 billion worth. But if your company only worth $10 million, what's 20% of $10 million? 200,000. That's how much you worth. You that created the company. That's why you have to be careful. If not, when you're outsourcing for money, you have to be careful. Have people that have knowledge of money, because not all of us, like me, I don't have a clue about money like that. So I can go ahead and sit
and also in Nigeria, these big men don't even honor contracts. If you start making money now, will they honor the contract?
But that's a problem for us in Africa, especially Nigeria. We don't honor contracts. That's bad. It's really bad. You can't move forward in life when your word of mouth. I can actually take your word of mouth, because you can tomorrow you no. I want this. I want out. You can. That's the problem with us. You can see with a lot of the younger artists, even the older ones, they can't honor things and they get owned at the end, and that baffles me. Just look at all the great musicians that we have in the past, like Fela, those Yoruba artists like Barry and all of them. Do you think they own their masters as of today?
I was shocked when I thought that the great Sonny Ade does not own his. I was shocked.
Yes, he doesn't honor his contract.
Decca owns all of his shit. My God. That's terrible, man.
And you even know what's worse? They're not coming out. That's the thing when we're secretive. Instead of them to now coming out and creating documentaries and telling us their stories, so this younger artist doesn't fall in the same trap. So they don't fall in the... They're not doing that. And you can see them, all of them, they're doing the same thing. They're signing their life away. I mean, if they should watch American artists, because a lot of them, they went through the same thing. Did you know TLC, how big they were? Those ladies, they make
I saw that
they don't have a house.
That Grammy interview, when they won Grammy, they're like, yes. Yeah, we want a Grammy, but we are broke.
They don't have a dime. They rob them of their money. Yo, that's why when you don't have money, you have to be careful, because if not, you will fall for a trap. You see 10 million in front of you or 1 million in front of you, you're like, I like this money. Not knowing that after 10 years, you already wasted all the money, and you have you're still going to live for another 50 years. Where's the money when you already spent everything?
And do you know are they the biggest winner in Shark Tank are those that walked away and made it? You know that company, yes. Ring company, Ring,
yeah.
They won the show now. They came on that show. They're like, no, we don't want this deal. We'll wait.
Everybody has it. Don't you have Ring? I have Ring. Everybody has it now.
But the guy came with his business guy. It's like, no, it's a bad deal. Don't take the deal.
Yeah, they always people that know their thing. They usually will come with people that knows about money, that real strict business people that can make a deal for them. If not, can you see them? Especially this guy, I forget his name now. The one of the white guy, the Canadian guy. I forget his name.
I know him.
He's always looking to rob you. He's always looking to get your money, and if he can,
Kevin.
Yeah, Kevin is always
the same guy that wants to buy TikTok. It's the same guy now.
He's always looking to get you out of your money, and the deal he always made, whatever opinion that he made about trying to invest in companies, it's always, when I watch him, it always doesn't make sense to me, because it's more like sometimes he can give you a deal where he will borrow you money so you can be paying back to him because he's not sure of your ideas. And when he lay down like the way he wants to get money out of you, it makes no sense. But that's what I'm saying. These guys, they know money in and out. That's their life. So they can set trap for you and you won't know. And you have to be careful. If not, but it would be nice if Nigeria have something. I think I heard sometimes that Nigeria is doing Shark Tank as well. Like there's a version. But I don't
Yeah. I used to watch it. It was this guy that owned that landmark and this business bankers and this leader that sells clothes. Very good show though. It's a very good. I've seen some episodes on the platform. Yeah, they have a version, but we need more of that. We need more of avenues where people can then bring their ideas and partner with other people with money, with funds, or crowdsource for funds. The idea of looking for one big man, you go and beg somewhere. I don't think that is.
Yeah, but that's not even the other problem that I see is when a lot of people are trying to invest in Nigeria, like the investors, they're foreigners. That's another problem. Like you just look like just for example, what's that fintech thing, the bigger one in Nigeria? What's that name? It's a big name. Everybody knows that.
Guy.
No. I'm not talking about a particular person. I'm talking about the fintech big thing in Nigeria. That name, the company, I forget the name. Did you know that most of the people that have investment in that company, like the investors, they're foreigners. Their money is not staying in Nigeria. The money is going back abroad.
Baba, one thing I noticed in Nigeria too, like from my interaction with people, it's like there's one mentality that kills them. Is this crab in the barrel mentality where people don't want the next person to succeed? I don't know why. Like they just don't wish each other to. They don't want the next person to be ahead of them. It's almost like human competition kind of thing. Like of every gadget, and even when they
and apart from that,
when you have that kind of mentality, how can you now invest on each other?
Yeah. Apart from that, Mike, do we also have the middle level, highly skilled individual that can marshal your idea into what you really want to do? Because, like I said before, the
standard now. Got your own law in life,
and apart from that, when you look at it, the mindset is terribly bad. That is why a lot of people in diaspora sometimes they are afraid to invest in the country. But you have to make the move, because where there's mud, there's money. But where everything is flat, everything is well constructed, sometimes there's no money there anymore. So you have to look at the opportunity in your country, no matter how hard it is, because some people are making it. Look at Dangote is a very shiny example. Why all of them are now falling over themselves to be the refinery now?
Do you know there are some people that are wishing Dangote to go broke and be poor?
Some people are even, don't you think that during that stupid, sorry to say this, when they were agitating for that end bad governance, some people want to go and put fire into that refinery? For God's sake.
Are you serious?
I'm sure. Are you kidding me? All those kind of youth, you think they have your
but
mindset?
From ethnic trade.
If you give them what, if you see what they are,
this guy is successful.
They're too toxic. That
when I'm in Nigeria, I always notice that the interaction. I'm like, don't you guys not understand that for you to get out of this condition, you need people to succeed, and those people that succeed will be the one to, because you have to look towards success, and success doesn't have to be only for you.
You understand?
It has to be for your environment success. Depend on success of the individuals in the environment. Even the most talented, like say talented people around your neighborhood, their success is what will bring change to your environment. They don't think like that. No, they don't even wish. They don't.
It's always like, how am I going to rob him? How are we going to bring him down?
Because I want to be, they want to be better than him,
and he cannot do nothing. You give them opportunity to do something, they cannot do it. They will sabotage your effort. they don't want you to work. And even they give them opportunity, they won't do nothing. Now, look at that Dangote example now. Do you know how many refinery in the next 2 years that will start operation in Nigeria? Sometimes they wait, or maybe they are afraid. I don't know, or they are scared. Now, see, by next year, we have another 3 refinery coming on board. I mean, they started dishing petroleum product. So we are almost.
Don't you think this is a problem? Like the successful people, they're not able to come outside and kind of like have a documentary or tell us their story so we understand.
Can you blame them though? Can you blame them?
Well,
even the successful people, that's their wealth. That's where the problem.
Let me tell you something. Perception is bad. When you talk about an average Nigerian rich man, one thing that comes to the mind of most Nigerians is that should be government will help. Is it not government?
Isn't that true? Isn't that true?
Yeah, but not all of them. We should stop.
Okay, those that that's not true for them. Like Eleganza, for example. How come there's no a big documentary about that guy? How he was a tailor and he didn't go to high school.
We don't know that Eleganza you are talking about. When I was young, I did a 6-month stint there as an intern.
Exactly. How come there's no a big story about him?
Do you know the
who's gonna? You are the one that have to write your own story. No one
drug. So, to buy the song you are coming drug. So that is the mindset of that. So
no, that's because okay. For example, now if I ask you or majority of everyone, what's the story about Mark Zuckerberg? Everybody knows it. What's the story about Bill Gates?
That's because those guys actually.
Do you know
you are comparing some people that actually create something with someone that just started a business. Come on.
you know.
Now you see the problem.
Oriola. Sorry. Yeah. The Leganza side that you just mentioned now. My daddy told me a little bit about Leganza. He started from Ibadan. He started as a little beginning at Adamasinga. People know their story. The old ones know their story.
But the younger people doesn't though. We need the younger people to know it.
Even if they know, would they believe?
They will. Let the story be out there first.
Even if it's out there, would they believe? See, let me
let the story be out there first. There's no need to stereotype this. Let the story be out there.
I'm not stereotyping. You know what I know is what for me, I believe that we need a total new orientation from the beginning.
No, because when you talk about Dangotes and Otedolas, those people, we know that they didn't come up with any idea. The government just gave them what they have. But
no,
we need people that did something.
That Dangote story. That
Dangote story is even the real story.
From his uncle, they gave him money, millions of naira. So you cannot say that it's government that helping every time.
That fallacy about government that makes Dangote, that's just bullcrap.
Well, Dangote said it during the Babangida book launching. He said it. He said
no, they didn't make him like.
Let me land. He said they call him into the room and just offer them banking. Oil block.
Not oil block.
Is licensed.
Was never into oil, man. Stop it.
Well, that's what he said.
You don't understand what he's trying to say.
He said
what they're trying to say is that they give them a good license and they help them to back it up. They have already they are millionaires before that time too. The people we are talking about, their father or their uncle already made that money. You think it's just so easy? You just walk up to federal government and say, "Okay."
Dangote is make money from oil now. What are you talking about? He makes well from sugar and cement. So how the government help him set it up?
Well, he said that's what he said. I mean,
that's not what you quote just now. It's just not. It's not. I don't think.
And a lot of people actually, I mean, a lot of people even said that he tried to play Monopoly because government helped him. Well, it's okay, but he should be able to put his story out there.
Well, you have to tell us how government helped him, though.
Well, let him put the story out there so we
can. So you don't know. No one knows how government helped him. No one knows.
From what we heard, right? You might be right.
Usually those Southeasterners, they just hate the guy because he's the richest man. They always believe that now God created them special, so they should have been the richest man. You know, so that's why they hate the guy. They always just push propaganda, lie about Dangote. There was this one guy, he went on Black American channel. It was just rubbishing Dangote, saying the guy is the government, they made him rich. He's not smart. He's not this. This say he's building refinery. I'm like, dude, why are you doing this, man? Is it because they will say government helped him? He was supposed to be Beto Cement. I supposed to be the richest man. Like, get the hell out of here, man. This tribal rubbish, you know.
Yeah, but
Just
you know
annoying.
what? I don't see anything because the one of the billionaires in Mexico, I forget his name now. He used to be number one. That guy is the same thing. Like the entire mobile service in Mexico is the owner of it. So I'm just saying that we need their
And
story.
I didn't stop
We
anyone
need
else.
their story in the big picture, meaning they should make movies about them, make documentary about them, write books. I want them to write their own books so we can study. They
They
should be
should
able
write
to read this book in
autobiography,
schools.
but realize the deal. There's no story. The story of these guys, there are other billionaire people that did the same thing. Have written stories about they write story. So the books about what you get from their story, there are already books out there that tell the same story. So I've been to library that read books about how a poor guy became rich or how this guy did it. So books about how rich people became rich is already out there. So if Rasak or Nagote write book about how he did it, trust me, I've already read books about someone that did the same thing before. So
No.
books
Every
are
story
already in
cannot be
library.
the same. We need them to tell us how it is. I came from this family, so we can relate with them. You need to understand what I'm saying. I understand that there's so many books about rich people and stuff, how they make their money. But when you now tell your own story, I'm reading the book, I'm able to relate with him. The students in schools,
How many
every
Nigerian
schools.
books? If you write book, how many of them even buy and read?
But you have to understand what I'm saying. You know, like how we're conversating now, like then I'm saying this one and you're saying no, you debunk it, like, oh, that's not true. That's what somebody else is saying on him. But I'm saying that now, if they now, I mean, it doesn't have to be them. They could just have somebody write books about them and have it in schools. So
Autobiography.
all these little kids, they can read about them, like, okay, this is Dangote. You can relate with him.
Nigerian school is not based on reading, yeah. It's just
Mike,
memorize, you take exam and you walk away. Yeah.
Mike, what I think what he's saying is like in my own field now, everybody that was black, red, gifted hands by Ben Carson.
I did. You did. I did.
That was like a go-to
high
for
school. A nice
anybody. So we don't have anything like that in the way we can say, okay, if I want to go to business school, can I know anything about Dangote or Tedola, something like that, just about how they made it, their struggles?
Oh, Babati, recently there is Ibadan Business School in where you can go. It's a very beautiful edifice along Bodija area. In fact, I have somebody that is very close to me. She was sent there to go and do her NYC, but they rejected her because they said they are not taking coppers. So if you want high-level courses, they are doing it there. I mean, if you have somebody in diaspora that is interested to know more about them, I think the country is changing because sometimes you also have to follow the trend. And when you guys have been talking about money bags, there is a program in Nigeria, but you also talk about the disadvantage of those people who have to manipulate them. There is a program in Nigeria that we have a lot of rich people sat down, maybe 4 or 3 of them, and there's a host, a moderator along with them. And a lot of Nigeria are going into this kind of program, thinking for fund or whatever. Some of them, they were lucky to invest in their idea. Some of them want to expand their business. Some of them are looking for partners. Sometimes all these big guys rejected them. They don't want to invest in their business. So I think they just copied and like the one they used to do in UK, in London. There's a program like that. I think all of these things are in Nigeria already. I think when you look, when you seek, but like you said, when it comes to money, it's not our mic is right. It's not a piece of cake. How can I part with my money just for you to just come with the idea? I want a big action out of it. So, like you said maybe take a lawyer along. But
Remy,
first,
that's how it works. See, that's how
no,
it works.
I know. Let me
You
quickly
spend on
You gotta put down the money. You won't take it.
Let me finish quickly. Of course, you are right. But first, they have to approve before you talking about your lawyer. They cannot just go there first and say, okay, it's a good idea. I just accept. It's not going to be easy like that. It takes a lot
No,
of...
Remy, hold on. You see, in your presentation, if you notice, if I'm a shark and I want to invest in your business, I'm gonna ask some questions. Your margin, If you notice, your margin, your
Yeah,
sales,
always
the
did
cost.
ask the
So
person.
it is your business guy. The way he responds to them is what determines the deal they will offer you. Because
Yes.
the more they know you know, the better deal you get. If you're naive, they will then give you a crappy offer because they know you don't know. But if it's the guy responding on your sales, okay. If I say I have,
I don't know whether to give people opportunity to come with their lawyer or whatever.
no, not lawyer, your business partner, so that there are terms that they will use that they will know he knows the game.
Yes, of course I
When
know.
so you are the brain that, in terms of the product, all you know is the product. But when he's saying Remy sold 1 million copies of this thing, but to produce this 1 million thing, it was only 10 naira. So this is the margin. This is
I
what,
know. I understand what you're trying to say.
When he says we are because they will always ask the person, how much do you value your company?
Yes, in the next few years.
That person, no, right now.
Mm-hmm.
That person will now start giving them the data like he knows what he's talking about. So when they offer the deal, he can then say, no, but this is what is what. He can then do. If you watch those clips, they do negotiate the value of the company, and that person can help you in that area on that live show right there. So it's not about waiting until you get the deal first. No, you already there.
But Babati, you look at the other side of the rich man, the investor, because what is coming out from your mouth, you might also be hyping your company. You might
You must show fact. No, you must show fact now.
Mm-hmm.
Your skills.
That is not on that show.
No, they do. No, because
verification later.
Two back correct. No, they can count. No, if I say I sold 1 million copies at 10 naira deal, and they say yes, and when I say okay, let's say okay, then the deal is over. I'm saying when you go on that show, there are things that they will ask you about your business that will determine how much you will get on that deal. So you just know about the product. The guy that is the business guy knows how to negotiate for you based on the worth of your product. You don't know, but he does.
Yeah, but I understand. But unfortunately, for most of this Nigeria, what do you call it? Maybe startup or maybe they have their own farm. Sometimes they themselves they don't want to incorporate a partner that will know how to handle business deal, because they are also afraid that that person might take away the business. So many while I think probably I don't know whether that is because of education.
Because there's scammers too.
Yes, exactly. So it's a tough terrain, to be frank. And for a big bag to part away their money, it's not easy. They always look at where they're going to cheat you. But for example, look at all these small startups. Before you know it, Google, Facebook, they'll just buy them off immediately and start. They'll make billions or millions of dollars later. But I think
so for example, like the Shark Tank, if you guys know Damon, he did, I think it was back in, was it 2015 or 2014, I don't know. He has one of conferences in New York, and I was there as well. So basically what he was telling us was the fact that before they have people kind of like televise them and talk about
the football guy.
Huh?
The football guy?
Yeah, the football guy. He said before. So usually we only see them on the thing, but they have their team with them. Meaning before you actually have people talk about whatever they have, their invention or whatever. Before that show, they usually will get like heads up. Meaning documentation, like they provide them with documentation about their companies and stuff. So they already have their team review those things. So whenever they're negotiating, they sometimes already have discussion with their team on maybe you should be more careful with this one. We need to look into this guy. We might like this guy. So basically they already have heads up. So they know what they're talking about. Meaning when it comes to negotiating, their team, and you have to know when it comes to their team, those millionaires and billionaires, they have like accountants, lawyers, whatever in their team. So they already know ahead of time. So you are right in a way that if you don't know what you're talking about and you go there, that's a recipe for disaster because they will milk you. They will take your money if you don't know what you're talking about. So they usually know things ahead of time. They know, they talk with their team, and they're able to kind of like negotiate good. And if you, let's say you lie about stuff, I mean, they haven't signed papers. They just word of mouth. Like they can, after the show, and they now come to the table and look things. Sometimes they might decide to part ways if what you're saying is indifferent with things that they want or the things they think they heard. So you have to know your stuff. You can't just go to shows like that and hack like you are jack of all trade. You know everything. No, you don't. You have to be careful. And it's money, and they're there to make money. They're not there to just play around. But I just think like Nigeria, we're not there, and a lot of, just like I said, a lot of investors, they're not present.
Yeah, the Nigerian show one it's annoying. You should watch it because you are exposing your investment on national TV. No patent, nothing. You just dude, before you come on TV, at least get something to me, because if I see now, if I put it out there before you, then it's mine now. So yeah,
that's one of the problems we have in Nigeria. Like, there's no way for you to patent your stuff, so nobody can rob you of it. Even, like in music industry too, you can see it. Like, someone will make songs, but they will not let the person that has the original know that they're actually sampling your song, and they won't let you know. And you can see it, especially now, they're able to kind of like go after them because foreign companies own those masters, so they're able to go after, because I've heard like they go after, like this guy too, like Bonner, for example. He's not making money like you would think he's making, because a lot of his huge songs, like the one with Tony Braxton, that song that he sampled Tony Braxton. Tony Braxton is making like 70% out of that thing.
But the guy, the guy also sampled other Nigerian artists, but he's not paying them for nothing because we don't have any rights like that in Nigeria. You can just
that's what I'm saying. Like a lot of popular song in Nigeria was actually sampled. Even Whiskey, he has a lot of songs that he sampled.
Burna Boy is not really a smart guy. It's not Tony Braxton, that song. I show you. That's Tony Braxton's sound. Yeah, part. He didn't have to put that part in to make that song good.
No, the beat, he sampled the beat itself too now.
No, the beat is not sampled though. The beat is
sampled.
No, it's just that.
The beat is sampled now. Go listen to that song.
No,
the beat is sampled.
Not the beat, man. No, I know the original Tony Braxton song. They didn't use that beat.
The beat is sampled now.
The beat is more. No, the drumming is more of a Afrobeat or hip hop kind of sound like that. But the part where they are getting in that beginning is
the keyboard and the voice.
Keyboard, yeah.
But American laws, when it comes to that is the main sample thing. That once you do the voice, that's the thing. Even if it's that, they have a way of splitting it. But if you notice, those number one hits from 96 to about 2001, you don't hear them anymore in Nigeria. If you notice, all this Olumente, because they were just sampling LL Cool J and DMX. You can't play those songs anymore.
No, like they can't put those songs on like Spotify or Apple because they sample somebody else.
So many stuff in that.
Even Wizkid songs, like I think one of his first songs,
Wizkid was
sampled somebody else
all the time. He was sampling Beanie Man.
Yeah.
That boy, man. No guess names, man.
Yeah.
That we had to buy now.
They realize they are going international.
You just bring just put anything. No copy, no permission. You just put that there. Number one. But now you can't play them anymore. So,
but if they allow them to put it,
Americans will call for you.
They probably would take 90% of the profit. Like the company will own like 90%. And another thing that I want to mention is, hey, I don't think this guy understands. Like, they're milking us in a way, like, You know those American songs. Now they're having this guy redo them. Burna Boy, meaning that they're making money. They're collecting. Yeah, they
let me
probably
even
collecting
say this.
90% and having him redo it just so those songs remain relevant.
BT, let me say this real quick. You know one thing that always irritates me about the Nigerian artists that now hopefully they're opening their eye. You know, in Nigeria, with our Kakun, we don't take it to account when we copy or trying to do people, emulate people from other culture, like other society. In Africa, there's nothing wrong with that. You know, like Nigeria can be making Congolese music now. Congolese people don't have problem with it. You know, like sound. Oh, Ghanaian can make Nigerian something. In our culture in Africa, it's fine. But in Western culture, it's like, especially America, they will say, "Why are you copying me? Why are you emulating my? Why are you stealing my shit?" You know that it's a serious thing to them.
But it's not hard to create it now.
Hold on now. So when these our artists, Whiskey, all of them, though when they were still local in Nigeria, when you do it, no, Americans are not aware of it. But now you guys are international, and you're still trying to be like do things like the Black Americans, and they're looking at you like, "Why are you copying us?" And that's you always irritate me.
Mike, where you don't have laws and protection, it becomes a culture. It's not a culture to be sampling other people's songs because we don't have.
You will learn the hard way now. You will learn the hard way.
And even beyond even the sampling, even like just sounding like them or look dressing like them, all those kind of things. I mean, they still take it like, why are you copying me? Like for example, I hate when Ashake wear goat teeth. I'm like, why are you doing this now?
That guy, you know, that guy living in Olamide, I think he's gonna regret it. That is now American.
Yeah, it's not wearing tattoo. He's even drawing tattoo on his head.
Mike,
he wants to look.
Mike, they said that Shake doesn't take care of his father. The news is everywhere. His father is begging for money. Go for me.
Thomas, sorry, Robert, the most ironic part of this is that some people are asking Ashake to donate 50 million naira for him to build a house for his father. I think that is scamming. See, Nigeria, every opportunity they want to exploit.
That even don't turn criminal with that country, man. Every corner he turn, they just.
But how come Ashake's father is begging for money online?
Well, we don't know if it's true now.
The guy is a billionaire.
Whether it's true father or not.
I don't know.
That's his don't you see the picture? That's his true father. He didn't
deny the man. How do we know the guy is rich? Yes,
that's true.
Okay, here's my point. I read the study. Only 4% of the money made in Afrobeat streaming service goes back to Nigeria. 4%.
Yes,
so all these
that's what I'm hearing. The Americans, the worst, they are ripping them off, man.
Yes, Universal is ripping them off.
Even Netflix,
Listen, they are abuse of artists. If you want to call that abuse,
because we don't read now. You don't read the fine print.
It's not particular to Nigeria. A lot of people in America they get shafted.
Sorry, Prince.
That's
my point was this. It's my point to you. What you just said. We did not need them. Whiskey was already big before the American market. Burna Boy was already big. They were already.
Don't mind them. Even this guy. When this guy was making that mistake to what's it, the bunch when he went to start with Kanye West. I don't need this guy, man. You're already big, man.
They're not big, go. They're not big. What are you talking now?
They are already big. These guys control the continent.
They're big among us, but outside that,
no. They were listening to stadiums across the world before America.
Before America,
bro. Watch P Square before.
Where?
All over the world.
Okay, let me say this to you. In 2002, in New York, during one I forget the summer headline thing. You know, like Lagbaja was one of the headliner. 2002, 2003, 2004. I went to see him. He was one of the big headliner.
No.
So the thing is, they're not as big.
No. Forget no.
They're just doing DEI or no. Every one of us to be involved.
But Babati, they need international market. They need international market.
I'm not saying 0201. That one was not what I'm talking about. I'm talking about the pre-2014. That 7 to 2012, 13, 14. Wizkid, Burna, not Burna. Burna came later. He came post 14. But the big three, they were big. Globally, they were already big. London is the main
among
market.
among us.
You can't say among us. They were
among us Africans now. That's where they
No. Globally, no. Globally, whiskey was already a thing globally.
They were already something globally. The thing is, they don't even know. Even myself, like during that time, BT, I didn't know like these guys are already globally. Until my Jamaicans were telling me that they know that this girl just came from Jamaica. I was like, oh, I know that. She's telling me things. Even our Nollywood, they watch her with Jamaica, Caribbean, everything. I'm like, so really? I was surprised. Even I was running to some people say from all these third world countries, even Caribbean, South America. They say, you know, Jadi Choki. Said it was like, I'm like, hey, like the moment internet came, right? The whole world is stream everything and everything like black music is what most people consume.
Okay,
you understand?
But
they were already big.
Like I said, they're big among us. You're
define.
still talking about
I keep telling you, it's not just among us.
No, you're talking about Caribbeans. They're us.
Even Europeans. I'm talking about Europeans too. France.
They were big in Europe
Wait,
already.
you're talking about France. You're talking about
Oriola. I was traveling through France in the airport. I was now Nisuru.
Mike,
I was traveling through France in the airport somewhere. One store they were playing the band song there back then, and the band himself didn't even know was that big in France. They do all these things. We just don't know.
Wait, which song were they playing?
1 second, guys. There's one thing to be
because he wasn't owned by him though. That's what I want to make. Maybe that's why.
No, it wasn't Oliver Twist. It was I think I can't remember. Is he Fall in Love or something like that?
Well,
Fall in Love.
One thing to be known in different, like for example, I met some guys from they were black, but they're from Portugal, and they were jamming, Afrobeat, and like, hey guys, you didn't know what was the song about? It's like, oh yeah, they started naming the Nigerian artists, Wizkid, all those guys. So it is true. If you go to maybe, I don't know, Brazilian black community all around the world, from Jamaica and whatnot, they know these guys big time. They're quite popular. But how do we define big? They were popular, but were they able to capitalize on the popularity of the music or the arts?
Prince Daddy, I will tell you guys what's really funny. You guys remember in the 90s when we used to all jam Caribbean song like Demos, all those things, Shabarang. Do you know that when I met Jamaicans, they didn't know that we were consuming that stuff in Nigeria. They didn't know. They didn't know how big they were. They did not know.
Okay,
they didn't know that their music was being played all over the world like that.
Wait,
they thought it was just in Jamaica. Even some black American artists, some of them, they don't even know they are being popular. They are popular outside of America. They didn't know. I'm telling you.
Did you know Majek for check?
Okay,
you know how big Majek for
check was? You guys remember when this guy Mick Mills was asking some Africans like, how do you guys find out about my song? Our song?
They didn't know you have.
That one is dumb now.
No, they don't. I'm telling you, BT, they don't know. Even Tupac that time, you didn't know he was that popular all over the world. Some of them don't know. They think they're just in America.
Yeah, because back then it was more like, how do you call it? It's more like a manual distribution of the music.
The CDs and the radio chat.
Exactly.
Radio.
People from here travel. Even back then, Michael Jackson, when he released whatever they call it, I remember back then we
trailer,
like Cosby shows, whatever, recorded on VHS cassette and sent back home.
No, they didn't send it back home. Let me say something real quick. Let me say something.
The internet.
Let me say, Prince, let me say something. This is how it works. Like, you see NBC, they have local channels like all around. So they get to, like, the music stations now, like, they get to send their stuff to every different places, like Universal, because in Nigeria then, people that knows that Universal was present in Nigeria at one point. Maybe now they are now present. So they get to move around, have connection with local radio station and TV to be able to distribute their stuff. And sometimes because they're business minded, the artist himself or herself might not know that these things are happening, because that's when you will see that Kelly Rowland, for example, she's not she was never popular in the US like that, but she was very popular in Europe. Even some of 50 Cent music, like the first
Kelly Rowland from Destiny's Child.
Yeah.
She was not as popular in
member now, so she's popular.
No, but she was by herself. I'm saying Kelly Rowland by herself
The
in
independent
Europe,
actress.
outside Nigeria, outside United States. She's big.
I did. Do you know what's funny? 3 months ago, 50 Cent did a 70 city war tour for his first album. Get you that trying.
Yeah, that's not his first
3 months
album
ago,
though.
he
Power
sold
Dollar is his first album.
Second album. 70 cities globally.
Yeah, that guy is huge.
That album is big in America, but globally it's a hit. It is huge.
It's huge. Yeah.
But here's my point. I think you're missing my point is when you're already a big artist and you want to start a deal, why did you sign a deal like you're a new artist? You already have something. It's supposed to be a partnership, not like you are like an upcoming artist. So why will a burner or a whiskey sign a 360?
No, he's a new artist. When 50 Cent came in, when 50 Cent came in 2002,
no, not him.
He was signed as a new artist, but he has been there way before. He has album before then.
No, not him. I'm saying our own that already had some cachet before they came to the American market. They already had something. So your deal has to be you have some leverage. Compared to
they don't. Nobody knows them here. They're new here to this market. They're new. I understand what you're saying. To us, we know, but to American market that they're trying to get into, nobody knows them.
Listen, BT, come on. I'm not into the music industry, but even the big artists here in the West, they get strong harm by the recording studio. From Michael Jackson to freaking Prince and all these other guys.
I get you, bro. But I'm saying 4%.
How much more these guys?
I'm saying 4% is just robbery to me. If that's all you come back to your country.
How is 4% a robbery?
Around with that. Listen,
how is 4%?
The money is
4% of $1 billion. How much is that?
That's
like $4 million to $400 million.
Don't do that. Come on.
This is the thing now. No,
you know better than that. Don't do that now.
No, you don't. They are going to in today's world that people are publishing on Spotify, self-publishing, and all these distribution channels. It's for someone that's not really ready to do the work. Will go to a record company to sign a deal. Especially if you're that popular. I mean, there are many people making a whole bunch of money, a higher percentage.
I get you, but I'm just saying that it's troubling that we only get back 4% from all these.
They're lucky they get it.
If you want to be popular, if you want to be big, if you want to be popular and make big money,
man. Don't play around.
If you want to be popular and make big money, you need the record label. Because those are the people that can get you into radio rotation.
Hold on, Ariel. I heard somebody. I can't remember the artist. Said it. Hold on. Hold on. Is it better to get 4% of, let's say, $1 billion, or get 60-70% of $100 million with no stress? Do the math.
Well, Keith Daniel is independent. Thames is independent. So I don't know what you guys mean by that.
Not independent though.
She has no.
I think they're robbing that guy.
No.
She has signed to RCA now.
No, that is for distribution. It's different deals. I think you need to different between label and distribution.
Are you sure about Thames? I mean, you can't be that.
Do you know what? Hold
on.
Prince,
you can't be that independent.
No, wait now. Do you know why she makes a lot of money? Because unlike most artists, she produces her own songs. So she
you should hear what Prince Daddy just said now. Wait, Prince Daddy, repeat what you just said. That's very important to hear.
I don't even think I landed. I was going to say that you can't be that independent and be nominated for a Grammy Award.
Thank you.
No.
How many independent artists won Grammy before? Tell us.
A lot.
Who? Like who?
Even hold on, and let me give you one that happened recently. Ooh. The guy that won, the guy from that did the remix with Nigerian guy, the guy from the UK, the blonde Sheldon, whatever his name is.
No,
when the white guy.
He's not independent.
No. When you hold on, when he won the Grammy,
Head Sheridan or Sheridan.
Yes, right. Yeah. When he won the Grammy, he was independent. Now go look it up. There was nobody featured in his album. It was just him. Yes, so it's possible. Don't tell me it's not possible. What Thames has is distribution deal. If you look at a record label,
that's where the deal is at.
Whatever.
Distribution is where the money is at. Distribution is where the money is.
But I'm saying that those big guys don't have distribution. They actually have deals with Sony and all those things. She does not have that. And number two, she does our own engineering. And so, but if you watch her videos, she does from A to Z. She will produce her own song, record it, master it by herself. So she saves money from that. So they can't charge her for that extra income. So she's making all that money like a producer, writer, artist.
But they say the money is not in the creating of the music. The money is in distribution channel, and which is controlled by the powerful record producer.
They have your own damn distribution. God damn it!
But even Michael Jackson cannot break that.
They took care of him now. They took care of him. You know what I mean?
Yeah, exactly.
It's a mafia. It's a mafia kind of thing. That kind of is a mafia run.
But let me tell you though, the people people like Jay-Z and Nas, and not even Nas actually. Jay-Z and some other artists, man. This Black American artists, these rappers, they did pretty well. They did very well actually. They were able to break away, start their own record label. Puff Daddy, one of them also. They did very well.
By making other people happy?
No, by actually owning their own stuff.
How did Jay-Z make his own money?
Their own record.
The guy rode off Kanye West now. Come on, let's not do that. We know what he did. Don't give me that.
The guy did what?
His second half of his rap career, his money wasn't really from music. He had different businesses. But if you're going to stick to business, the creative part of his other half.
Who are you talking about, Puff Daddy or Jay?
No, you said Jay-Z. Jay-Z's most of his second half of his career was Kanye West producing and writing for him. Now, let's not do that.
No. But who owns the Rockefeller or whatever their record label is? Who owns it?
No, it was Def Jam. Remember, Rockefeller was already dead.
They break away from Def Jam. I think they
no. Rockefeller was already done once Dame Dash they had the issue. But he had 4 other artists that he was making money from. It's the same thing Lil Wayne did to Drake. It's the same thing Drake is doing to other people.
Okay, can I say something?
That's my point on BT. See, now it's black on black, not black on the other side. So that's the difference. At least they're making the money among themselves, signing each other and getting artists.
By doing what the white guy did to you, just so go and rip it up.
No. But they still signed to.
We're going to be any better?
Wait, they still signed to a bigger company now.
It's black or white don't make the difference.
Wait, they still signed to either Atlantic Record or
that's my point.
Even with their own record label, they still sign with them.
I know, but like Lil Wayne the guy robbed all his life. But it's like a deal. Okay, we know we robbed you. Okay, we will not give you Nicki Minaj.
No, they might still rob you. You won't know now because you're not making bigger money.
No. I'm saying they robbed him, but they say, okay, we're gonna give you this artist. You rob them.
I think it's like 360 record.
And now,
I think.
So look at Drake now. That you know the guy went to Australia recently. People did not know.
Wait, before you go, you said Ed Sheeran won Grammy as an independent. That's not true. He only won 4 Grammys, 2 in 2016 and 2 in 2018. After he signed after he was signed to Atlantic Record. So he never. We're saying to you, you can't win that Grammy thing if you don't have mouth. And in order for you to have a big mouth, you need a big record label behind you. So he never won anything. I've never seen any independent artist won anything with that Grammy thing. Even though I don't subscribe to Grammy. I don't think it's big like everybody. You know, like when Grammy started,
they pay them money after winning Grammy for winning those things. It doesn't mean anything. It's just a trophy.
Yeah, and Grammy is actually, when it first started, it's only for, they call it Granny. It's for old people. It's not really for, I don't know why the championing that now become a big deal these days. It was never really.
When people win these things, do they keep paying them money for winning it?
Repeat that. It's a Grammy was for granny.
Yeah, but somebody told that story. I have to look that story up again. It was
Just
really
one ghetto mates, you know, just.
ah man, this guy. See,
So
I
you know
don't
the movies, man. They just make up
see,
things,
if
man.
you
Just
see me
like
in real life, I don't. The way you always say it, I don't.
it's
Man,
like
I don't
one guy
want
in
to
the hood that
brag,
told
man.
you.
Because there's no need to brag. But I don't want to do a bragging. The way you always say it, like you just see if you.
No, I'm not saying you anything. I'm just saying like it's just
Okay.
not. It's just saying
I'm going to send this link to private chat. So 3 years ago, half of people that won the Grammys were independent artists. I'll put the link there for you to read. So
Okay.
it's not new. I know what I'm talking about.
I'll look that up.
Remember, it's not just the popular genres. There are the weird ones that you don't care about that people also win Grammy for.
Yeah.
Not the popular. There's the folk sound that you don't care about, but there are people that win. So it's not about the popular one that we know. The people that win.
So you're saying they don't have the backing of the big record label?
No, like they're independent, but they have distribution with them. It's different.
Yeah. It's this. See, it's the same. I understand
I'm
what you
making
mean.
that
They
clear.
make more money.
Independent, but
Yeah.
because if you're independent, you make more money than being fleeced by.
Yeah, but there's still a record label behind you. I understand. Yes.
But you get my point though, because you
I
have
get your point.
in terms of recording, because they will charge you for producers, in-house producers. You are saving money because it's you. You can get your own. So
BT,
yeah.
should I put something to you? The reason indie artists do so well is because, to be frank, an independent artist is dependent on only one thing and one thing alone: their talent.
You must be
and
good.
growing an organic base. Whereas you see commercial artists, okay, they might be talented, but there's a commercialization, okay, and they might lose their originality and what connects them to the fan base. So and that's why indie artists, you see those indie artists is talking about there. It's just really the talent, and the talent is just that. It is just that, the talent. There's no other way to put it. And they will have a fan base that will grow, that will be very organic. They're not dependent. They're not dependent on A&R. They're not dependent on publishing, and they're not dependent on a powerhouse record company pushing their image and this and that. They are just there. All they do is the music. So when it comes to the Grammys,
you think the award is balance?
And when the voting is being done by the people that by the they call them a name, by the guy, the Grammy people, the people inducted to vote for the Grammys. Those people are in the music industry as well. They know who is talented, and they know who is being pushed by.
I don't think that's always been about that. Sorry.
But categories are not there are categories that are clearly bought. Like Beyonce winning country album of the year, you know that. Don't tell me, because how can you tell me you won album of the year?
She was surprised.
At the country awards, at the country music awards, she didn't get any, not even a single nomination.
Yeah, but that's 18 now. They were
a lot of it is political, man. Like the awards.
I'm saying that she did. There was no way she would like. No way. Come on. That was okay.
I agree with you.
A lot of it is political, it's business, the way they give the awards, For example, I will tell you this: the most talented rappers, they are not even the one that get the awards or even get.
I don't think Rakim win an award.
Because to me, Bawazi, who has to name the most talented rappers, you find out that they didn't even get any award or even someone like Jada.
This is the reason why they're not getting it.
Even now,
the people that vote the record or the DJs, the record guys that they put together to vote, those are the people we need to blame, because sometimes they just don't. They might have favorites that they actually would decide to go
for. But Mike, that also happens. In fact, the one in the movies is even worse. You will hear a movie that nobody has heard of. The best movie of the year is one weird movie that nobody cares about. Maybe 10 people saw it. I mean, how did this movie? Who saw this movie? Who gave this movie an award? It's the same thing. It's just,
but quality over quantity now. Maybe the movie is quality.
I went to a movie.
It's the people that own the organization.
The movie make 10 billion. You tell me it's not a movie. But if your own is not good now, we're just sleeping there.
You know, Babati, you know what always irritate me? Why do Nigerian artists or African artists, why are they so enticed about getting American awards?
I don't
more money.
I don't
more money. No, Mike, it's more money for your
No. It's slavery, man. Slavery
no,
mentality.
it's not.
They're talking about Grammy and all that shit. I'm like, dude, are you from America? What is
it's more money for you.
Even BET award?
Even the
you know,
black,
they used to give them the BET award backstage.
Even the black people here, they cry when they don't get it. Because
more
it's
money
white
for
people
you
award,
now.
man.
White people's award, the
It's
woman
white
award.
people award. I don't know what you want.
No, I did come on. You know it's more money if you
Which money? Who gives you money for winning an award?
No, for your feature. No, not for. They don't give you money.
You get more streaming though.
So it's for more streaming, more features. So if you want to feature,
because more people want to check. Oh, okay, who is this guy that they give the award now?
More money. So if you go on tour on anything feature now, you'll be making more money as a Grammy winning artist now. You get
But what can we do to increase the rating of our own award if we don't value?
Thank you. I don't know Africa. We can't even create.
You should have this one now. Kora Awards now. That even
they don't even promote.
No,
they don't do it again now. Kora Award, they only do it once every 10 years.
Back in the days, Kora Award was so big. Even MJ was there. The late MJ, he used to come to the show. He was there. Will Smith was. They used to come to those. They used to give them awards back then on Kora. It was a big stuff back then for black people. But I don't know what happened.
You know what even annoys me? You guys know what even annoys me? Do you know in Africa?
Who put that award together? Wasn't it white people?
It's quickly to see my
It was
question.
white people that
If you
put
want
it
to make
together
the
now.
Nigerian award more relevant, you have to put a white face to it.
Oh, come on, man. Let's not do that. Come on, man.
But BT, you people earlier you are talking about music. Do you people talk about the role played by Kenny Ogungbe and Dayo D1 Nigerian music?
I have mixed feeling on that one. On one hand, they did their job. On the other hand, they also did not too good things.
Because if you look at it, if you are in Nigeria, then you discover that what we were consuming were all these American rappers, Notorious B.I.G., Jaru, those are the people that were consuming music that were consuming in the early 90s.
Yeah, that's
it was when
even they
started
even late 90s.
So it was the establishment of all these private TV stations that brought our music.
Okay, Simba.
It was Idris. When Idris came in, the what is it, Remedy? When they came in, that's when we stopped because their music was so good.
No, you see, I said mixed feeling. On one hand, I get your point. They brought a new perspective, mixing up. On the other hand, they suppress other people from coming up. So it's like a
business, man. That always happens.
It's
competition. It's
competition. So if you remember, the first diss track in Nigeria, rap diss track was Rugged Man, Big Bros.
No. It wasn't rugged. It was
no. Again,
it was Idris. It was
no. I mean against the Kenny guy that he was talking about.
Yeah, but
talking about you blocking me because I'm not because you're
but it's competition now.
I get no, so it's not like it wasn't a fair market like they let everything open and everybody was welcome. They were forcing us. Don't tell me listen to Tony every 5 minutes was that guy was now. There was Gabby, he couldn't sing, but we had to listen to his crap every 5 minutes on Ray Power and all that crap every 10 minutes. He couldn't sing any shit now.
But what do you mean? His song is nice though. Yeah, but the thing, it's competition. I don't know. See, I hated Rugged Man then, like the song he did because I like Idris. So I don't. When it
can you show me? I didn't finish. Can you show me on Spotify?
Sorry, guys. The U.S. Congress approves sanctions on Nigeria over.
No, they did not. Though.
That's a lie now.
So it's fake. It's fake news.
They didn't put them. You know, this guy. They wish they put them on.
We always think we are something, man. Nigeria.
Oh, the hero now. Bad now.
Nobody cares.
We're not
they
Sudan.
Don't care about Nigeria like that, man.
No, they do. They no.
Well, they feel Nigeria is there because more Trump will come from Nigeria now.
No,
but the guy, you from Nigeria, but the guy is one of the Shagori's son. One of Shagori. Yeah? Shagori's son.
Sorry, Remy, case you were bad to want to what release. Great to no, Remy. Great to but bad to want to Kumeru.
See this independent platform. It's I'm reading right here. I'm not going to mention the girls' platform. Well, it says right here. TINUBU'S dramatic invitation of bishops to Aso Rock hours after the U.S. announced sanctions against Nigeria.
It's just a propaganda thing, man.
No, Remy. Ade, it was a response. It was a response to. No.
It's not me. I'm just telling you.
No. Ade, hold on. That was a response to one bishop from the north went to in front of Congress recently to discuss about that they've been attacked in the north part of Nigeria. That this because the guy said it was a Fulani invasion. It was a Fulani Islamic invasion of Nigeria.
BT, does it just start today? Does that?
No, but the guy went in front of Congress. Go
in US, right?
Yeah, about 4 or 5 days.
So did they put sanction on Nigeria? He said no.
Because the guy knew he was coming, so he was hoping that they would add Nigeria to the list. So he went before Congress. He was a bishop from the north.
Yeah, but that's the thing with Nigerians. So that's the old story. It didn't start with Tinubu now. This Tinubu has been there for like 10, 20 years.
But that's what I'm saying. It has a political turn to because it was like, okay, because the Muslim ticket, there's this thing that they want to take over Nigeria and blah, blah, blah.
So it's not running to America to come and do
now I old bishop to go and
slavery mentality, man.
That thing is always annoying me, man. They will go to UK, America, so they should come and interfere in your country. She come and colonize you. They should come and help you deal with your leaders.
Where should they go? Bangladesh?
We can't talk.
No. What's the point of going to? So America should come and fix your.
So where does America run through when they have their own problem?
Who controls the world? If they don't go to America, where do they go to?
So where does America go to when America has a problem? Where do they go to?
Where does God go to?
Okay, the question is Prince. That the
question. America is God.
Hold on. The question I'm asking
in this context, in this world, yes.
So hold on. So United States will now do what? Come to Nigeria and what?
They will punish Nigeria.
That's the thing. No. Don't laugh. It's a serious matter. See,
for example, even when Natasha went to the
when they put sanction on countries, okay, well, it at the end of the day, it's the common people that tend to suffer. Now, if they put economic sanction, guess who's going to suffer? The rich people are not going to suffer. But the only thing
he's making that's the point we are making here. When you run into these Americas and all these places to go and to go and report your country. So is it not you yourself that will suffer because you go and report some people go and tell the whole world that your country. Your president is a drug dealer, your country is bad. So who are you demarcating? Are you demarcating? Is yourself that you're does it make sense?
Well, it has different facets. Okay, number one. One second. They can put a sanction on a travel. They can ban the leaders. No. They can put a travel ban on the leaders. They can freeze their assets overseas.
Because
they can do okay.
When last did they do that?
So they will do that because
when last did they do that?
I don't know. Well, I don't know.
So they will punish your leader because they will punish your leader because irrelevant person went to get to go and report. Who are you? Because of you, they will be punishing Nigeria. They will be risking their bilateral relationship.
The last leader they punished in Nigeria was Abacha, and the thing did not even detracted him for even for 1 second. He did what he wanted to do. I said the thing did not affect him 1 second.
That's what I said, Simba. I said at the end of the day, especially economic sanctions, is the people.
It's the people that will suffer. Yes, we were banned from so many sport events, so many things. So what happened? It is not him that is going to be
You know,
affected, but
Nigeria was a country. Did you know that 1996 African
Well,
Cup?
you know,
Do you know
sometimes they can
Nigeria was
deny
supposed
them
to win
loans.
that
They
cup?
can
Sha?
deny them loans.
no,
They,
we'll
you
have
know,
won
they,
it. That was what
Nigeria
gave
was
South
supposed to win it,
Africa.
but
Yes,
we didn't
that was
have
what gave South Africa the opportunity that time.
exactly to win it because there's
I
no country
put
that could play Nigeria in that 1996. We had the best team in Africa. In fact,
I
one of the
put
best
the
team.
I put
But
the
they,
link for that video if you want to watch that bishop, whatever he was saying. I put the link in the private chat. With thing before the House committee.
All right. Can I say
well,
something real quick? So
they denied
so
them loans from the World Bank and this
they will
other
deny them loan
international.
because you went to report them because one citizen went to report. They will not deny them.
If they put sanction on you, don't laugh. I mean, the sanction sometimes it cripples
They're
the
not going to
economy.
put sanction on you because one citizen went there
wait,
to one
let me
bishop.
say
I
this.
didn't say
Wait,
they
let me
would.
say
I'm
this.
saying if they did.
Prince Daddy, let me say
Prince
this real
Daddy.
quick. So you said they sanctioned Nigeria under Abacha, right? But Abacha still put all the stolen money in the United States. How
He
come
did.
he didn't sanction?
He did.
Yeah. So they sanctioned him.
It's a
While
game.
they're
It's a joke.
sanctioning him, he's still sending stolen money into United States banks. Wow,
That
make that make sense. Make that make
yeah,
sense.
that's government and that is private. The private company. See, it's a joke. Listen,
I beg you, don't separate government from this now. Why are you saying this is private, is government?
I'm talking about.
So you want to tell me that $1 will enter US and go US government will not know about it?
That's what I'm
And if
saying.
they don't want that money to come,
Or realize
they can
let it
block
make
it
sense.
now.
Hold on. Or realize let it make
They
sense.
do
So
what favors them. Don't just leave that one. They do what it favors them. Nobody is ready to help anybody.
And that's even the point I'm trying to make. As if these Oyinbo countries care about you like that.
No.
The same
I
government.
don't need a lecture on that. Trust me. We're all in agreement. Actually, we're all in agreement.
Right.
See, just like you said, no $1 because they know if United States say, "Hey, don't take money from Nigeria." If any bank does that, they're gonna find them, and they know better not to do it. But they turn a blind eye. It's all a joke at the end of the day. All the money goes to Switzerland. It goes to others, the British banks. They don't care. It's all a facade, you know. They don't care. It's as long as their private companies make money. That's what they care about.
Prince Daddy. You remember the famous kidnap of Umaru Diko in the early 80s? These are the people that stole Nigerian money, start shit in British bank, and Britain was trying to protect them that time. You remember that there was a diplomatic fusion between Nigeria during Buhari regime that time. That they sent our embassy, ambassador back, and Nigeria also sent their ambassador back to Britain.
You are talk about the recent one. Alisima Doeke stole a lot of millions of money from Nigeria to crony or whatever. The money is stuck in UK. Why can't they let us repatriate that woman and repatriate all the money? They won't give it to us. Go and write it down. How money will be given to us?
Okay, Remy, the question is, how much does Samuel Ekpa have in Finland that is sent him back?
Samuel Ekpa have in Finland? I don't know.
Samuel Ekpa.
Samuel Ekpa. Show Nigeria
sent him back when? No.
Don't mind Prince Daddy. You wanted to get at you. Don't mind. Let me don't listen to that guy.
Prince, when did you send Nigeria?
So what I'm trying to say is that
when did that happen?
All this way, you work on understand it. What is happening here is very simple. All our leaders, they will steal this money and put it in their banks, various banks in Europe, in America, and this your so-called leader, they are benefit from it using their own economy over there, and they'll come back and be telling you that your leaders are corrupt. Who is more corrupt? So sometimes if you
no, Remy, what they wanted to do, what they wanted to do.
I'm glad you heard me. I asked the question earlier, and I wish you were around. To the question, I've determined. I mean, you guys live in the U.S. You can tell me otherwise.
And if you are using bedroom voice, you better speak louder.
Many people are speaking. That's right. But you can. Can you hear me? You can hear me. Is that what you're saying?
Yeah, I can hear you now. I can hear
you. Go ahead.
Okay. I asked the question earlier, and I wish I said if Remy and Simba was around, that would have been nice. Me, I've determined personally, Oriola and Babati can say otherwise, and Mike. I think the United States government, especially with the uncovering of the USA ID, that the U.S. government is more corrupt than Nigeria. That's my final answer. At this point in time, the United States is more corrupt than Nigeria. But I asked a question earlier.
Please, Daddy, to buttress your point, I saw a video, and but I can't confirm the authenticity of that video, where Trump was talking about the social security system, and he was telling us category by category that they even have
That is true.
people more than 200 years old on the list.
True. I mean, it gave the speaking from the whole
Prince Daddy,
Congress.
what you are
The whole
saying is
Congress.
not new. What you are saying is not new.
But it's
Mike
not new. But
already,
it's
Mike
new to
already
a lot of people.
Prince Daddy,
Everybody already
and that is why I went recently. You see me that I played down the issue of corruption in Nigeria as a major problem for our development, because our people, everything they just focus on corruption. I tell them, I said, there's no country that there's no corruption. The problem that we have is that we don't have enough money. People will steal, and what will be
Okay.
will be.
So,
Wait, let
so
me
Sinbad,
say
hold on,
something to
Sinbad.
what
So
you just said.
you
Let
like
me say
Mike. Hold
something.
on, 1 second. So just like Mike said the reason why, even though there's corruption in China, just like Remy knows, and there's corruption in the United States, Mike said is because our budget is not as big as the United States and these other countries. That's why we're not as developed in other areas. Like
Exactly.
so, you
Exactly.
agree? Okay. Remy, what do you say, and Babati?
about corruption in America or what?
No.
How come with all the corruption in China, because the CCP is super corrupt also. I hope you guys know that. With all the corruption in China and America, but they still have a lot of development in those
I
countries.
think if you talk about, for example, like China now, I think it's the system of government they are using really helped them. And an average Chinese is patriotic and very productive. They always think out of the box. They, like Mike always said, people should think about innovation and creativity. So, and their budget is large, and they force a lot of people into productive venture. Whether you like it or not, the government will force you. And because it's
Whether you want to force people to work or you still need fund. What
yes.
you are saying is that if you don't have money, you cannot do anything.
Let me tell you something. I stumbled on something in China. They borrow their local government. They borrow a lot of money from America to develop their local government of their state. And when they are rich enough, they started buying American bond and the rest. So that's what they did. They forced their people to work. I'm telling you, a country will never grow until the leader force their people to work. If you are just talking about democracy, like they are cherry picking.
But so listen to the question, Prince Daddy ask you.
Yeah,
Prince Daddy, can you ask him again?
Real quick. I need to say something real quick.
Yeah.
Of course, in the social security system, they found older people there that they're already dead, but there's no there's nothing that says they're getting paid. They still see names of those people in there, but there's nothing, there's no claim, there's no fact.
So that means they don't get. So why is their name still there if they don't get paid?
They're changing the system. Let's say the truth here.
No,
That means they're paying them.
Ah, man, do you guys understand how software works sometimes?
It's not like
that. It's not no. They're not getting paid. I think what Elon is trying to the point he's trying to make to us is the fact that those names should have the technology has gotten to that level that those names should have been removed from the system, not leave them. So they're not
to be able to trigger and say that it will be taken out automatically.
That's what he's trying to say.
Maybe
that those names should have
maybe
been
not to the extreme of 300 and 200-year-old people, but don't deceive yourself.
No, they're there, but they're not getting paid. There's nothing. There's news on it. Just look it up. There's no claim. There's no fact that they're
I'm not
them.
talking about the anomalies. I'm not talking about that. Forget about those 300 or 200-year-old people. But don't be delusioned that Social Security there's no fraud in it. There are billions of dollars being paid annually to people that are no more alive, that are dead. people do have no record. They are paying billions
where's
of
the
dollars.
facts? Where's the?
Oh, come
How
on.
do you know these things? Because you have to just bring something out.
Before Trump came, they always do Social Security investigation all the time. It's not a new thing.
Okay,
but
I
to the
agree with you.
magnitude,
See,
but to the
for every
magnitude or the
problem,
degree in which it is right now, it's a different level. We didn't know
I
how
agree
bad it was.
I agree with you to this extent. So there's always going to be a chance where someone will beat the system. Yeah, that's correct. That would happen. That's why when it comes to corruption, you can resolve. There's no way you can resolve corruptions. Any problem you can solve it 100%. You can only
minimize
it. So to that extent, you can minimize it, and that's what all these countries that America, UK, they have corruptions, but they're minimized. They put different things that makes it hard
How do
for you
you
to.
how do you judge? How do you rate that minimize? How do you what you minimize? What is going out of US from corruption is more than the whole budget of Nigeria.
No, well, that's not true. The thing is, they make it hard for you to be
it's true.
corrupt.
Let me
United States lose.
What is the budget of USAID?
Let me give him one. It's very easy. Even if we agree with it, very easy.
Wait, are you saying that USAID
hold on,
is a corruption thing? I don't understand.
Hold on, everybody. Hold on. This is
Anybody hold on now.
When the brigadier general
everywhere.
Hold on now. Hold on, please. Wait.
Okay,
do you know, to Simba's point, it's very easy. Defense spending. What they are stealing in that department, they have failed audits. How many times in the last 20 years? They pass audits in defense spending. They can't pass audits in that department. They keep failing audits.
No. They didn't audit them. It's not like they have not. I think they have done it once, but they're not.
And what happened?
Like every year they carry out.
And what happened when they did that?
No, yeah. They don't carry out.
So don't tell me you are spending.
Yeah, that's correct. You're right.
Don't tell me you are spending. No, don't tell me you are spending $700 billion every year on defense, and it's not being. Come on now.
Yeah. I agree. I totally agree with you. I've seen documentary that shows that, and I mean, there are people that sign contracts with them. They will just put this pricey thing,
and that's
and you have to
bargaining nothing. Just put anything.
No. The reason why they don't challenge. Let me try to explain something. The reason why they don't challenge contractors is this, because they let's say they want something. They want a bomb that can go through a house, for example. They will just tell a contractor that, oh, we want this thing done, and whatever money the contractors is asking for, they don't want to bargain on it because they understand what they will go through to be able to.
Hold on. Let him land. Do you understand what? Hold on. Let him land. Do you understand what?
So for them to be able to come up with that idea, innovate something like that. So that's why it's always tough for them to kind of like say, though they usually have competition, but whatever money someone says that, okay, in order for us to be able to build something like this, or build a chopper that can do this, or autonomous airplane that can do whatever that you want us to do.
No, Ade is missing the point, because they're having dealings where companies will back down. You will go on your own solo. You overprice it and you pay the other ones in the back. Come on, there are too many millions of people doing this.
You're right. You're right. But the point I was just making is it's very tough to put money on life. Like when it comes to something that will protect people's life, it's very tough to put money on it. But you're right. They need to audit them, ask where the money is going. And I also heard that because when you go abroad, let's say you go to Japan, for example, the base that they have is just like America. It's a mini America. Like they make everything.
Are you guys ready to go to the background, or you guys want to stay live?
Maybe they shut, no problem. Maybe they go. I get control. Don't worry.
Okay. When you're ready, you take it to the background when you're ready.
Yeah, if people just vote, if people vote for background, I take to background. So yeah, thank you, Mike.
Ola,
for
shipping.
Ola, we don't. Ola wants to come with the Canada stuff. It's okay.
No, I'm not coming with
Ola wants the over to hear about his Canada story.
You mean the 54th state of America?
I've come here to support
our
Ola,
54th state is coming in.
So
that's our 54th state.
Ola, you soon get American passport. Don't worry.
No, I will happy. No,
is that not good news?
No, I will happily take American passport.
Even if Donald Trump will be your president, you no longer hate Donald Trump.
It's only your gun I don't want to take. I don't.
Ola, how's
I
your
don't like
governor?
carrying gun around.
Ola, how's our governor doing?
Oriade, first of all, let me tell you, I'm proud of you as my good student. At least you've been trying to teach the like of Simba something. Dr. Simba, you know, all these old people, they don't really understand what we younger generation face. You see, something about so the thing is corruption we are talking about. Corruption is not the reason we are backward in that country. I keep telling you, it is lack of enough creativity. We see there's no place to get to in this world. Just tell me.
But what you are saying, Ola, is actually against what Ola said. You are just supporting what we are saying now.
Okay, what did Oriola say? Let me whether I will
explain. Oriola is the one trying to say that there is no corruption in United States. You are talking about.
I never justify corruption that there's no corruption in America. I said they try to curb it, they try to minimize it. I never said there's no corruption. So yeah, I didn't say that.
You see, after working in the private and the public sector, I know that this word corruption is even an opportunity, because how do we curb corruption in the financial industry? You have residence controller, all those, we call them BRC. They are just like auditor. They make sure that they vet everything. So it's a system you put in place that curb corruption. As long as human being exists.
Ola, a typical example is what happened during the recession in 2008. Look at how during Obama regime, even in US, how those chief executives of those corporations were spending money. If not because the country bailed out most of these corporations, where would they be now?
Simba again, I've said this thing over and
too big to fail. No more. They're too big to fail. You want Chase to fail. You want Morgan Stanley to fail. You want Ford to fail. You want GM to fail. They're too big to fail now.
Okay, how smart truly are they? How brilliant are they? If anybody can run a business that can be built out, but just like Simba said, the worst thing was that just right after they got built out, they started reporting profits in like 3 months. They reported profit and paying themselves a bunch of bonuses based on what? Based on free money?
No.
It was a joke.
No. They didn't get free money. Wait. What do you understand by the bailout? Do you know that when they bailed them out, the government, the United States, us, the taxpayer, we own majority of the shares in that company.
No, you don't know what you're talking about.
No,
forget about it. Yeah, right.
Go look it up. You need to read up, man. We own it. They had to pay back in order for them to own.
We don't own
how much are they paying you?
Jack.
No, they did.
Okay, let me look up. Maybe you should tell us how many shares he has now that have been allotted to him.
Okay, guys, let me tell you something about bailout. See, bailout is good. If I find myself as the president of any country, I will bail as many companies that can bail out. I will bail them out. Even if I need to go to World Bank and borrow money and bail out, I will do that. Yes, my reason.
What do you mean?
Now, by bailing out all those corporations, not allowing them to fail. Number one, I'm going to retain job in that country. So
we are not saying that. We don't took us to that route. We are not talking that saying that the bailout is not good. We are just saying that it was corruption that led to the failure of those corporations. That's what we are talking about. Exactly. We are not saying that there's nothing wrong with bailout. So don't come and give us lecture on bailout.
Yeah, it's not about the point here is that This company,
It's
you don't
not
know.
corruption. It was greedy. There's
Okay,
if you
what
go
is the difference?
Okay, no, that's
wait,
another word.
yeah,
Greedy, eh?
um
Greedy.
CN C
What is the difference?
CNBC. Yeah, CNBC make a documentary about it. It was more greedy. No, I know what you mean, but it's greedy, meaning
It's
that they want
corruption.
to
Don't
make
don't
more
paint it. Don't paint
profits.
kettle.
Wait.
No, it's
They want to
corruption.
make
No, it's behaving like Jonathan that said it's not corruption, it's stealing.
no.
No,
Wait, greedy is
Jonathan
different
was
from
correct now.
corruption, though. Greedy and corruption
Oriola is
is not the
correct.
same thing.
Zimba, you know that's why Jonathan lost that election. And people always
Okay,
blame America and all the other
Oriola,
things, man.
explain.
Are we talking
Explain,
about the
Oriola.
same thing now? Greedy and corruption is not the same thing.
They are not
Okay,
the same thing.
It's
explain.
not the same thing.
They are not the
Greedy,
same thing.
no. The greedy is more like they want to make more money and they're putting out bad loans. What is this called? I forget the
You are not necessarily breaking the law.
And Freddie or whatever. Freddie and Minnie and Freddie, whatever it is. They're giving people that don't have money to buy houses. They're giving out bad loans. It's the same thing that happened with GM and all of them. And Morgan Stanley, they're giving out bad loans.
Oriola, to
Prince
you,
Daddy,
hold on. Let me chime
Prince
in.
Daddy,
Oriola, to you, okay, to you're looking at it as if they made a bad business decision. It's not. It's for the common people. Don't fall for that nonsense trap. The notion that they were giving out a subprime mortgage, that's what they called it. They did it on purpose. Don't think they didn't know what they were doing. They did it on purpose because they knew they were going to collapse the market. They knew they were going to collapse it.
See, that's why I say it's greedy. They didn't
It's
know
not greed.
that.
I reject the word greed. It's corruption.
Yeah, I agree with you that they. I don't think. I mean, they should have been smart enough because these people are smart people to know that what they're doing, the game they're playing will lead to what it led to.
No,
but I
they
don't
were
think
more
they
than
actually
happy to pass. No, they were more than happy to pass the debt onto Americans. They know what they were doing. It was not. It was. If you want to think that it's a bad business decision, it's not at all.
Yeah, but that's
it's
why
for the
he's in
common
jail
people to
now.
think
He's
that.
still in jail. Freddie is still in jail now. I
Oh,
understand what you're saying.
most of
He's
them are
still
not
in
in
jail.
jail. They're not in jail. Trust me.
No.
Those guys.
Freddie and
Goldman
Max,
Sachs.
those guys are still in jail though. He's still
How many
in.
people are in jail?
Yeah, not all of them.
Do you know how much trillions of dollars that was used to build these people out? Do you know how much?
But you have to understand. See, after Freddie and Manny failed, he kind of trickled down to like GM. You know, like a lot of people have like cars on loans and stuff. Once Freddie failed, he kind of trickled down and it kind of affect every other company because after Freddie and Manny fail, a lot of people that can the mortgage they own, they can pay it back, or the big guys that invested in Freddie and Manny that their all stock was wiped away and they don't have money to be able to pay for anything they own. That's how it trickled down to GM.
Okay, you and I are thinking linearly. Let me tell you, there's a cascading effect to the action. So when they give out this subprime mortgage, they knew that, and they know. Come on, see, how can I give you a
think
loan?
they do?
Hold on, hold on. How can I give you a loan when I know very well that you don't have a source of income or a steady source of income to pay the mortgage? What do you think is going to happen at the end of the day?
It's greedy.
It's not math. There's no magic to it. If I give you a loan and I know you don't have a source of income, what do you think is going to happen?
Can you tell them what? Can you add that the government put pressure on these banks to give people?
Yes, that exactly.
No, the government did not. The government did.
Yes, they did.
No, that's why I said you should watch the CNBC.
No.
Forget about it.
No. When I was around, I bought condo at the same time that happened, so I know what changinged. The government put pressure
the requirements for.
I remember that because they didn't want people renting because the renting was going high. They like pushed them into homes they couldn't afford it. That was government policy.
I was in the market also. I knew what was going on, especially in Vegas and this other
government, man.
country. So it was all orchestrated, and the goal at the end of the day was to consolidate wealth. What happened when most of these people that own this subprime mortgage defaulted? They knew they were going to default. Guess who came in and scooped up all those mortgages, all those homes at a fire sale at a discount? Do the math.
Hey guys, my own is this. You see, the Jonathan settlement you guys brought in. The problem Jonathan had is it wasn't as if it wasn't correct technically.
Sorry,
Technically,
sorry, by the way, congratulations. By midnight tonight, you'll be an American citizen. Thank you. Congratulations.
Is that bad already?
My deal.
Say hi to our governor, okay?
No. Guys, what?
You know what funny thing? You know what funny thing? Okay.
Listen now. What can you miss? Am I missing something, Prince?
What's happening? Canadians has been crying since Trump made that comment. They've been crying. They can't stop crying.
No, he said tonight that midnight something will happen in midnight. What's happening midnight?
We are taking over now.
Really?
I thought Allah would be American citizen.
The man said was serious. I didn't know that. I don't know.
Baba Salate ni Babati. Babati,
I don't know what's going on midnight. I have no idea.
Babati,
hey, Ola, you better start telling the French side of Canada to start learning English. They start learning English. Oh yeah, we don't do French. Yeah.
France. So the thing is, Jonathan was technically correct, but the problem is you have to look at the sentiment of your political environment. Stealing was what was happening in Nigeria. No, stealing is just a fraction of corruption. Stealing is the main thing, because if you want to talk of corruption in that country, it's too huge to deal with. It's too huge. Part of corruption is stealing, and it just be minute. That Nigeria doesn't want to hear. They don't want to hear that. Nigeria didn't want to hear that because you are a popular president. So, and you now went ahead now and you miscommunicated. People will make you look like a stupid person, even though you were correct. So that is why when you are playing politics, political correctness really matters a lot. So, but when we come to this corruption, we are talking about, it is my considered opinion that any president that is coming out that is telling me that I will fight corruption is a rare flag for me. That one does not know what it's going to do. He is just appealing to people's emotion. But in the midst of corruption, you can build you can build the economy. You understand? You can build your industry. You can build your energy sector. You can build everything, even despite the level of corruption. You are okay for me. That is why I don't like all those people that use some kind of buzzword like from consumption.
Ola, let me ask you a question. Let me ask you a question. Did you believe that Tinubu is fighting corruption technically, and people don't know it? And I can explain myself if you don't agree.
No, Tinubu is fighting corruption technically. Of course, yes. I've said it over and over.
Right. And they just don't get it. It is.
I've said it over and over.
You know, let me tell you, the Nigerian definition of fighting corruption is arresting people and putting them to jail. If they don't see that, we are not doing anything.
Yeah, that's what I mentioned it before. When it comes to problem solving, a lot of people in that country are just Olodo. The guy is solving corruption because he's putting different technology in a place where you don't need to. If your job is to do cop job, you are not a tax collector. Don't do that. That's already tackling the fact that money will not go into many people's hands. It will just go to where it needs to go. That's minimizing corruption. Like, he's doing it the right way. When it comes to solving problem, a lot of us in that country just like we don't know, but the guy is doing it, and that's how you would do. He's going to solve it because he will just be blocking you in things that you don't need 10 people to do. It's more like
we want to see so many people arraigned in handcuff in our court, and then the subsequent jailing. That's what we are waiting for. If you are not doing that, you are not in Nigeria.
You
are not fighting corruption.
Let me ask him back, please. A follow-up question to what Simba just raised. what tribe will go first? You know what? Like, if why us now? Why not your own people? You know how Nigeria is. So who will volunteer their own people first to go to be prosecuted first? That's the next question, because that's the main issue. And I was hoping that this Sharia law that they have in the north will. I mean, have they even locked anybody up in?
Are
I beg you, forget about it. All
they
those
not
things
even
are just
stealing?
for
Are the
politics.
governors
Where
not
have you
stealing
ever
money?
seen
Right
anybody
now,
even?
Sharia law
Let
now.
me tell you. Let me ask you, Babati. Have you ever seen just mere even using horse whip or cane to beat somebody? Have you seen it being practiced? Even with all this their Sharia that they are
No,
preaching.
they do it. They do it to the poor people, but the rich people they
Yeah,
don't do
I'm
that.
saying if you steal government money, should they cut your hand off as a politician, something like in Sharia court? I mean, is that what we were led to believe?
You remember that sarcastic this thing that Obasanjo did to Yerima at that time? You know, during Obasanjo regime, Yerima was the governor of Safar at that time. He was even the most popular governor about this area. There was a time he came to the government house now and he shook Obasanjo. Obasanjo, you see how hand. You know, it's just forget about it. We are not just being sincere with ourselves. All those things are just political. Why are they not raising the issue of Sharia during Buhari regime?
Yeah, but the thing with them is saying that you want people in handcuff and stuff. That does not solve it, because if you don't have a create blockage, making sure that this is the right system to put in place, you're not solving it. You're just people will still steal. But when I go to places, I don't have to go through 10 people to give them money before I
Oriola,
do
if
stuff.
you understand Nigerian corruption, it starts from the least person. The least person, maybe probably a messenger or the security. That is how it is from A to Z. So if the poor ones are complaining about corruption, they are also a beneficiary of that corruption. They are also
Yeah,
Everybody
but
engaged
is
in that
involved in
corruption.
corruption now.
that's what I'm saying.
So
It's more like, okay, for example, I remember one time I was at the airport in Nigeria, and like they have, if you have to go in, you have to go in through the downstairs. If you want to go, oh no, if you're coming in, I think when you're departing, you go through downstairs. When you're coming back from abroad, then you go through upstairs, something like that. Yeah. I was trying to go in there and do banking in the airport. Then I think I went through the top floor and they told me I have to go downstairs. And because I was so lazy and I know how Nigerian works, I was like, I don't want to go downstairs. So I decided to give the security money. Now, that's the problem. And he collected it and he allowed me in. But now let's think about a scenario where there's no even need, like when you go to the store, if they have in and they have out. If you go through the door that say out and you are trying to come in, that door will
they
never
won't be able to
open.
come in.
That door
Exactly.
will never you now see what I'm saying? Like, you put things in place where even if I bribe that guy, there's no way I will be able to come in, because unless someone is coming out, then I can just quickly go in. And if I know that's the case, why would I even bribe someone to be able to do that? So it's just like you put right system in place. And the same thing they were doing, I heard, I think I also read that they're doing with the port authority as well. Like, there's no need to be paying to the custom. There's no need. Just go to, there's a either a machine that you just paid, and like that's all you need to pay. You don't need to go through, and if somebody else asks you money, then you'll be like, everything has been paid at the machine. So there's no need to be giving small money to everybody before you do something. That's how you curb corruption. So all this, because if you don't have the system in place and you're um putting people in jail, it doesn't make sense, because that thing will still continue. So I think the guy is doing it the right way. There's no need to publicize it and start telling people I will prosecute you. No, there's no need. Just put the system in place. make it hard for people to be able to do it.
Something that you still be wasting the taxpayers' money to even prosecute. And at the end of the day, you will not even be able to get anything back.
Right.
So you spend more money.
Right. I mean, it doesn't stop. It doesn't even stop like the big politician from doing it, or even people from doing it.
You know, Oriola, another thing that Nigerians used to, they don't know that is corruption is not only about money alone. They don't know that. They think that it's only when money exchange hands, that's when you are corrupt. What about favor, that you are doing things that somebody that does not merit certain position, you put him there? You understand? When you're supposed to be at work, you're supposed to work for 8 hours, you only go for 2 hours, you left. Those is part of corruption. But people don't see that.
That's a company policy now. That's where directors or whoever is in charge of any public.
You know, that's why we say stealing and corruption. Stealing is just a micro part of corruption. You know, like that leaving office when you are not supposed. It's like you are stealing office time. It's stealing.
Yeah, but it's a way to do that. You know, like when majority of companies here, you clock in and you clock out. You can't beat that system. You can't.
Let me tell you. No, you can beat. Why not? You can beat it.
No, you can, but it will be tough. No, I'm not saying that.
Guy, I want to make money. When you are having that problem in your place of work, I can do it for you.
Sorry, quick question.
Yeah, but he has to go through you. That's what I'm saying.
I have a question in what you just raised up. If somebody clocks in and does not show for work or forcefully falsifies records in regard, that is criminal, right?
It is. Majority
of didn't pay for what he did not do.
Yeah.
So that's a criminal act, isn't it?
You get disciplinary for that, don't you?
No. It's beyond disciplinary. You are literally stealing government money.
It's a criminal offense if they approach the police.
Now. But it will depend on your policy. It depends on what the policy.
Like I told you, Oriola, those things.
What's the policy right now? If you falsify a record like that,
every organization have their policy, so I can't.
Government. In America, in Europe here, like Scandinavia, if you do that, that's a criminal offense. The state have law for it, not your organization. You shouldn't do that. They want investors. So even
each organization have their own policy and procedure.
That's what I'm saying. But the organization cannot deal with it. If you call the police in, it will be charged as criminal offense immediately.
Yeah, because that's part of. That might be part of your policy.
But we are discussing the government. We are discussing government.
That's what I'm saying. Each government organization, like if you work in, let's say, hospitals, they have their own policy and procedure. If you work in environmental ministry, they have their own policy and procedure. That's what I'm saying. I understand they are part of government.
Okay, see, Babati, let me tell you one thing. All those things, even before people like us start to get the solution has been there. Okay, I once worked in the warehouse. There's this top man. It's just like a top man. When we get there, now, start with it. If you are to resume there 6 o'clock, you don't have any business in that warehouse before 6 o'clock. As you are coming, as you clock in, they take your record. You pick your top man, you start working. If you stop, immediately you are stopping like this, it will send a report to the desk. Even if the person at the desk is not calling you before you know, that system can page you automatically and announce your name and tell you why you are waiting and tell you the time you'll be waiting. You understand? So, one funny thing that thing will be going to your payroll immediately. You don't even need all those stories. So, in technology to achieve all these things, we have the technology in place. The thing is a willingness. Okay, let's look at that of a government you are talking about now. You get into the office, you clock in, you clock out. Are you not supposed to be working? Okay, I work from home now. If I leave my system, even through the team app, you understand? If I step away for like 3 minutes, already the thing will change from the normal color to another color. It's the profile of every time I step away from my system is being documented because your mouse should be moving. Even some people even get it to the point that they even put some application on your desk that will be checking your mouse whether you are just moving your mouse for the sake of moving it or you are really working.
Yeah, but
So a lot of
yeah, but all is it then if you clock in and clock out, you're expected to have done something. Now, at the end of the month, you produce your reports that this is what I've accomplished this month. At the end of the year, when they
that's what I'm saying.
wait, let me learn. So at the end of the year, in order for you to get bonus or in order for you to get raise, they would have to go through what you have done throughout the year. So if you have not accomplished anything throughout the year, it's all on you. They can fire you or like you.
Yeah, the problem
you are not.
the problem is in the problem in a country like us that all those things can be automated. So I am an advocate that when you want to take a decision against a man in time of corruption, you understand, eliminate man as much as possible. Like I say, if you want to handle security, if you want our police to be responsible, eliminate them from staying in the from building roadblock. You understand? Using technology to manage to master.
Wait, the police is different. If you want to talk about the police, that one is different.
Farabale. If last man now, you want last man now, you don't want them now to be pursuing vehicle around. Put camera to capture people. Tell these people you don't need to follow anybody because you don't want them to be collecting a gunje. Okay. For those people here you can manage in Lagos that work in Lagos, you can even go as far as go through the employer.
That, okay, I just told you, if we're looking at this, we can't. When it comes to cops, that they're not in this. The problem with cops in Nigeria is they're not paid enough. They buy their own uniform. They do everything by themselves. That's the corruption. When you look at them, the corruption for them, that's the corruption side.
Because
no, Oriola,
if they're paying enough money, they would
Oriola, there's no amount of money that you can pay any human being that will be enough.
Exactly.
Let me tell you, if you start playing, let's say even 2 million naira to a constable in Nigeria today, that will not still deter them from getting more money.
But no, I disagree with you.
It will not. Forget about it.
Let me put this to you. If I'm making, let's say I'm making my salary.
Oriola, a former
first bank manager, let me land.
550 million. And are you saying they are not paying the first bank manager very well? That you stole 550 million from someone's account? What are you talking about?
Let me land. Let me put this to you. If you're making, let's say you're making 2 million every month, it will be tough for you. It will be very, very hard. Let's say like 10% high for you to actually decide that you want to be corruptive.
It's not true.
No, because that money will not entice you to the level.
It's not true. What you are saying is not true. Have you ever put it to practice? Let me give you an example. Let me tell you. If you think, okay, what about other sector? Ola gave you an example of a bank manager.
I'm not saying
there is any probability.
Exceptions. We get exceptions.
It's not an exemption. That is the rule. It's not an exemption. Odiola, get that one. Human psychology. There is no human being. It's only the only thing that can deter human being from corruption is to put the system in place to prevent them. If not, every human being has that tendency.
I'm not
forget it, irrespective of how much you earn.
Yeah, right. I'm not saying not to put system in place. I'm just saying that with the police, the way I see it is the fact that they are not making enough. If they make enough money, it will be hard for them to be asking for $20.
It's not what you mean by it will be hard. Everybody needs more money.
Simba, look at what this man is saying, and you will not even listen to this thing when we tell you, because I'll be involved in implementation of all these solutions. Like, okay, when I wanted to do paper for my property in the Ogun State, you know what they were telling me? They even encouraged me not to even put my wife's name. Said, oh, if you put your wife's name, they will tax you differently, just because they wanted to dupe me. Right? They wanted to collect money. That if you go to that finance, you are going to pay this, you are going to pay that. Because I did that video on my own, because I know what's up. I went to that place. You know what I actually paid to the finance was even like a 1/3 of what these people were demanding from me, that they were saying they went to save me money. Now, how were they collecting that money that time? They were using e-Transact solution. So the money was going to the account of the government directly without going through anything. It's online. You know what happened? You separated as much human being you can separate from collection. So money was not, you were not losing money. Nobody was giving you fake receipts.
I agree with you.
It's only those people that will listen to wait.
I agree with you. I was just talking about law enforcement.
Now,
I agree with you.
Now, the thing is this: the law enforcement you are talking about, how we use it that okay, you have something to track someone that is that is over speeding, then you have a way to collect your money without even running police to run after them to collect that money. You understand? It's just because now when you do all those things now, a policeman that will go and block road, we have some explanation to make. We have some explanation. I was
that's the way when we start this conversation. That's what. Let me say this: when we start this conversation,
let me round up.
Okay.
Continue. I was making an example here yesterday that there was a time that robbery was so notorious on OSOBA and Badiwe and Victoria where they used to rob banks, and you have police checkpoint everywhere, and they could not prevent. What did the TINUBU do? They just put a RRS, a armor personnel carrier, on that at Obalende. They put one at Lekki Phase 1, and they put one at Koyi. Don't move, just stay there. And they put one at Oda Bijawulo with this thing. What happened? The robbery ceased immediately without even putting a lot of police on the road. They had no reason to go and do roadblock. The robbery stopped because the robbers know that once they try to escape, there's no escape route for them. But yet they were escaping with police checkpoint, everything. So the thing is, use appropriate technology. And all those people that say that because they are not paying them very well, let's see how they are going to. Okay, you say, okay, the immigration now, the immigration now is okay. You can apply for your passport. You don't need to get contact, have physical contact with all those immigration officers. Suddenly, their salary will be okay for them. Because very soon now, we can sit down in our house in Canada now and take picture. And you must get your passport. You have no reason to go to Ottawa to go and apply for. So let's see how somebody will come and collect money from you. You understand? Because if you want to collect money from Ottawa, from me here in Calgary, then you have to provide an account ID. Then you will explain what that money is doing there. So it's just about control. You put something.
I agree with you. I agree with everything you said. I was only talking about the law enforcement. And I feel like when we were looking at the situation of Nigeria right now, they just need more money. And every single thing that you also said, every single idea that you brought up, I also believe they need to enforce that type of system as well. There's no need for a cop to be collecting money. If a cop fine you, that cop should not collect the money from you. There should be a system in place where go to this location and make payments. Whenever
they will not even find you now. Once you know that you have offended or you have have an infraction, what you will do is that you will just make it notice to, oh, so you see, this is what you have done. You have been caught. But for me to release, we just bring so amount. That's all. He will not even report you.
Yeah, but that's what I'm saying. So basically, they need to be making report at the end of the day. That's number one. But number two, once the public notes, they make it a public thing that okay, we all know that we should never pay or make any payments to any police. If the police say they fine me for anything, there's a system. I just go to this so station. There's a system.
Even the populace encourage it. Because okay, let's say for that the punishment for whatever offense that you have committed is 50,000 naira, and somebody is now asking you, okay, bring 10,000 naira. What do you think will happen?
Yeah, but then we know that's
Nigerians will not say, "Oh, I want to go and pay the 50,000 naira to curb the corruption." He would rather pay that 10,000 naira, and then it will still be the 40,000 naira will still be remaining with him.
I agree with you, but here's the thing: does Nigerian police do they make reports at the end of their shift? And if they make reports, do they publicize it? Because if anybody make a report in a country that I live, I can go on their website and see every single thing, any case that's open. So I just think that just like Ola is saying, you just make the system, you put a system in place that makes it hard for them to be able to be
Let even
corruptive.
that offense, don't let if that offense is given to a human being to detect, the probability that that human being will bargain with that offense is highly is there. You understand what I'm saying, Oriola?
I
He will
understand,
bargain
but
that, he
here's
will
the thing.
bargain it.
Imagine that imagine that you're the
Simba,
manager. Let me say this
Simba.
real quick. Let me say
Okay.
this real quick. Imagine you're the manager and you work for me, and every single time you go, I send you out to police the one location. You never come back and make a report of anything. Of course, I know something is wrong with you, because you should be able to make report of every single thing that happened to you. If you if you're if you say you're sleeping on duty or you saw somebody sleeping on duty, you should be able to make those report. But if you're coming back every day in 1 week and you can't make report of anything, I know something is wrong with you. You probably already been stealing money or anything, so you need to be fired. So it's just like every work. You work your shift or you work 9 to 5. At the end of the day, you make a report. Doctors do it. You guys make a report of every single patient you see. So that's how they know that you actually work. So if you're coming back every day and you're not making report of anything, I know something is wrong. So I'm just saying that that's some of the things. As long as there's a system in place, they're well paid, they're not suffering, they can't lie to us that they're buying their own uniform. We know that they're paid. I mean, money can never be enough, but at least they're paying you, they're giving you your entitlements, every single thing you needed. But when now you're still focusing on corruption, then you gotta go. You gotta go.
You see, the thing is this. I remember my days in Nepal. We have some people we call meter readers. They will go and tell the consumers that, okay, we can help you adjust your meter and do mago all those stuff. But immediately they started computerizing things. You that will give them money, you were just wasting your time, because everything was already computerized. They had a database somewhere, and you won't just go into that database and go and reverse it. So whatever you are covering, you are only covering it if they come over time. And some people will start shouting, "Oh, crazy bill, crazy bill." No, sometimes what is crazy bill? It was your greed in connivance with the rogue meter reader that led you to what you now call crazy bill.
Even that one that you're talking about, you know what they used to do? They will go and write off that account and open a new account for the person.
Yeah. But now it became difficult after they started computerizing everything, right? Because you need this auditing in place. The problem with the Nigerian
But
police
why
is
do you guys need to go out and read meters? You live abroad. Do you see any light person come to your house and read meter? They can see it from their place. We just need to do something like that in
my
Nigeria.
brother. That is to say, they for Nigeria be that too. Go and listen to fella. We
The
don't
Ola
have
I said,
infrastructure in
I
place
said
to have
something
it.
earlier this morning that Nigerians abroad, they don't know the reality on ground, and what they see where they live is what they want to replicate in a resourceful environment where they came from. You
Yeah.
understand? If you want to do that in Nigeria, what you are just talking about, do you know how many billions of dollars that will cost?
Exactly. So, my brother, the thing you are saying is this: like air. My other grant is in electrical. I tell you, I don't know where they connected our light here. I just don't say we got light inside this place. I won't even go and try, because even parading that place, even touching it only, before I even touch and I will leave my hand. Police we don't come say I'm tampering with the public property, or
Are
a
you saying
particular
we can't
combination
do
of
that in
property.
Nigeria? Because I
No,
don't
wait now.
understand. Because it's going to cost more money. Does it mean we can't do it?
We are talking of a properly planned environment that they
Oh,
plan
now you
everything.
people, now they hear me.
We are speaking now. Let's learn so that you come in. So after, because the way they structure the environment, they can trace all those things. But our own, there was a time I was talking here that even the entire Lagos, when I was saying, okay, I don't know whether the like of Banana Island, whether they have sewage system or central system they use to manage electricity, sewage, and all those stuff. You see all those Ikeja, all those Agege. If you really want to build a city, all those places must be leveled up in the next 50 years, and you build a city properly. You have a sewage system, you have all those electricity. When you have all those underground system and you are able to trace everything, then you can implement this thing. But as you speak today, your wire flies from your house directly to your pole and comes to your meter.
Well,
So
we get it.
bypass.
That's not what I'm saying. I'm saying that. Are you saying we cannot implement it in Nigeria? We should be able to. It doesn't have to be all now, but we should be able to create those plan a city that's able to do that. I mean,
you see, in the future, Nigeria will be one of the best places where you can see opportunities because we've not started. Whether you want to start off housing, we don't have housing. We don't have a well-planned city because see our estates, our real estate in Nigeria alone. In the future, if we are serious about it, maybe we'll be talking of something probably around something like $10 trillion. Because all those places,
that's what I want to ask him. That Oriola, if somebody give you, sir, you should give an estimate of how much can make Nigeria to come to the standard of US. How much do you think with Nigeria we need?
Nigeria don't even need money. If I want to answer that, Nigeria don't need money.
Nigeria doesn't need money.
Well, they need prayer by prayer.
Wait, but here's
the
thing. Why do we think? Wait, why are we waiting for us to level all the buildings and restart? What about the new places coming up? Why don't there be a city plan that they're making sure that every single thing you just said now is put in place? Because I understand it will cost us money, but little by little.
Let me tell you, I live in Saudi Arabia. The whole land of Saudi Arabia belongs to the government. It's the government that allocates land for individuals. You understand? And the lands are already partitioned. They lay pipe, they lay with the electricity cables and everything. But in Nigeria,
everything.
Yeah, but in Nigeria, is that what?
Small submission, I beg. Good morning, everybody. The thing I want to say is this: if you take the whole money in World Bank to Nigeria under this circumstance, they will not build anything. They will share the money. So money is not our problem. We should stop, saying we don't have money to finance this. Imagine a country where there is no even ministry of
finance. But we don't have money, shall.
Let me
I don't even know what he's talking about now. What do you mean that they take the whole money?
If you take the whole money,
remove what you are. The question I asked, remove all this problem of corruption, because that's what you want to come and tell us now. What we are saying to put wait now. All this system that you say, hey, they have in Europe, everything, because that is what you used to say. It costs money to put even the system in place. So why can you not say that I don't need money?
Wait, make a land my point. Let everybody hear from one another, not argument. I've also had your own. My dear brother, with the current situation of grant system we have, take your money in the World Bank to Nigeria, you have nothing. They will only boast of the money, they share it among themselves. You cannot even run a country. All this corruption we have been saying, like Oriola said, he said they are not paying the police. Why do we have social security in abroad here? One, to prevent corruption, to prevent criminality, and they are working fantastically. Not that they don't have crime, but with that alone, they have been able to reduce it. Now you have a police system.
Do you know? No. Let me ask you, Midwest. All these things, because you are there, and that's why you are saying this. Do you know how they get to that stage where you met them, that you are now portraying and saying, okay, this is what they are?
Yeah, when they got to this place,
they came. Let me tell you, wait. They came to your land stole your resources to beat their own system, and you think that it's just that it's judged by their own genetic.
Wait.
Anything that you needed, there's nothing you can do in this world with that money.
Is it all the whole country in the whole world that come to our place to come and steal?
How many countries are you talking? Which country? Oh, you just tell me one. Just wait now. Tell me one developed country in the world that has not stolen.
I will not go to Europe. I will go to Arab country first. Saudi Arabia is a developed country where you live. They are highly civilized.
But they're stealing our gold now. They're stealing our road.
It's like you don't understand the politics of the world, and that's why you are talking the way you are talking.
You have this question, you not agree. I beg. The Japanese, after the Second World War, America supported them, they grow. Even if you look at this Europe where we did, the whole of Scandinavia had nothing to do with African colonization, yet they are rich. So if we mention country where even constant for Africa, sure? Portugal is one of the poorest countries today, and they are number one.
What I will tell you, just Midwest. There's no forget about it. How can you even come and say you don't need money? You started by even making a fallacy. How can you say that you don't need money?
Hold on. I did not say
no, you didn't hear him. I understand what he's saying. He said
you should ask him is that how much is the money his country is owing? Here in Finland, we are owing over 100 billion euro to the EU.
Yes, go and get go and get proper document.
How much they are owing? Quantified to billions.
If Finland is owing 100
money, no, let me quickly finish. They use money to make their life better. They borrow the money. Can Nigeria borrow $1 billion? All of you be shouting.
Hold on.
We cannot sacrifice anything.
Midwest, Remy, hold on. Let me tell you something, Midwest. When we talk of building economy, the mistake we always make is we think that everything should be government. As if government is Dangote that is building a refinery. As if government is Dangote that has Dangote cement and all those things. So when we are talking of building, let's not make this mistake.
I've been saying that too.
You understand? Private people, when we are talking of estate, is it government that will start building estate? Is it government that the thing is,
I don't know.
Government just need to create policy. And okay, this is how we want to plan. An individual will go and solve for funds wherever they want to. They have the funding and they come and be implementing. So we are talking as if, when we say, okay, government will build your own personal house, government will build school, government will be. No, that's what we're saying. We need money to build our
infrastructure. What you are saying is quite different from the answer.
You are not getting it. You are not even getting it.
We are not saying the same. We are not saying the same thing. Look, what I'm saying is to stop Nigeria problem. Wait, my brother, to start solving our country problem. Whether we even need money from any place or World Bank, we have the money within. That's what I'm trying to say. But what I want to tell you is this: you cannot estimate the total money to build a state or or develop a city overnight. Even the mechanism that it takes to estimate a budget is not even in Nigeria. They guess over this budget.
Forget about this. I'm not talking about. We are just if you under the question I posted. Wait now. The question I posted to your
let Midwest talk now. Let Midwest talk.
Wait, let me just land up now. Take the whole of Nigerians out of Nigeria. Take them to that wealthy country you point to because money is their problem, and take those people living in the wealthy country to go to Nigeria. I tell you, at that 10 years of, it will not even be up to 10. We will be running to go and meet them in our country. They will not even.
That is the problem of Nigeria.
This is not the point we are raising. We are still not getting the point. Go ahead, Remy.
What they are trying to say is totally different from what you are trying to say. Government just make enabling environment. I will use the country I'm living as an example. Here in Finland, what they do every year is this: the government are the regulators. And for example, let's say you all this most of the company here belong to private individual, and they bid. For example, if they are bidding for who is going to clear the snow in a small city, all those companies will come together at the beginning of the year. They now bid. When they bid, then the person that have the highest, the lowest, I don't know how they do it, but of course there will be some kind of maneuver within, which we don't know. But they wish, if they see that most of them have good bid, they now share it among them. You, go and take care of Obalinde. You go and take care of Ikoyi. You go and take care of it. These are private companies. Most of the companies here are private, but government just regulate and they share it according to their power and to their past experiences. So
simple.
Everybody eat. It's as simple as ABC.
That's what we're saying.
But at the same time, well, remember, hold on. Remember, this country is like what we call a socialist economy somehow. So not like in Nigeria that when you give contract to them, they just smile home with the profit. Here they tax the hell out of them. No, Finland is the number one country that have the highest tax on taxable income, 59.6%. So if you are doing business here, you are not expected to make that abnormal profit or whatever, because that taxable income they get, that is what they use for most of their social services, like free education from kindergarten to university, kind of free health for people, and so many other stuff. Maintain even the road we are using here, we pay yearly road fee, and it's about the engine size and the brand and whatever car you are using. You must pay that money. So the police here, they don't stop people. Once they just run past you, they already run your plate number. If you're in trouble, they'll stop you. They'll even will you to impound your vehicle if you don't pay road fee. So not like, but you cannot compare here with Nigeria. Nigeria is a bigger country with a huge population. But what people are trying to say is that it is the people in that country that enable economic activity. Government just regulate. Here, government does not build school or build road. They give it to people to go and build. They build it for that. They build everything. So that's what they are trying to say. But if you are talking, say, Nigerian mindsets are bad, I understand that everybody in Nigeria just want to corner everything to their side. And I think if you really look at it, is it because of tribe or because of the kind of democracy we are practicing? So
exactly. Now look at it this way. Now it will still depend on United today, because that's government, obviously. And the problem with their power, problem of electricity is that we depended on government for a very long time. But you gave telecommunication to telecom people, you gave the banking to the telecom to private people. Now, government now gave refinery to private people now to build, and you see the difference clearly. So when you open up your economy like that, you allow the private people to come. People will come from China, they will come from America, they will come from Britain, they will come from everywhere in the world. They will come and put the infrastructure in place. Now, the inflow of money that will come in from all those places is what Nigerian government may not even be able to dream in 50 years. So when we say, when I just estimated the other time that for us to even rebuild our real estate sector in Nigeria, that we should be even talking of something like 10 trillion onward. So that's not that 10 trillion, as I'm just mentioned, is still understated, to be honest with you. So because you are looking at the country that, okay, probably we don't even, now, entire Lagos, now tell me the channel of water in Lagos that is well organized. You understand? You will find it difficult to see. So all those things, there are opportunities that will attract investors. Nigeria have capacity of becoming Dubai in the future. But if you want to turn Nigeria to Dubai in the future, it's not going to be the money from the government, because we seem to overestimate what we even make in Nigeria, because by the time we hear like a $10 billion, we say, hey, Nigeria is making money, we are very rich. Like seriously? 10 billion is not even up to my city budget. My city budget, here we swallow. Even how much is even the university, the university in my city alone? If you know the budget, Lagos State doesn't have that budget. So the thing is, we need that money. That money is for our country. It's not true.
So, do you think Nigeria should borrow more money, or what should we do?
No, Nigeria should let investors bring money. Investors bring in money. You don't see. Okay, when we say Nigeria,
how can investors bring money when some people are not ready to open up the economy, especially from some part of the country?
That is why we need to separate. That's why we need to separate.
Ola, let me ask you a question. You just say you said something. I wanted to ask you a question about those things, like investors will bring in money to a country. If you want investors to bring money, even the conducive atmosphere you are talking about now, that will attract investors. First of all, if your judiciary, how do they operate? I think I'm hearing a noise. Is it from somewhere? Somebody there's a noise. Like you want to start. Who is that? Hello. So if you want investor to come into your country, you first of all, what you need is to go and strengthen your institutions, ministries of finance and all those ministry, judicial, department of judiciary and all of them. We need to look into them. How do you protect people? How do you protect investors? Take for example, a governor of a state can just wake up today, take bulldozer, take caterpillar, tearing people house apart, no protection for them, and you want investor to come into that country. If you are a good,
I think you are
Remy, wait, let him land it now.
Let me land. It doesn't work. You must have a law that protect people business. You must have a law how that business is going to function. Let me use an example. He said bidding. Yes, bidding is an open something. If you have a business here, you want to work with the government, they make it everybody go. If you have a business that is related to that very contract, you go and submit that you want to do it. Then there is a criteria on ground, and that criteria is well stipulated with laws. First of all, how much did you earn last year? How many people is working in your company? All those kind of things. They follow it step by step. How many contracts do you have? Because they have record of what is going on in the people business. So that's why.
Do you know where you are doing the mistake?
Let me let him finish. Let him finish, Remy.
Okay.
And that is why that tribalism, that nepotism, it is very easy. It is very hard for people to throw it in. Not that they don't love themselves. Not that they don't even hate themselves based on region where they come from. I live in Sweden here. He live in Finland. In Sweden, somebody come from north. He's talking in the south. They call him secretly. You hear he talk like this. But at the end, when it come to work or contract, my dear, don't make mistake to go and put that in there. What's A is supposed to take, you go and give it to B. If the person go to court, they investigate. That's so simple for them to investigate. And all these structures on ground is what we. Let me go back to Nigeria. We're talking of we need money. Do we even have Ministry of Finance in Nigeria? How can you call investor into a country where there's no Ministry of Finance? Who are they financing?
Okay, let me.
How many people, the old investors we have, they have run away. We are calling Dangote.
Respond to you. We got your
first, let me tell you something, and you can go and fast check it through the Statistics Bureau. For the last 2 years, Nigeria have generated $17 billion on external investment, whether through selling board or whatever. It's about 17 billion. So you can go and fast check that one. It's not that the government is not. People are not investing in Nigeria. As an investor, it's also depends what are you investing in Nigeria. You cannot be telling me that all infrastructures, electricity, everything must be in place before you invest in that country. Like I always said, it is when the country there's a lot of money.
I didn't mention electricity. I mention institutions like.
Yeah. Even when you talk about institutions, let me finish. Okay, fine. When you talk about institution too,
electricity is very important. If you don't even have no investor, you have to be honest.
Let me finish. Even in Nigeria, you talk about. Have you ever seen in a state government go and bulldoze a company fast infrastructures like a building or whatever? Most time when they bulldoze,
someone has gone to bulldoze Glow, MTN. Just tell me.
No, that's what I'm trying to say. They never bulldoze MTN and the rest. They always bulldoze private property, and the reason because we don't follow the rules and regulation of the state. That one is fall below the state. So if you do not have your
I don't know the point you are talking from. Nigeria follow the rule, but the government is not in existence. That's why. The question is, before someone wait, my brother, let us be honest. Yeah, this is where we have problem. Always we have. But before wait, now let me land this. If somebody should build a structure, living in that structure, running business in that structure, and the government is unaware before completion of that, that means that government is not in existence. And that is what we need to fix. Not just go out.
Midwest, this thing is not by shouting. Let me give you, for example. I gave you an example of what happened to me. I bought a land. I did the survey of that land. And when I submitted to the ministry, they told me that that land belongs to the government. So I knew already that I'm good. And presently, on that same line, people are now building. They know. How can you be claiming ignorance? So if I now build a house there, and then after like 10 years, they now say they want to come and build those, you say, okay, why did government allow them to do? Meanwhile, I've already been told.
Okay.
Okay, let me conclude. So what I'm trying to say is
Okay,
very
let me
simple.
conclude before I reply that.
How many times have you seen that they will put cross on a building
Let
like
me
this?
wait.
Okay,
Let
what
me
meaning? What they will tell you is that
so you can
Simba, wait,
understand my
let me
point.
ask Midwest a question. Well, Midwest, hold on. Let me ask. Now, you today, you want to go, because you just said something that judiciary is not effective. And yet, we still have Shell, Chevron, and all those oil and gas companies operating in Nigeria. We have so many airlines operating in Nigeria, and we still function
they are
that
even
way.
coming more.
Wait. Now, you as an investor, do you really think if you want to do $1 billion project, you will just come to my village and start clearing land? You won't go to the government, and even the way your money is coming in, government will not know about it. Your CBN will be dumb about it. Let me tell you thing. I think sometimes we listen too much to all this, the like of RUFAI and go on the line that we think the investors are stupid. That the investor will be bringing their billions. You understand? Yes, are they all used to cross? Yeah, we've heard from Adeleke that the government official was strengthening his power project. Did he overcome the order? Yes. Did Dangote face some challenges? Did he overcome? Yes. Even in Canada, I stay here in Canada here. People were standing against government projects that they had to go to court. We wanted to run pipeline. Some people, they mounted roadblock. They said government will not pass. Even the other government province, they were fighting. So it is not today that you see a lot of arbitration when it comes to businesses. But the way some kind of social commentator, you understand, are magnified things in Nigeria. We believe that in other community, when they want to do business, that thing we just say true like that. It's not always true. Chelsea have been trying to build stadium for how many years? Do you know the many obstacles they are facing in the United Kingdom? And that's supposed to be one of the first world war. So the thing is, as long as you see investors coming to Nigeria, they are still putting things on ground and they're still surviving. Ask those people giving excuses. What exactly do they really want?
You wait, let Remy put this thing before
what I'm trying to say is that most of that demolition you are talking about belong to private individual. Most time it is a corporate organization property or whatever. They always put them in a right place. They don't always demolish their property. But in a nutshell, nothing is stopping anybody in investing in Nigeria. Because what I learned is that this: if you complain too much, the Western world they are complaining 3 or 4 much. What the Chinese did? The Chinese took the advantage, inroad into Africa. Today, they are the largest investor in Africa. And they took everything away from them. Even the so-called Europe are begging. I've seen a lot of Chinese products here in Finland. Their electric buses and whatever. They are begging them to bring their money here to come and invest. So what are we talking here? So if you are thinking that you want to put all the necessary institutions in place, who tells you the American institution is working? At least we have seen what is happening in their country now. So is that a good example? So I think at the end of the day, if you want to invest in that country and you have the resources, nobody will stop you. Because everybody will go to government first before the thinking.
I mean, the point is this: even all those infrastructure you are talking about, there are even some kind of investment. Part of it is electricity.
Do you know that? Do you know that?
Road.
Remy, let us not have.
Do you know that the Lagos Calabar highway now, they are now on kilometer 10.
It's like I'm stopping Simba. No verse in case you want to.
You will come. I will
no, so I want to reply Simba. Mona, wait, Simba, look at my point. You see, if you want to build a country, no country is an island. Finland, sometimes they succeed in something. Sweden go there, go look how they solve that problem. They will just adopt that system immediately. Maybe they have been stronger. The same thing where Denmark succeed, sometimes Finland go see area they are stronger. They will go and look at it. The problem we have, if you want to stop that building, scattering people's house, Nigeria should look at their neighbor. Number one, they can go to Cape Verde, they can go to Senegal. You can't sell one land for 2 people because the government is in existence. Neither for you to start a structure, build it, occupant inside. By the way, if you are occupying a house, you are not registered, that is illegal. To tell you, we need to work on our system. That is what I'm pointing to. If you look at the judiciary I mentioned, I'm not saying they are not trying their best, we don't have, or they are just zero. At least there should be basic law that the citizen will grow up with how things function. Like here in Europe. Europe as a whole, I've never heard European quoting charter of law, subsection this. But if you want to do something, it's a boy of 18 will tell you, look, this thing is illegal. If you do it, you're going to have problem. It will tell you direct the consequences. And those days when we were growing, we had this culture. When your father tell you don't do this thing is wrong, you want to do it, another person that is not your father will tell you the same thing. Don't do it because this. I can boast of it in my place. I'm from Benin, and I think Yoruba, Benin, we have this kind of similar culture. I don't know of other places in Nigeria, but I saw many places might have also practiced that. This is the aspect I'm talking about. When you see people occupying a house for years, running a hotel, and now the government want to come and build it, something is wrong. So that thing needs to be fixed by the government himself.
If you are talking about the government itself, then you talk about individual state governor taking action, because they are the chief executive officer of the state, and they are also the chief law officer of each state. This is not the problem of federal government. This is the problem of every state. So Lagos is doing a wonderful job. Look at how they are clearing people that are living under the bridge. Look at how they turn a lot of places in Lagos to shanties. That is not good for a mega city. And they are doing their best to clear everything. Recently they commissioned the red line. Can you see people also trading on the red track? And they continue to remove them every day. And the people will come to this is their source of wealth. What are you even selling there? That you put your stuff on the red track. This is supposed to be good for the benefit of all citizens of that state. And some people will be doing. So the problem we are having are so many that I think that if truly we can use total resource control and devolution of power, so that we don't copy this American system 100%. It does not fit that country. It's too expensive. So that we can make our
system does not fit any single country in the world. There's no single American ally.
You can't say that. You can't say that.
Look, my brother, tell me any American ally that does things the way America does.
We are talking about Nigeria itself. Now, it does not fit to some of it is okay for our country, but there are some that we don't have the resources. Our budget is just merely $40 billion. And then you see the recurrent expenditure every year we spend on our legislator, on our executive. Even when you look at the state, it's even worse. Most of the state House of Assembly, they're not doing nothing. It's just collecting salary and nothing. In 4 years, some of these state lawmakers are not even bringing any bills to be presided over. Nothing. Everybody just sat and just make money. Nothing to do. What kind of, so you are not seeing that development, you are not seeing that robust opposition, nothing. They don't even know what they want. So we must, the best thing is that if we continue to agitate for lawmakers should be partial in both, somewhat partial, I mean, what I want to say, it's not a full-time job, it's just like a part-time job in both state assembly and national assembly. We will reduce a lot of recurrent expenditure that way. So, and then if we give more power to our state, that the resources they find in their state, they don't need to go to Abuja. You will see a lot of new development. But now, as a governor, you don't need to do nothing. Just sit down in your seat, rotate yourself for 24 days in a month, and then 25 days allocation will come from Abuja, and then you will do whatever you want to. Mr. A, take your Mr. That is not.
Okay, I want to ask you, Remy, are they still buying Nigeria crude oil in cash with dollar, SAC, and all those things, or the transfer?
You mean in international market, or what are you trying to say?
Yeah, all those crude oil, because I heard that Nigeria
depends on the country where the goods is. If you are with China now, they are using the renminbi and naira swap, so they will pay you equivalent of it in naira. But if you are taking to other Europe, it's going to be in dollar form.
I don't know what I'm asking is, do they pay in cash sometimes? I heard that sometimes the cash flow in. How could this be possible?
I don't understand what you mean by cash flowing.
You see what I'm saying?
You mean international market or within Nigeria? You have to first.
Our crude oil here. Some people told me that as we are speaking, sometimes from America, people still bring cash to Nigeria to pay for those crude oil. I don't understand how possible is that.
That one is possible. That one is a lie. First and foremost, most of your crude is already future sale. So most of them now, you already collect the money as a form of loan. So you are just giving them crude to service those loans. And maybe some percentage of the money you are getting it in dollar form through your CBN. So because you cannot just sell crude oil like that. And remember, there is also these international marketers, which are the Shell and the rest. So they are not going to pay cash to you bringing dollar. I don't think it works that way. I think they just credit CBN Nigeria account. I think it's or maybe they credit NNPC.
You know what I'm asking? Sometimes they say central bank will be saying NNPC have not remitted any money to them.
No, the way they do it is this. The way they do is that NNPC collect their money into NNPC account, maybe into their international foreign account. I don't know how they do the settlement. But now CBN is already involved now. There's a particular section in CBN that involved. Any amount of money coming to NNPC, they already know how much is it. So there's no magu like before. So that is it. But the question I want to ask is this. I want to ask Oriola and Ababati is no more here. Oriola, are you still there? Maybe they're gone to bed. Prince Daddy. Because I see America continue to print more money. Anytime they need money, they just continue to print. And that's why their debt is more than $100 trillion. So how do they balance their book? I don't know. Maybe Prince Daddy can answer the question. If he's still there, or if you know, maybe if Ola can shed more light. How can they continue to print more money like that and without really affecting
Where?
In America.
Well, I don't even understand that.
No, my question is this: like before, during the Buhari regime, we print a lot of naira, and that is the basis of when he vacated the office. It affects Nigeria in a big way. They call it there's a term they call it, and that really affected us. Okay, but in America, they continue to print more money. That's why their debt is so huge, more than $100 trillion or something like that. So who did they pass the debt to? Do they pass it to the rest of the world through the instrument of the financial world?
How the whole world pay for their deficit?
Yes, that is how, because I don't know how can you print such an amount of money and you are still floating. Everything is still fine. I don't understand it. There's a lot of mathematics there.
Yeah, see what is happening. That is why I said, if you look carefully, you hardly find American ally that structure their government like America. Neither United Kingdom, no matter how close they are, they don't run their show. Within Europe, you are not going to see, because a lot is going on there. After the Second World War, it's like they have to put up a structure on ground, because the world was
no. See that of America. I think sometimes they get it wrong. Let me tell you the difference now. When Federal Reserve in America print money, they don't hand it over to consumers like in case of that Nigeria. That Nigeria is where you can just go and print money and look for some people in the kitchen and hand over the money to them. That's not what they are doing in America. We should get that one right. So what they do is what in economics they call quantitative easing. It's a way of injecting liquidity into the banking system. So when they print money like that, it's like they are giving it to the system, not to individual. You understand? So that it doesn't mean that as they are printing that it's going to increase cash in circulation. In Nigeria, situation is that in Nigeria the cash is in circulation is what they are doing in Nigeria. That you have Remy, you have Simba. Now you just go and print cash and give them. Now maybe Simba is not planning to buy egg before. Since we've given him money free of charge now, he wants to buy egg now, and it's going to create some kind of demand for supply for the limited supply. That is where the inflation will start. But in America, their own currency printing does not necessarily increase the money in circulation like.
Okay, wait. Let us be honest, because you have not clarified us. Look at the point I'm saying. If they print money, they
I've
give
not
it to
clarified
bank.
you. No, wait. If I've not clarified that to you,
this is where I want to ask you a question so that you can clarify me a little bit, even if other people understand. Look, they gave it to the bank. The bank are not going to store that money, whether it's in the bank or not. They're going to spread it to corporate company. From corporate company, it's still going to go into the society. But I think because we use dollar globally, So there are possibility for that money to go and buy resources and bring back to United States, and at the end creating some economic problem globally. So that system, with the way Trump is growing, if there is a big clash, that is when everybody will understand what is going on. They own the World Bank. They design how it should function. They design IMF. Their currency is the only one for dollar, petrol, which is the most, I don't know, lucrative resources in the world. Gas, petrol, everything. So, my dear, they printing it is not going to stay in America, I agree, but they are pushing it to other people to take resources. So that is what I believe. And the whole world is paying for that deficit, and the system is very, very shady, very dark. For them to be able to control the world, I think they design so many things and they have to turn blind.
You are still saying, you are moving away from the point. The point is this: money printing in America is to increase the reserve of the banks. You know, you have every financial institution have what they call a financial ratio. That is your liability to what you have in reserve. Now, when you print down money in Nigeria, get this point clearly, they are giving it directly to consumers. But when they print money in America, they are giving it to the financial institutions, which may decide to lend or not to lend. But Nigeria, you are printing, you are giving to market women, you are giving to farmers, you are giving to everybody.
Be honest, there are a lot of questions. Would they just wake up and print money, give it to institution to keep? They don't. I don't. It costs also to print. There must be a problem before
that is why
there must be something. There must be a hole in that system the way they want to put it. Whether it's the bank, that means there's already a reduction. So that's why they have a space to push it to that place. They print it and push it there.
Yeah, I remember now. They call it waste and means. During Buhari, we printed over 7 trillion or more than that, waste and means.
And the question for that of Buhari now, where is the money going to?
That is it not that
you understand? The money they are printing in Nigeria is ending up in the hand of consumers. Wait. But the money they are printing in America is not ending in the hand of consumers. Even where it's going to end, it's going to go to the bank, that the bank will loan it for a critical project.
And the interest, I really remember.
We have to be honest
now. Midwest Parabale, there's no need to be honest here. The thing is this: don't forget that American dollar is a global currency. It's global. Wait, these people they are buying a lot of debt instruments. You understand? They are sending some kind of debt instrument to the world, and they are guaranteed it. So don't use. There's no comparison. When you want to compare currency in terms of America, what America is doing is not what we are doing. Yeah, printing money is the thing, but the underlying principle behind printing money in America is not the same as Nigeria. The Nigeria own is with a reckless.
That is not what I'm arguing. I'm not comparing with that of Nigeria that would print. Country prints money. I think the economists and people who are specialists in those areas, they make recommendation, and there are ways to make sure they do it. It doesn't affect the economy. But what we are saying about America is this: if we want to know the real effect globally, let them remove petrodollar. That printing will now expose many things, because when you print the dollar and you decide to push it to Saudi Arabia for crude oil, you sustain your.
Hold on. I beg anybody we want to join for the back end, you can please come and join. You know, I want to take the thing to the back end because I will use to go as now.
When you push the dollar, push some of the dollar to Nigeria, you take their commodity. When you push them to even you